Okay, first thing I wanted to talk about. When it comes to working out, the first thing that's going to really help with is your consistency. So a lot of people in business, even in music, I see, I work with a lot of people in a lot of different industries. Some people in car sales, some people in the fitness industry, some people who do product sales, etc. Some people who sell clothes, barbers. So I've worked with a lot of different people, financial consultants, other trading mentors and business mentors as well too. So been around the block a little bit. So I just want to let you guys know that when you're in shape and when you start working out, your consistency level gets to the point to where if you aren't on your P's and Q's, meaning that if you aren't working out, if you aren't doing what you're supposed to do to progress your business, if you aren't praying to God, your body is not gonna like you. Okay, your mind isn't gonna like you. Your spirit isn't gonna like you. Okay, and rightfully so. So working out really builds a level of consistency and discipline that really helps business in the long run in every single way. So we have to understand that working out, okay, working out is going to be essential. Okay, it's going to be absolutely essential. You want people to, one, respect you. Okay, respect. Respect is going to take you a long way in business. Okay, when people respect you, when people respect your product, when people respect what you're doing, it's going to be a lot easier to make sales, for them to trust you, for you to book calls, for you to get to the next level, for you to generate income. Also, working out is going to build a lot of confidence. Okay, especially in business, you're going to need confidence. There's going to be people who aren't going to like what you're doing. Okay, say for if you're using AI right now to build some crazy software that is really personal to you, there's going to be some people who might not like it. Okay, there's going to be some people who might not like your website, who might not like your services, who might not like your music. But working out, it's a great confidence booster. I'm going to go and put on my gloves real quick. But working out is a great confidence booster. So in business as well too, when it comes to progression, people want to get better. Okay, so no matter what business you do, you're trying to make the person better. Even if you do hair, nails, for example, any type of business that you do, okay, you could be a fitness trainer, okay, any specific business that you do, you could be a plumber, you could be an HVAC person, okay. Understand that it's their first impression of you and your team as well too, especially if you work with other individuals too. The first impression of you and your team is absolutely important. So take Louis Vuitton and Gucci, for example. They put all their employees in nice suits, okay? You're not even gonna walk into the store if you ain't got no money, okay? You're not gonna do that. So you have to apply that same kind of psychology to yourself and to your business, okay? Especially if you're gonna be the face of your business. So even if you do have a team, okay, behind you, say if you're an artist, for example, or say if you just do business online, social media, or you're just a social media influencer, okay? Understand that when people first see you, you are the face, okay? And humans will find something to talk about. Humans are always gonna try and find some type of flaw, okay? Some type of flaw in you, some type of flaw in what you're doing, some type of flaw in who you are, okay? And you can't let that get to you, because the second you let that get to you, you're gonna get destroyed, okay? You're gonna get absolutely destroyed. The second you let that get to you, you're gonna get destroyed. So put yourself into a mental framework, okay? Put yourself into a perspective to where, okay, I'm gonna be able to dominate under any circumstance. You feel me? So you have to be able to dominate under any circumstance. Once you're able to dominate under any circumstance, the game changes. Okay? The game changes. And working out is going to be a good way to build that confidence to where even if one of the worst things happens, you're still going to feel confident when you look yourself in the mirror. You're still going to feel mentally headstrong, even when people aren't supporting you, supporting your business, seeing your vision, seeing your ideals, seeing how you want to progress. Okay? But you're still going to be headstrong enough because you've gone through that pain of picking up the weights, okay, running those extra miles, and I'm telling you, working out really does transition into your business success. So, and that goes for the same thing for trading as well too. It's also a good way to not be as frustrated or angry. So if you're feeling extremely frustrated, angry all the time, or you're feeling just angry all the time, feeling like you want to crash out, don't crash out, okay? Instead of crashing out, work out, okay? Working out is going to be a great, fantastic way to get all of that out and progress and get to the next level, okay? Within your body, within your mind, within your spirit. When you're able to do that, you're going to see how quickly it all translates into business extremely, extremely fast, okay? It translates into business quickly. So I want you guys to win. And in order to win, you have to learn how to push yourself to the next level as well too, okay? Even if you've never worked out before, okay, try it. Try it, okay? Try it out. See how hard you can push your body. See how hard you can push your mind. See how hard you can break your limits, okay? Because then by the time you get on the computer, by the time you pull out your journal and it's time to do work, it's going to be easy mode. It's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard. And when you're stepping out your Rolls Royce, stepping out your Ferrari, whatever you want to drive, okay? Even your Honda SUV, if that's what you like, that's you. I don't judge. But you're going to be feeling strong. You're going to be feeling confident. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Okay? Being in shape helps your mental, okay? Helps your perspective of yourself, even when people don't see your views, see you, because you're going to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and you're going to be able to respect yourself. You're going to be able to feel confident, okay? So working out, it's going to be a fantastic way to stay focused. It's going to be a fantastic way to be consistent and progress, okay? So consistency and progression, those two things, those two simple things right there is how you win in pretty much any endeavor, okay? Your relationship in God, your relationship with God, okay? And your belief in God all relies on to your consistency. How often are you praying? When things are going fantastic or when things are going horrible, okay? And your discipline. Are you listening to God's rules? Are you listening to what he says? Okay? And the framework that the Lord has sent down for us. Okay? Alhamdulillah. All credit to Allah. So, understand that we have to stay hungry. Okay? Too many people fall down to weakness. They fall down to mental health issues, suicide, God forbid. I've lost a couple of friends to mental health issues and mutuals, some mutuals. But just even the fact that I knew them and just losing someone that I've seen smile to mental health issues, that's why I'm really passionate about coming on here, directing these videos, coming on here, making sure you guys are good mentally, making sure you guys are in a good mental framework, making sure that you understand how you have to keep pushing on forward, even when people are hating on you, when people aren't believing in you. So it's really, really important that you set a good example as well too for the youth and even the older people, so they can look at you and be like, yeah, I need to do X, Y, and Z better. So just set a great example for the world, set a good example for the community. Don't let people hate on you. Do not let people hate on you. There's going to be people hating on what you do. But if you know that God put that in your spirit, if you know that your business is going to be successful one day, if you know that your business is going to help millions or even billions of people one day, keep going hard at it. Okay, keep going hard at it. And I'm telling you, it's not going to be easy. There's going to be times where you're going to be feeling mentally drained. There's going to be times where you might not even believe in yourself. Okay, there's going to be times where you're going to be tired, working relentlessly, not seeing the results that you want to see immediately. But that's the time to double down. That's the time to triple down and go even harder. Execute all of your plans. Think of new strategies and progress even harder, and take all of that anger out into the gym. Okay, because by the time, once again, you sit down at that desk, you sit down at wherever you work, or even if you stand up and work, okay, you're going to be feeling good. Okay, you're going to be feeling relaxed. You're going to be feeling calm because you trained your body, you trained your mind, and you put your mental perspective out. You put yourself in a position to where you were able to succeed and you were able to win. Okay, so that's all I want from you guys, man. I just want you guys to be able to win and to succeed. I want you to be able to win and to be able to succeed. And your discipline and consistency that's founded through your prayers in the gym really translates into business really, really well. You have to have a healthy gym routine. Okay, do not just sacrifice your body to run up money. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you, because you're not going to be able to really enjoy the fruits of your labor. And this is something that my mom broke down to me when I was younger too. You're not going to be able to really enjoy the fruits of your labor whenever you're unhealthy. Okay, and I'm someone who used to be unhealthy. I'm going to drop a full progression video for you guys. Thinking about maybe starting a fitness program. So if you guys want a fitness program, if you guys do business, and if you guys trade, let me know if you guys want to see some fitness stuff as well too. Okay, because I just want to keep you guys healthy. I want to keep you guys in a good position, and I just want you guys to progress. Okay, so listen, we have to win. Okay, we have to win. We have to win. And that's going to be done through praying to God and definitely working out, keeping your body agile, keeping your mind sharp, keeping your heart healthy, pumping. So then you can focus your mental framework, and the rest of your ideas, okay, can flourish when it comes to your business. You can see the clear setups that you need to see when you're on the charts. Okay, so transition the way that you need to transition. And there's a lot of psychology built into working out as well too. When you push your body through hard limits, by the time things do get hard within your life, it's going to actually be pretty easy to manage. Okay, because of the fact that you've been putting in a lot of physical effort and strain on your body. Okay, so I should see you at Stackmode.net. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Catch you in the next one. Peace. You might think that inflation is a normal part of life, but the reality is that your purchasing power is silently being stolen from you every single day by the very institutions claiming to protect it. Central banks have the power to print infinite amounts of currency at the push of a button, which dilutes your savings and forces you to work harder just to stay in the same place. They control the supply, so they control the value, and Bitcoin completely flips this power dynamic on its head. It's the only asset in human history with strictly finite supply that cannot be altered by any government or chairman. There is no backdoor and there is no print button because the code is absolute. And while fiat currency relies on trust in politicians, Bitcoin relies on mathematical verification, and it's created by actual power and resources. This is not just about digital currency or making a quick trade. This is about the separation of money and state and ownership. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how Bitcoin renders the central banking model obsolete and why it's the ultimate hedge against the system designed to devalue your life's work. Let's dive into it. Let's go and let's jump into how central banks hold a monopoly on the money supply. So as you know, things have to be systematically processed when it comes to central banks' systematic formations, such as wire transfers or direct deposit, for instance. Certain things have to hit on certain days and certain time frames due to the fact that approvals have to be made by the centralized banks. Now, when we're trading cryptocurrency, you're working in the decentralized world. Everything is way different. Okay, everything is based off the peer-to-peer transaction system. Everything works off of smart, autonomous contracts. So whenever transactions are sent over, pretty much computers do all the processing. when you send a wire transfer over to somebody or even to yourself to another bank, the bank has the ability to approve or decline that. Cryptocurrency puts the freedom back in the people's hands. And let's go and let's jump into how all this works and why central banks really don't like this. So let's talk about the loss of monopoly. So central banks manage the economy by printing money, which is quantitative easing or pretty much restricting it. And Bitcoin supply is fixed at 21 million. So it having that fixed statistic baked into it, one, not only makes it more scarce, but it's going to have a more baseline stability cooked into it, and inflation is going to be a lot more manageable. When it comes to fiat currency, you can pretty much print infinite dollars nonstop. That's you might see things from 10 years ago might cost completely differently from today, since more money has been printed over the years have gone over. Okay, and the competitor. So for the first time, citizens now have a viable opt-out option. So if a central bank debases its currency due to inflation, people can flee to things like Bitcoin, and this forces central banks to be more disciplined, limiting their power. So you might have seen things recently, as of 2025, when this video is coming out. Banks are now starting to incorporate certain things like Ethereum, XRP, and Bitcoin systems within their system, since they know that people are now looking towards cryptocurrency to manage their money or even hold their savings. So instead of getting 2% or 3% APY stands for annual percentage yield, people rather go put their money into a cryptocurrency and let their money grow faster at a rapid rate. And not only that, it's going to be a lot more manageable too. If you go to the bank, if you have 10 bands, you go pull up on the bank, a lot of the times you're not going to be able to pull that out right away. You might have to come back tomorrow, the next day, because the bank has your money pretty much invested. Okay, so if our money's parked in the bank, it's going to be their money too. It's being used. That's why certain things like Zelle have withdrawn deposit amounts, because they don't want people just pretty much managing their currency how they want. Cryptocurrency takes that all the way. If you want to send $1 million today and tomorrow, you can do that. With the normal traditional central bank based off of fiat currency, they're not going to let you do that, since that puts too much freedom in people's hands, and a lot of business moves can be made a lot quicker. So instead of the banks having the power, now people have the ability to build certain things like banks, their own hedge fund systems, and their own funds, etc. So now people have the ability to have some more individualization for their family even as well too, versus having to run to the banks every single time. So back in the day, people would have to keep all their cash in the banks for the most part. Okay, things aren't like that today. Now you have the ability to even keep your cryptocurrency on something small like a USB drive. Okay, so keeping it extremely decentralized, and the IRS can't get to your USB drive unless they raid your house and find it or things like that. Okay, so no more having random money put out of your account, or even if you get sued, for example, they can go into your bank accounts and clear you out. If you have your money parked in cryptocurrency, that's money that they can't touch, and it's pretty much digital cash that nobody really knows that exists. So let's talk about the threat of censorship resistance. The modern banking system is used as a tool for geopolitical control and surveillance. Big on surveillance. They want to see every dollar that's coming in and out. A lot of things have been changing recently too, since 2020 plus. As far as cash, for example, you can't really use cash to get certain things. Like a lot of realtors and realtor companies won't accept cash for certain down payments, since you can't really prove that you're a real legitimate person and where that money's actually coming from. Okay, so central banks want to make sure everything is controlled, and pretty much don't want you to have freedom for certain ways that benefit them every single time. Certain ways it does protect society, but for the most part, things aren't always fair and realistic, because it is the world. So if somebody's working hard at their lawn mowing business and they've been stacking up cash, okay, their money shouldn't be obsolete. So now you have things like cryptocurrency where you're going to be able to put that, send that over to your bank account, and then you could file your taxes and do things a little bit more legitimately there, versus just having random cash come out of thin air and then you deposit it and they're like, well, where's this coming from? Okay, so your cryptocurrency can be baked in and a little more hidden, and it'll help you out in a lot of ways too. And Bitcoin is really a neutral, permissionless network, and it helps you bypass sanctions. Systems like SWIFT allow the US to cut off nations or individuals from global finance. And Bitcoin operates on the peer-to-peer network, just like we talked about in the previous slide. Meaning if you want to send $1,000 to somebody in Africa, you can instantly do that within the next couple of minutes if you wanted to. Okay, if you want to do that via PayPal or the traditional bank system, it's going to be a lot more difficult. They're going to put some type of hold on it, have to verify your transaction, and it's going to be just a lot more difficult overall, making financial blockages significantly harder to enforce. And financial privacy is going to be a big factor as well too. So Bitcoin is going to be pseudo-anonymous. Central banks and governments prefer total visibility due to the fact that KYC laws are in place, know your customer, and AML, to track taxation for the most part. So pretty much just the government wants their piece of the pie when it comes to any type of currency. So a decentralized ledger obscures the identity layer that they rely on. So certain things like the SEC were fighting with Bitcoin legislators, etc. And that led to certain dips, but now the US government and other governments have started holding the currency themselves, and certain laws have been getting passed. So central banks are trying to gain control, but for the most part, Bitcoin at the core forefront of it is still peer-to-peer and a currency based off of freedom. So we'll jump into the neutralization of interest rates. Interest rates are going to be the steering wheel of the economy, and Bitcoin creates a parallel system that doesn't respond to that steering wheel. And the liquidity trap. When the Fed lowers the rates to stimulate the economy, they want people to spend pretty much. So if people instead borrow cheap fiat to buy Bitcoin, which is a store of value, since especially it has a limited cap, giving it scarcity, which is immediately going to give it value, the stimulus leaks out of the real economy and into crypto assets because people are starting to wake up as well. And broker and transition mechanisms are going to come into place. If a significant portion of the economy uses Bitcoin for settlement, central bank decisions, which involves raising or lowering rates, affect fewer people, rendering the central bank increasingly irrelevant. So it's like trying to slow down a car by pressing the brakes, but the car has decoupled from the wheels. Okay. So Bitcoin's coming in to solve a lot of problems, especially now since people are starting to be more open to international travel too, and living in certain other countries, especially US citizens. And you're gonna, instead of have to go through certain transfers for your US currency, you can easily just keep everything in cryptocurrency and spend that all over the world simply, instead of having to go through that headache of a transfer system. And let's talk about CBDCs, the counter move, and what are they doing about it? So they're copying tech, but keeping the control, and enter the central bank digital currencies, and it's programmable money. So unlike Bitcoin, CBDCs are centralized, and governments could theoretically program money to expire, which forces spending, and restrict what you can buy with carbon limits or freeze accounts instantly. And definitely total surveillance is going to come into place too. So a CBDC ledger would give the state a real-time view of every single transaction in the economy, eliminating the concept of cash-like privacy entirely. And they market CBDCs as safe, convenient Bitcoin, but the reality is that it's the exact opposite of Bitcoin ethos of decentralization. So keeping the freedom in the people's hands is really the main point of crypto. Yes, there's money involved, but honestly, you can make way better profit doing other things, such as like trading futures, for example. Even if you trade crypto futures, that's gonna be way more profitable than holding and keeping spot. But as far as you holding your Bitcoin, your cryptocurrency, you're really doing it for your ownership and your assets. Okay, having ownership, especially in something that helps the future, is what's going to help you prepare your forward and keep your money in that constant cycle. So instead of you being on the hamster wheel, put your money on the hamster wheel. Have everything flow. Okay, so after you get that big bag from futures, let's say for example, you know to go ahead and throw it into Bitcoin, which consistently makes profit year after year after year after year. So instead of you having to hustle and bustle forever, you could maybe sit down and chill because you have enough money from hustling, bustling, stacked in your investments, and then your wheel will be spinning forever. Okay. So if you decide to use your fiat currency and throw it into something that's going to help your money flow into the hamster wheel, inshallah, you'll have a lot easier time. So they try and stop everything, just like they try and stop certain herbs as well too. They can't stop the Bitcoin network itself since it's distributed globally, and they target the entry and exit points and targeting on ramps. So regulators pressure banks to not do business with crypto exchanges, even though they're starting to do it anyways, because they know people have to sign up for their banks, otherwise they're going to crumble. So if you can't transfer fiat to an exchange, it becomes very difficult to buy Bitcoin. And let's talk about some regulation by enforcement. So instead of creating clear laws, agencies like the SEC sue crypto projects to drain their resources and create uncertainty, driving innovation offshore. But thank God, it's been a lot of righteousness going on. Certain people have been getting freed from jail, such as like the Binance creator and Bybit and stuff like that has been starting to get back on the United States soil. So a couple of years ago, around 2022, 2021, they started locking people up for enforcing certain cryptos or creating certain crypto brokers such as Binance and stuff like that. Thank God certain people have been freed, and just really things have been changing in the crypto future is starting to look bright, especially since the US government now owns hundreds of millions of dollars worth it. That's really a solid and good factor, letting us know that, okay, the US doesn't want to fall behind since other countries also own hundreds of millions of dollars worth it too. Okay, so instead of being stubborn, the US is now actually turning on their brain, and that's leading crypto to future all-time highs, since the US dollar is the global currency of the world. But we never know, within a couple of decades could be Bitcoin. So a lot of things are changing, exciting time in the world, and central banks are pretty much on a game theory by they can't end Bitcoin. The network is way too resilient and distributed, so they're pretty much trying to conform because they know people are starting to wake up. The righteousness is starting to oversee the darkness in the world for sure. People are starting to care about their health, want freedom for their money, and people might have family in other countries too. You can easily help out your family in other countries with cryptocurrency. Once again, not as easy to do that if you're sending straight fiat in any country you're in. And they can't ignore it. Okay, it's sucking liquidity out of the fiat system. People are no longer keeping their money stacked inside of savings accounts, getting that 2%, 3% APY that most banks take advantage of in order to make profit. People are now just taking that money and putting it right into cryptocurrency. Even the same thing with credit too. A lot of people are starting to wake up when it comes to credit. Instead of balling out, just buying things, people are now taking that, either they're investing in all of it into some kind of business and buying cryptocurrency, buying any type of shares that they can too with the cash that you can extract from the credit card if you can't extract the whole thing. So the likely outcome of everything, integration, and that's been slowly happening. A lot of banks are starting to finally realize, and as we start seeing more younger people get into CEO level positions, I can see things change as well too, inshallah, especially as Trump come into office. The crypto support has definitely been insignificant rise. So banks will eventually have to custody Bitcoin and treat it as a reserve asset, just like gold, because they know people aren't going to be going for anything else. Okay, people are now more open to leaving the US more than ever. So now the US is very desperate to make the right decisions to keep people here and keep America going forward. So this fundamentally changes how the global monetary system operates in the long run. And a really small percentage of the world only owns Bitcoin. So don't think that you're too late. You're really early, and there's a limited amount. Okay, you don't want Bitcoin to be mined up and be like, oh man, I wish I bought Bitcoin in 2025. You don't want to be doing that. Okay, I don't care if you got $5 in your account right now. You don't need to be buying nothing. Go buy some Bitcoin. Okay, live off the credit card, spend all your cash on assets, and watch how your life change. Wake up, pray to God, take care of your family, stay down, and get in stack mode. I'm gonna catch you on the next one. We all need to get money, I understand, but your health needs to be a priority. If you got stack mode, when the dollar starts becoming worth less, people start running to assets such as real estate, gold, and silver. Today, we're going to talk about how to invest into gold and silver, why you should invest in the gold and silver, and what inflation is, and why people run to asset classes in the first place because the dollar starts failing. Let's jump into it, inshallah. So gold and silver are going to be hard assets that are going to be pretty safe to invest in, especially in an inflationary world where things just get more expensive over time due to the fact that more currency just gets generated over time. So the currency devaluation. So purchasing power is melting over time. So inflation isn't just about prices going up over time. It's about the value of the currency going down. So prices go up to correlate with that. So governments print money to service debt, which dilutes your savings over time. This is why I tell you guys all the time about the asset river. Okay. You want to always try and have your assets and your money flowing in your river. If things logically get more expensive year after year after year after year, then you have to have your assets flowing in a way that your money is always making you more money. Okay. So once again, I'm going to repeat. Your money should always be making you more money. Okay. Don't get outplayed by the certain calculations that just debase in the world normally. If things get more expensive over time, then logically, in order to counteract that, in order to feed yourself and your family, your money should always be making you more money. So we'll talk about the 1971 shift. So that's when Nixon ended the gold standard. And since then, the US dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. And the hidden tax. Inflation helps debtors which is pretty much just the government, but it hurts savers, anybody just stacking up cash in your bank account. If you have just a whole bunch of cash stacked up in your bank account, it's actually doing nothing but hurting you. Okay, even if you've worked overtime for a job before, okay, you might have seen that you've actually had to pay more in taxes. Okay, the more cash that you have just stacked up stationary, the more that it hurts you. And it transfers wealth from you to the state, which goes back to the government. So in 1920, 1 ounce of gold bought a high-end suite. And today, 1 ounce of gold would be about $2,600. Okay, so it still buys a high-end suite. And the gold stayed constant and the dollar collapsed. Okay, so keep that in mind. The gold stayed constant while the dollar collapsed. So that means that having your money parked in an asset class like real estate, people are always going to need houses. Gold, people are always going to be wearing jewelry. And other asset classes that stay constant and only rise up while the dollar collapses are going to be the asset classes that you want to focus on for the most part. So gold, people call it the ultimate hedge. A lot of the times, if you pull up the chart, you'll see gold year after year after year after year heading in an upwards direction. Okay, it's not stopping. And due to the fact that something has to counteract the dollar. So gold is going to be the human standard that people just use whenever the dollar is crashing or the economy isn't in a good place. So here's why central banks buy it. And central banks are going to be the banks where me and you bank at. Okay, the banks that hold our fiat currency, where we can go pull out our money to pay our bills, go to the ATM, etc. And the fear trade. So gold performs best when real interest rates are negative. And that's when inflation is higher than bond yields. Okay, and central bank demand. So in recent years, China, Russia, and India have been buying record amounts of gold to de-dollarize their reserves. Okay, so they're trying to de-dollarize their reserves in a significant manner. Okay, buying less time storage for their fiat currency and buying more time on their actual currency by investing into assets. Okay, you're doing nothing but losing time if you have more fiat currency. So fiat currency needs to be thrown into the river immediately. Otherwise, you're wasting time. Think of theta on options, if you're familiar with that. Over time on a stock options contract, the options expires. Okay, think of your fiat currency the same way. Okay, if rent over year after year after year after year gets more expensive, if 1 year a house cost $200,000, but then 5 years later it costs $500,000, that means that your asset class has to be in a constant river, each and every single one of them. Okay, all your businesses, your profit has to be being reinvested into that. More stocks, more shares, more cryptocurrency. Okay, buying more houses if you're in real estate, etc. Okay, buying more land, and you could do whatever you want with the land. You could farm on the land, pay people to host ATMs on the land. Okay, people could build stores on your land. People could build antennas, cell towers, etc. But when you own assets and you keep stacking up your assets, it gives you a multitude of opportunities to be presented in front of you for your money to just make you more money because you invested in the right things. So volatility. So gold is low, and it's not for getting rich. It's for staying rich, and it's wealth insurance, not a lottery ticket. Okay, so stacking up gold over time. A lot of people might buy certain jewelry. Okay, go smelt it, take it to the jeweler, whatever, and either the jeweler will give them an exchange rate for the gold. So you're going to have multiple ways to invest in the gold too, which we're going to talk about. If you don't want to go the actual physical gold route, you're also going to have the ability to buy things like shares, etc. So let's jump into it. So silver is going to be the industrial hybrid. So it's the green energy paradox. So silver is unique and it acts like money during crisis, but trades like a commodity during booms due to massive industrial use. So as far as conductivity, silver is the most conductive metal on Earth, and it's essential for electronics, 5G, and EVs. So for modern technology, silver is going to be needed. So silver is also going to be something you could invest to too. If you ever see a pullback on the charts or anything like that, silver is going to be an asset class that goes up year after year after year after year very confidently, especially while the dollar is collapsing. And let's talk about the solar boom. So photovoltaic cells, okay, solar panels, consume massive amounts of silver. As the world goes green, demand explodes. Okay, so photovoltaic, okay, that's just solar panels. Solar companies are booming all over America, all over the world in other countries as well too. Okay, especially countries with less green, less trees, taking advantage of that solar energy. So seeing silver going in an upwards direction year after year after year would make sense. Try to plant your seeds with things that make sense with the future, whether it being putting smiles on people's faces or helping people work throughout the day by day. Silver is needed in absolutely everything. And let's talk about the gold to silver ratio. So it's historically about 15-1. So 15 ounces of silver will give you 1 ounce of gold. And today it's often 80-1. And many argue that silver is undervalued relative to gold. And we'll see how that starts changing, especially during the AI era. When we start seeing robots and certain things start getting developed, the use of silver could go up in an industrial rate. So there's going to be two ways to invest. So you could either have a bunch of bars, whether it be silver bars or gold bars, stacked up. Some people do that, put it in a safe or leave it with the bank, etc. Some people also have jewelry. Buy Rolexes, Audemars Piguets, Pateks, certain chains, real Cuban links, whether it be it bracelets, chains, etc. And some people take it to the smelter, melt down the gold, take that to the jeweler, and then you can go ahead and get some money for that. Or you're going to have the digital way, which is going to be via stocks and ETFs. So you could buy shares that represent gold. So in the stock world, it's going to be the GLD. So if you want to buy gold shares, you'd have to look up GLD. You could also buy gold options as well too. I have some recaps posted on my channel of some wins I've taken on that. Used to trade that a long time ago. And SLV is going to be for silver. And then for miners, as far as the mining industry, in order to mine the asset classes of gold and silver, you can look up GDX. And the pros of them have very high liquidity. A lot of people trade gold, from Forex traders to stock traders, options traders to futures traders. Golden is extremely, extremely popular asset class that's traded. It's low fees. It's easy to hold in the Roth IRA as well too if you just want to buy shares and hold. And the cons, you don't own the actual metal. So if the fund fails, then you have a paper claim, not actual gold. And as far as investing in the miners, it gives you leverage. So if gold is up 10%, miners might go up 30%, but they have risk as far as fuel costs, strikes, etc. And the physical side of everything, you have no counterparty risk, total privacy, and it's useful in extreme disasters. That can be true and also not true. Your house could burn down, etc., and then it could be hard to get to the gold bars. The gold could maybe survive depending on how long it's in the fire, but still, that could be relative to a lot of cases. And cons, you got to worry about security. You can't be letting everyone know that you got a whole bunch of gold bars stacked up. That's not going to be ideal. You got to keep that very private between just you and your family. And storage issues too. When you start stacking up more gold bars, having a safe might be hard if you're trying to move houses or something like that, etc. And it could be hard to sell quickly. You got to go to the smelter, melt it down, and then go to the jeweler, get an exchange rate on that. And they might give you a lower price than you might actually should get because they're trying to make some money too. You know, it's the world. We're all trying to make some money. And tax. So it's often taxed as collectibles too, which is a 28% capital gains in the United States rather than stocks. So the strategic allocation. So how much is going to be enough? So most financial advisors suggest precious metals should be a hedge, not your whole entire piece of the pie. So be conservative, 5%. Okay, it gives you just enough insurance to sleep at night. If you want to have a couple of gold bars in real life, then that would be fine too. And just keeping your asset classes divided in certain scenarios could really help you, especially during hard times. You might not have access to the internet, and you might need to go take the gold bar to someone who could exchange it for either some fiat currency or a car or just an item that you need. So having multiple sources of backup plans for your income is really, really going to help you. And gold pays no dividends. If you do just have the actual gold bars, it just sits there. So try not to just invest 100% of your money into gold, or you're going to miss out on compound interest. And not even interest, but just compound equity curve just in general. Whether you invest it into a stock that goes up year after year after year, due to the fact that it's just making tons of profitable decisions, then you don't want to miss out on that. If you have one gold bar, 10 years later, if you don't do anything, if you don't get up and keep grinding and keep hustling, you're not going to have any more gold bars. Okay? But if you invest and put $1,000 into a stock, 10 years later, you could have did nothing and come out with $100,000. Okay, so having your asset classes divided is really going to help you. But there could be a time where you need to pull all your money out of your stock account and you have gold bars and you can exchange that, put it right back in your stock account. So there's going to be different scenarios and different floats, especially jewelry too. If you have any real gold jewelry that you don't care about, I would think about smelting it. Gold is extremely, extremely valuable, and just keep that in consideration. So is it a good hedge? I'm going to go ahead and say yes, but here's to clarify your goal. If you want to get rich, then focus on stocks, business, crypto. And if you want to stay rich and have protection over your purchasing power over decades, gold is going to be an extremely, extremely good standard. And if you want a speculative play to invest into, you could play gold futures. Gold is on Forex. Gold has stocks and shares you could trade. And same thing with silver too. So you could just make your decision in order to protect you over time. Take a look at the chart before you trade. If you're struggling with what to invest in, head over to stackmode.net. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Catch you guys in the next one. Forget trading the S&P 500 making 1 to 2% a year. Let me show you guys how I hit this trade worth 15% and I gave it out in my group. Let's jump into it. Let's jump straight into the setup. So I like to go ahead and start off on my monthly time frame first, and then I like to scale down. So it's really important that we do top-down analysis. So I'll go from my monthly time frame, then from there, I'll go to the weekly, then I'll go to the daily, then to the 4-hour time frame. And a lot of times the 4-hour time frame, whenever I am trading stocks, especially, is going to be a lot of the times like the lowest time frame that I do end up going towards. Okay, so the 4-hour time frame is the lowest time frame that I goes towards when it comes to stocks. And the reason why I even go down to the 4-hour, otherwise I would really just use the daily if I could, but the reason why I go down to the 4-hour time frame is because of a setting called extended trading hours. Okay, so you guys might have to go to your 4-hour time frame in order to see this. If you're on your daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly, you're not going to be able to see this right now. So you're going to have to come to your trading view settings or whatever broker you're on. Then from there, you're going to be able to click on session. From where it says your trading hours, make sure you have extended trading hours on. This is really, really important because you can't catch the proper setups that you want to catch without making sure that your extended trading hours is properly set. Okay, it can be really, really frustrating when you're trying to catch the setup that you want to catch, but then you run into an issue to where you're not seeing the proper price action, or you're like, why is price reversing there? The whole time there's a whole bunch of hidden resistance at a key area that you need to be closing at. Okay, so here's exactly why I took the setup. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll run it back here. So here are my drawings. We'll go to my 4-hour time frame here. So one thing I like to look for here, especially, we'll just go to my monthly. So I like to buy dips. Okay, so when it comes to dips, that obviously means that we're buying low, selling high. That is how I play stocks. Stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction. Please keep that in mind. There's too many people trying to short the United States stock market when these companies run the entire world. These companies are the entire backbone of the entire world infrastructure. The entire world, besides like China, for example, uses iPhones. Okay, the whole world uses Google for a search engine for the most part. So we have to think relatively. Wait, if these stocks crash in a downwards direction, and if you didn't know, there's also laws in place, things called the short sale restriction, for example, where stocks can't flash crash too much percent in a single day. Okay, so you have to keep that in mind whenever you are investing. Okay, stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction. These stocks are not meant to suffer and fail. You have to keep that in mind. Okay, keep that in mind and just keep stacking up your account. Keep growing it, keep putting in money, and keep investing. Okay, but buy at the proper times, especially if you're going to trade stocks. You have to buy at the proper times. Just because you make 10,000 off of one trade doesn't mean like, oh man, I get to sit back and just chill. No, be disciplined, be looking for the next setup, be closing at the proper areas. And let me show you what I did to catch this setup here. So I looked at my monthly time frame and I saw that price recently dipped down. So once again, I like to buy low and sell high. So that meaning when I'm buying low and selling high, what's really, really important for me, okay, is that I see some bullish price action, okay, coming in. So a lot of people like to buy falling knives, and not even intentionally, okay? And what a falling knife is when you're buying when price is just falling down. I like to buy when price is getting bullish. I like to buy when buyers are stepping in. Whenever buyers are stepping in, price has a lot more jurisdiction to burst in an upwards direction. So I don't like to buy at all-time highs. I wait for price to fall down, and then after price makes a solid or key area of support, such as like this whole zone here, for example, where price repeatedly decided to mirror itself, then I could see, okay, price decided to bounce a couple of times here. This is a pretty safe area. Let me check it out on my daily here. Same thing on my daily. I like this zone here. Still looking strong and relative. And then let me get on my 4-hour time frame here too. So I saw that this area of support was reacted off of over here, and I just did some top-down analysis there. We have another area of support here, another area of support here, one here, and one here. And what an area of support is an area where buyers have stepped in. Okay. Support is going to be an area where buyers have stepped in. It's very, 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 very important. And I like to look at the MACD volume. I don't really pay attention to the MACD crosses, but you could see here when green starts stepping in, as you can see here on this volume chart from MACD, a lot of the times that's when buyers are going to be stepping in. So this is a good thing to look at too, but I don't just only look at that. For the most part, it's naked charts and just raw analysis, and making sure that I'm buying at verified areas of support. Okay. Even price decided to come right here and make a higher low from this area right here. And then price decided to just continue to progress. Now, Chris, why did you close at this area right here particularly? Okay. Great question. Let me go ahead and answer that. So even on the daily here, I can see that when price even created this area of resistance all the way up here. So just as we have support, support is an area where buyers have stepped in. We're gonna have the opposite of that. Resistance. Resistance is an area where sellers have stepped in. Okay? So make it simple. Don't make it difficult. Okay? Resistance is an area where sellers have stepped in and price decides to fall in a downwards direction. Support is an area where buyers have stepped in and price decides to bounce in an upwards direction. I like to wait for areas of support to come in, and then I take the price action up, especially when I'm trading stocks, which I'm only playing bullish directions. I'm buying low, selling high. That comes from stocks, because stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction. Same thing with crypto and Bitcoin. And then from there, I'll go on my 4-hour here, make sure I get everything with the raw analysis. So I can even see here, once again on the daily, you could see price decided to come all the way up, come down, and then come back up. So when price does a little zigzag like this, like it comes down and then comes up to an area and then comes down, that area where it just randomly jolted up to and stopped is now an important area. So even if you were to go ahead and catch the trade back to the upwards direction, your take profit would be this ideal area here where price is creating resistance at. Okay. So boom. 4-hour here. Area of resistance. Area of resistance. And we can see take profit getting set in here. It's exactly why we were able to profit. Okay. I make it really, really easy. You guys can join the Stackmode Academy if you want to catch my trades and learn how to trade. I also like to draw trend lines too, sometimes just for verification. And just putting everything in a big conglomerate. It might seem like mess at first, but when you guys are able to strategically break down everything step by step like that, it makes it really, really easy. Okay. Pray that video helped. Quick little simple guide. Stackmode.net for all trading education. Make sure you guys get your tap business cards at Stackmode.net. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Quantitative tightening has officially ended, and trust me, this changes everything for investors. For the past few years, the Fed has been draining money out of the system, shrinking its balance sheet and putting pressure on stocks, real estate, and even crypto. But now, that pressure valve just opened, liquidity is flowing back in, and whenever liquidity comes back, asset prices don't just react, they move. But here's the truth that nobody tells you. The end of quantitative tightening doesn't automatically mean a bull run. It does mean volatility though. It means opportunity, and it means that the smart money is already positioning while everyone else is still confused about what quantitative tightening even is. So what does this shift actually signal for you? Expect easier borrowing, potentially higher stock valuations, stronger risk on sentiment, and most importantly, a window of time where early positioning matters more than ever. So let's figure out how we can plant our seeds, what quantitative tightening even is, and how we can learn how to invest. Inshallah. Let's go. Quantitative tightening has ended. All right, let's go on this breakdown how it's going to affect investors and the future of everything. So what was quantitative tightening in the first place? So quantitative tightening is the reverse money printer. Okay. So you know quantitative easing, right? QE. And that's when the Fed prints money to buy bonds. Quantitative tightening is going to be the exact opposite of that. Okay. For the last few years, the Federal Reserve has been destroying money to fight inflation. Okay. Printing more constantly over and over and over and over and over again. Okay. And the mechanism. Okay. So it's when they let bonds that they own expire and don't replace them. Okay. And the result of that is cash disappearing from the economy. Okay. And the goal of it all is to slow the economy down to stop prices from rising. Okay. So quantitative easing is turning the water hose on to fill the pool. Okay. And quantitative tightening is sticking a vacuum in the pool and sucking the water out. Okay. So let's head over to the next slide. So the Fed cannot suck money out forever, or the system would go ahead and just break completely. Okay. So they're stopping or tapering quantitative tightening because inflation is cooling. Okay. The job is pretty much mostly done. And let's talk about the liquidity risk too. If reserves get too low, then banks will start to fail. Okay. And that cannot happen. The whole United States economy and infrastructure is based off of banks, companies, and money flowing through business owners. Okay. An economic slowdown. Okay. They don't want to cause a massive recession for pretty much no reason. Okay. So the danger zone. So imagine braking a car too slow it down. Okay. And if you keep holding the brake after the car stops, you don't move. Okay. But if you brake too hard, you skid and crash. Okay. So right now, the Fed is releasing the brake. Okay. That's all it is. So imagine braking a car to slow it down. Okay. If you keep holding the brake after the car stops, you don't move. Okay. And if you brake too hard, you skid and crash. So right now, all the Fed is doing is releasing the brake. Okay. That's it. All right. Into the market. Okay. Because money's no longer being deleted pretty much. Okay. So liquidity is the lifeblood of the market. It's easily how money moves around. Okay. Okay. And risk on. So historically, the end of tightening is a green light for risk assets. Okay. Letting us know that there's going to be more money circulating in the economy, giving us a higher chance for our assets to head in an upwards direction, since A, more people will be investing into something with value. Okay. Or B, people will have more money to purchase things with value. So valuations. So with less pressure rates on PE ratios, okay, stock prices can expand and head in an upwards direction. Okay. And tech and growth. High growth companies like tech or AI companies usually benefit the most when money becomes easier. Okay. Because then they're going to have more money to invest back into their company and circulating instead of having to be tight and restrictive with the advancements and innovations, especially tech and AI companies, because the whole point of tech and AI companies is to profit off of future innovation and psychology involved into it, right? Investors then stop fearing the Fed and start fearing missing out. Okay. They're like, hold on, quantitative tightening is, hold on, let's pause. What we got to do is put some risk on, put some money down on the table before market heads up to all-time highs without us. Okay. So when the Fed was selling, okay, you sold. Okay. So now the Fed is stopping. Okay. So the headwind is gone. Okay. The headwind is gone. Make your decisions. Plant your seeds for your asset classes. Okay. So you don't have to struggle in the future. Okay. The market can do two things: go up and go down. It goes up and it goes down. That's it.
Okay, you're not playing an intricate math problem that you have to solve every day. All you have to do, for the most part, is invest in something that has future value and hold and be disciplined with your money. Okay, fight your flesh. You can't be indulging in things that you want to buy every single other day. Okay, stay down. Should be putting majority of your money away into asset classes. Okay, I'm not saying don't enjoy life. We are here only once. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy life. Do your little thing. Okay, get you some little food, buy you some little clothes, live your life, do your thing. But it can't be that week after week after week after week after week. A lot of the time, you should just be staying down, planting your seeds for your family. All right. So over to the next slide. Supply and demand. So during quantitative tightening, the Fed was a massive seller or non-buyer of bonds. Okay, and this forced interest rates up. So quantitative tightening ending leads to less supply of bonds flooding the market. Okay, and bond prices should stabilize or go in an upwards direction. Okay, and yields should stabilize or go down. Okay, so the real world effect of everything is that mortgage rates are tied to bond yields. Okay, if quantitative tightening ends and yields drop, then mortgage rates could finally come down, making real estate and real life a lot more affordable. Okay, so the fact that quantitative tightening is being ended is a really, really good sign for the future of the economy. Okay, and this is really going to help the housing market, get a lot of people off the streets, okay, and really just help a lot of people out in the world, making life more affordable again. Okay, because we shouldn't be stressed out every single day, you know, just trying to live our life, especially when we're already grinding hard. So let's go over to the next slide. Okay, the biggest risk of stopping quantitative tightening too early is that inflation has a chance to creep and come back up, God forbid. Okay, so the mistake that happened in the 1970s, for example, right? The Fed stopped fighting inflation too soon, and it came back double the strength, ready to bite everything in the tail. Okay, banks crashed, companies crashed, CEOs crashed. A lot of CEOs and a lot of companies ended up selling their companies to other major companies to make up for the fact that they couldn't keep up with that recession crash. Okay, and the market bubble. So if market ends up going up too fast, okay, it creates a bubble that might pop later. Okay, it might pop later super duper hard, and the economy will face its consequences for that. So the currency risk. Okay, the dollar might weaken if they print too much. Okay, if it's too much of something, it's no longer valuable. Okay, if something is everywhere, it's not valuable. Okay, so just think of it logically. If something is everywhere, it's not valuable. Okay, but if something is scarce, it's rare. Okay, it's valuable. Okay, so though we aren't printing, okay, just stop the shredding. Okay, so watch the CPI, Consumer Price Index reports. That's going to be one of the most important reports that come out. That's going to determine how cryptocurrency and the stock market wants to move. Okay, and if inflation ticks up, the Fed might have to restart quantitative tightening, and that would be super duper bad for stocks. So cash yields might peak. Okay, try to lock in rates or move your cash to assets. Okay, keeping your cash in that asset river, especially if the dollar weakens, then that means assets are going to become more valuable. Okay, because people have to have some type of value in something. Okay, so once again, if cash gets weaker, then assets become more valuable. Okay, and the quality growth of everything. So look for companies with low debt that grow regardless of the economy. Okay, and it might be a good time to buy bonds before yields drop as well too, if you'd like. Okay, so review your cash position too. Okay, see how much cash you have and see what you can plant within your asset classes. Okay, don't be scared of the market anymore, and keep an eye on inflation data is ending. Okay, money is back. Okay, it's trying to get healthier. It's trying to flow back into the markets properly. Okay, and liquidity stabilizes, which is really, really good for the market, letting us know that there's going to be more money available, which means more money could be flowing into asset classes such as the stock market or the crypto market. Okay, and this gives us a chance for rates to likely stabilize or drop. Okay, and risk shifts from the Fed fear to inflation watch. Okay, so stay invested, stay alert, keep up with the reports, stay prayed up to God, keep grinding. Make sure you guys aren't buying any assets at all-time highs. Okay, I don't even care if it's real estate. Okay, even if it has nothing to do with the charts, don't buy any assets at all-time highs. Okay, wait for the dip, buy, and catch the V sweep up. Okay, stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and head over to stackmode.net if you guys want to learn how to invest. Peace.
just built this client's website, and I'll show you how to take your files in your IDE, deploy them to GitHub, and then send that to Vercel. So then you can then have a live, active working site. So then you can either start your own company or start converting clients. Let's get into it. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys how to actually get your site that you created in any IDE that you use. I don't care if you use Cursor, Anti-Gravity, whatever you used, VS Code. I'm gonna show you how to get it onto Vercel so you can actually ship live. So first thing you're gonna go ahead and do is open up your IDE where your files are hosted. So that's gonna be your VS Code, your Anti-Gravity, or Cursor, wherever you actually built your site. You're gonna go ahead and head over to your files section. Then from there, first thing I want you to go ahead and do is see what GitHub account that you're logged into. Okay, so go to where your files are located, wherever you built your website, and then I want you to go on to the terminal section here. So if your terminal is not at the bottom of the screen here, what I want you to do is go at the very top, and you're going to go ahead and click on New Terminal. If it brings up a little folder here, click on the folder where your website is located. Then from there, what you're going to go ahead and type in is GH space auth space status. So first thing we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to run this command, and we're going to go ahead and check the status of everything that we have going on here. So we're going to check the status of the GitHub accounts that we have. If you guys don't see any, then we need to go ahead and log in to GitHub. Okay, if you don't see any here, what you're going to go ahead and do is this: GH auth login. You're going to go ahead and click enter. Then from there, it's going to ask you, where do you want to use, or where do you use GitHub? You're going to go ahead and click github.com. What is your preferred protocol for Git operations on this host? Click HTTPS. Then from there, it's going to say log in with the web browser, or you can paste your auth token if you have one. Click login with the web browser. And then from there, you're going to go ahead and get a one-time code. Okay, you're going to get a one-time code. From there, you're going to go ahead and click enter. And then from there, you're going to be able to log in to your account. Okay, you're going to be able to log in. So this is going to be a one-time code, so it's going to change every single time. So as you can see, it's ending in 4000A. So if you make a new one right here, GH auth login, enter, 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 boom, you're going to get a whole different code. Okay, so the code's always going to generate, so feel free to stream and stuff like that, and that code's okay to be shown. So then from there, once you're logged into your GitHub, okay, on your terminal, first thing you're going to go ahead and do, make sure you push all of your updates. So you can go ahead, and your repo should actually already be connected via the source control. It actually makes it really, really easy. And you're going to get a messages box here. You need to go ahead and type in your message for the changes that you just did. So you could say, I updated the layout V4, okay, or you could do V1. Then we're going to go and commit, and then it's going to say sync changes. I'm going to do OK, and then it's going to go ahead and give me a check mark. Okay, if you don't see a check mark, if you are getting errors here, go ahead and copy that error, paste that into the chat, and see if you can get it resolved, or you're probably not logged into the right account. You need to switch to the right account. You can also use the extension Git Lens, which is pretty good. It'll let you log in through here. You'll see your main branch, and then from there, you'll be able to commit and push the changes from here as well too. Okay, so now we're gonna have our site on our GitHub. Now I'm gonna go ahead and open up GitHub here. Okay, and I want to make sure that my project is actually here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is click on the top right here, and then I'm going to go to repositories. Then from there, I'm going to go ahead and click here. So boom, I'm going to be able to go ahead and see the repository here. Okay, very, very clean, nice files here. I'm going to go ahead and I'll keep this public. By the time it's posted, I'll make it private. Okay, so jarrettdeals.com. Okay, this is for a client that I've been doing. Okay, so we have the skills in here, etc. So now from here, I can see the repos clearly here. Now what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go to Vercel. I'm going to go to vercel.com. So on vercel.com, I'm going to log in using GitHub.
Okay, so you guys need to log in using your GitHub account where your repo is connected to. It's going to be the easiest way. Then from there, you're going to click on the top right. You're going to click on this Add New section. I want you to click on Project. And then from here, you're going to say Install the GitHub application for the accounts you wish to import from to continue. You're going to click on Install. Click on Install Vercel. Okay, you could do only select repositories if you want. Select your repository. Okay, then from there, click Install. After that, your repository is then going to be lined up here. If you use Next.js, you'll have the Next.js logo. If you use Vite for your file servers, then you're going to see the Vite logo here. So for Next.js, we're going to go ahead and click on Import. Okay, we're going to leave the root directory here, jarrettdeals.com. Next.js, that's the application that I decided to build the program on. Okay, so we're going to have the build command, next build. Okay, default directory here. Okay, and then the install command. So we could really do npm install, and then that should work too. If you guys have any hidden environment variables too, you can go ahead and put those in here. And what these are going to be like secret API keys, Stripe API keys, etc. This is more of just a simple landing page that I created for a client. So I'm going to be keeping it quite simple for him in this example. Okay, so from here, I'm going to go ahead and deploy. So I'm going to click on deploy. I'm going to wait here, wait for the build logs to go ahead and generate everything. And if you guys are getting an error, make sure that your build commands are correct. Okay. If you're getting an error, also make sure that your application preset is correct. Okay. You should either be building your projects majority of the time on either Next.js, which is really, really popular. It makes it really, really easy to build your applications and ship them and deploy them easily. Or you can use Vite, which is also going to be really, really good too. So while this is building, I'm going to go ahead and break down. Okay, never mind. It happened so fast. No time to talk about anything else. So cool. Congratulations. We now deployed a project. So now what I'm going to go ahead and do, right? So here, go to agent. So here you can install the plugins if you want. If you wanted to add Vercel plugins and stuff like that. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is go back into my anti-gravity, right click, and the paste. And then I'm going to click yes. So you're going to right click, install all the ones here. So if you're using Cursor or Claude, it should work. I thought it would work on anti-gravity, but I guess not. But if you guys are using Cursor and Claude, I guess that's the special ones they want to support. But if you guys want to do that, then yeah, that's that. So then from there, you know, job's not finished. So I'm going to continue the dashboard. I'm going to go ahead and click on jarrettdeals.com. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and check it out. Make sure all my buttons work at the very top. Very clean 2D site here. So Jarrett the deal maker, boom. Top left sends me back up here. Have here, boom, 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 boom. Text now, call now buttons. Very clean messages. Call button straight through the browser. Very, very clean. Sales group button as well too, straight to his group. All the deals he's done. Straight SMS, everything he offers, clean 2D diagonal cards. We have a on load in here chart. So very, very cool. So as the chart scrolls, you can see the chart decides to go up as you scroll. Little animations like that. Very, very interactive, very cool. Let's make him a deal. Awesome. Y'all know what loan song that is. Boom. Send your inquiry, which will send it straight to his email. And then we have the social medias here as well too. Privacy and terms and conditions pages. Gotta generate those too. Okay, so yeah, now that the site is working, we have the vercel.app. Let's go and let's change this from the vercel.app to an actual domain. So I'm gonna go to Vercel here. I'm gonna go ahead and click to the left. Okay, and I'm gonna click here where it says domains. So whenever you click domains, I'm going to click on add existing. Okay, so the existing domain that I do have is going to be jarrettdeals.com. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that. Copy and paste your domain name. Connect to an environment. Make sure you're doing production, so it's doing the one that's actually live. And then from there, you're going to go ahead and create it. So after that, it's going to say invalid configuration. So I'm going to go ahead and click on edit, make sure it both says jarrettdeals.com. Okay. You can go ahead and completely ignore that. Go ahead and click on your DNS, and what you're going to go ahead and do is put the Vercel DNS on your name server. Now, I can go ahead and it's going to completely ignore the DNS records. It's just going to disable it. So now I'm going to go ahead and click on refresh. And then there we go. It's going to go ahead and generate certificates. And then from there, we can go ahead and update your SEO images and stuff like that too. So I'm going to go ahead and go to anti-gravity. I'm going to say, use this picture that I just added in the chat and optimize it for SEO, its title and description, and use the pasted image for the SEO when people search. Okay. Then from there, we're gonna go ahead and make a custom J logo. With SVG, optimize the SEO heavily. Okay. So I'll go ahead and I'll swap to a decent model. We'll go Claude for that. Okay, so before you finalize everything, make sure that you optimize your SEO, your search engine optimization. So when people search whatever it is that you're looking at or looking for, then yeah, it's going to be pretty simple. Okay, you can see, safe. All right, so extremely simple here. Don't make it hard. So I need to make sure that these SEO updates are completed though. One moment. Go ahead and accept these. Now your changes are going to go ahead and be done. Accept them all. Super SEO. And click commit. Sync. Okay. So bar. So now what I'm going to do is go back to Vercel deployments. Pray to God that these go through. God, please. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. We're live. Boom. Nice. Now we have the J in the top left here. So super duper cool. I don't like that SMS. Okay, it just kind of ruined a lot of the text. That's ghetto. Okay, now we're good now. All right, we're good, stream. I don't know why I just deployed that like that. But yeah, we're good. All right, live. That's how you go live. Love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I pray that was easy. Peace. Bitcoin mining is the network's backbone, and it's not just about earning crypto, it's how Bitcoin's created in the first place. Miners use powerful computers to solve the puzzles. They secure the blockchain with an immutable new block each time, and this process is the global security system that prevents double spending and fraud, and it verifies all transactions across thousands of independent computers, replacing a central authority. Without miners, Bitcoin wouldn't even exist, and it would collapse. But with them, it's become one of the most secure financial systems on Earth, powering the trust and transparency of decentralized money. Let's go and let's talk about how Bitcoins are created and why the government owns it. Inshallah, if God wills. Let's go. So, class, welcome. Let's go and let's talk about how Bitcoin is created in the first place. So Bitcoin is generated by mining it. Okay, Bitcoins don't just spawn out of thin air. And as you know, Bitcoin is also a limited cryptocurrency. So other cryptocurrencies for the most part are going to be infinite, but Bitcoin is actually going to have a limited amount of currency. Okay, there's only 21 million Bitcoins that exist. Okay, and each one of them is created by getting mined. So what happens is a computer, okay, and the computer is obviously powered by resources. Okay, so certain countries take more power than others to create certain Bitcoins. Okay, so if you're in a country that charges a lot for power, then you'd be paying more on your electricity bill in order to mine the cryptocurrency. Okay, and what you would need is a super powerful computer with a graphics card that can handle the Bitcoin mining. Okay, so what a graphics card is, it's a piece of the computer that's external. Not all computers have external graphics cards. Some have inbuilt graphics cards, which is why they're slower than others. But what you need is a really powerful computer, and then from there you'll be able to load up the Bitcoin mining software, and it can go ahead and get created. We're going to talk into the technicals, exactly how everything works. Bitcoin mining is super duper cool. You might even want to do it and see if this is a good way that you guys might want to generate some income, depending on what country you're in as well too. You'll be able to save a lot of money on power, and you could potentially mine yourself or create yourself a Bitcoin for way less than buying it. So let's jump into it, class. So what is mining even in the first place? Mining is not digging dirt. Bitcoin miners aren't digging into the ground with actual pickaxes, digging into the dirt, looking for resources. No. Okay, so what it is computers mining Bitcoin via a software. Okay, and the job is to secure the network and process transactions. Okay, so it secures the network by making everything decentralized. So in a traditional bank system, let's say you wanted to send a wire transfer, for example, right? The bank would be able to decide whether yes or no if the transaction wanted to go ahead and get approved or declined. Within a decentralized network, such as sending Bitcoin, things like that don't occur. Since everything is done by smart contracts, okay, everything is autonomous and automatic, done by computers, okay? And that's what Bitcoin mining comes into place too. Even creating Bitcoin, instead of just clicking print on the dollar like they do with fiat currency, Bitcoin actually has to go through a whole process in order for a Satoshi to be created in the first place, okay? So Bitcoin mining helps keep Bitcoin decentralized. The reason why the US dollar fails is because they just go up to the printer and click print. Okay, there's no real strategical process that goes from start to finish for the most part that keeps its base value cooked in. Yes, you can just print more dollars, but that would inflate the other ones. Since there's a finite amount of cryptocurrency, there has to be a secure process in place in order for it to be created, for it to be fair for everybody. And mining is the way it's done. Let's keep going. So think of the blockchain network as a public notebook. So you might have heard of what the blockchain network is. So the blockchain network is pretty much a public copy of everything that's been done, every transaction that's been created, every Bitcoin that's been mined, and every transaction that's happened. Okay, so the blockchain is pretty much going to be a verifiable place to where you can see if your transactions were even completed as well. Okay, so within the blockchain, you'll be able to put in your, let's say, address. Let's say you did a transaction. You could copy that transaction address, put it onto the blockchain or some type of blockchain checker, and you could see if there were any confirmations. Okay, confirmations are pretty much going to go ahead and let you know when your transaction is ready to be completed. Okay, either the money has been sent over and it's about to hit somebody's wallet, okay, or it's on the way to hit your wallet, okay, depending on the situation. So the blockchain is a public notebook that everyone has a copy of. And mining is the process of adding a new page, okay, which is a new block to this notebook. So page one, right? Let's say Alice sent some money to Bob. Okay, let's say they sent 5 Bitcoin. You're going to be able to see that. Okay, you'll be able to see the Bitcoin addresses, etc. And you'll be able to see when the transaction was sent, how much Bitcoin or how much cryptocurrency was sent. And you'll be able to see the miners working on certain things as well too. Okay, you'll be able to see when Bitcoin transactions have been implemented and grounded into the blockchain. Whether a big whale is buying or selling, the blockchain shows us everything. Okay, keeping cryptocurrency really, really safe. So proof of work. So once again, Bitcoin, it's not created like the dollar. You don't just go up to the printer and click on print over and over and over again. It's created by POWs, also known as proof of work. So to add a page to the notebook, computers must solve a super hard math puzzle that requires a pretty powerful computer as well too. So make sure you guys have a good graphics card inside of your computer before you think of doing anything like that. Okay, so to add a page to the notebook, you got to have a super powerful computer, and then the computer has to do calculations and try to guess the number. Okay, so imagine guessing a number between 1 and 1 trillion. Okay, you have to guess randomly. So computers then make trillions of guesses per second to find the random number, okay, which is going to be the hash. Okay, So that's how the proof of work works. And that's pretty much all the work that the computer is doing. The computer is constantly running calculations, trying to find and guess the correct numbers in order to generate a Bitcoin. Okay. And that takes a lot of power, a lot of resources. So make sure you guys are watching your energy bill before you think about getting into this. So this is exactly what I mean. You need a powerful computer. Okay. Your computer has to be good. It can't be a weak computer. Okay. So understand that you cannot mine Bitcoin from your laptop. Okay, you cannot mine Bitcoin on a laptop anymore. Okay, so these with, with the screen, a little keyboard, not cutting it if you want to mine Bitcoin. Okay, get yourself a real strong desktop with a real graphics card before mining Bitcoin even crosses into your brain. Okay, so you need specialized machines called ASICs. And ASIC stands for an application specific integrated circuit. And they do one thing: guess numbers for Bitcoin. Okay, they're loud, hot, and they use a lot of electricity. Okay, so before you guys think about just putting it into your room, keep all of this into play. Okay, keep all of this into play. Save for Airbnb owners as well too. If you guys have Airbnbs, what people are doing is signing up for Airbnbs and mining Bitcoin at Airbnbs in order to save money on power bills and stuff like that. Or people are also even moving to other countries in order to save on power bills too, so they can mine Bitcoin for a lot cheaper. So keep all of these things into play and understand that the future is really changing a lot. People are starting to get a lot more equipped and doing a lot more strategical moves to mine all the Bitcoin as possible before it goes away. So what's the point of this? Like, why do it in the first place? So the reward, right? The winner who solves the puzzle first gets paid in brand new Bitcoin. Okay, a brand new Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is created by whoever has the best computer, right? And is solving the most problems. Okay, the more computers you have solving more problems, okay, the more Bitcoin that you're going to accumulate in the first place. Okay, so it's going to be either one computer or a whole room full of computers. Okay, and what they're doing math. Okay, 2 plus 2 equals, okay, and then whichever one of the computers can find the hidden number, okay, goes ahead and generates the Bitcoin. Okay, after you find the random number, or one of the computers generates it and finds the right calculations, then a hash is going to go ahead and get created. Okay, then from there, you're going to go ahead and get paid within your Bitcoin. And you keep doing that, keep doing that. Now, the computers do have a high chance, once again, to consume a lot of power, which means that the resources inside of the computer, processor, graphics card, RAM, etc., have a high chance to go out and combust. So before you think about doing this, make sure you guys have some money to the side to pay your bills, maintain everything. So I don't want you guys going broke to do this. But this is how Bitcoin is created by computers solving complex math, looking for a specific number. And once again, the more you have, the more Bitcoin you'll be able to generate. Since the more computers you have, inshallah, if God wills, the quicker you'll be able to look for hash codes, and the quicker those computers will be able to solve different types of calculations. So what's the point of this? Why is it essential for security in the first place? So it's costly to cheat, right? So to fake a transaction, you need more computer power than all other miners combined, making it pretty much obsolete, not even worth it, and not even worth the while. So immutable. So once a block is buried under other blocks, it's mathematically impossible to change it, because the way that Bitcoin works is that the computer is hunting for hidden numbers. Okay, it's hunting for random numbers and it's trying to guess the correct numbers. So the chances of it being faked or created within a false context would pretty much be almost impossible. Okay, since there's so many numbers and it's looking to guess the correct one. And it's decentralized. So no single boss controls the ledger. So no people can just be like, you know what, we're going to decline this transaction. We're going to approve this transaction. Oh, you want to send $10,000 to somebody in another country? You know what, we're going to go ahead and decline this and shut down your bank. Okay, that's happened to people. Okay, and that's not fair. It's not fair. There might be money you might need to send to somebody in another country to help send your family some money, to help pay your employees or whatever. Cryptocurrency is such a beautiful blessing on this earth. God is the greatest, you know? It's being able to send $1 million to somebody the next day. Boom. Just like that, snap of a finger. And nothing is even remotely concerning, okay? It's beautiful. We want to be focusing on buying as much cryptocurrency as possible, guys. Focus on it, okay? Focus on it. So no single boss controls the ledger, guys. It's decentralized. We're all in this together as a family, and thousands of miners protect it together. Okay, the cryptocurrency community, it's really a family. They just want people to send money and collect their money freely, without any restraints, without any cringe blockages or anything like that, without any 3 a.m. shutdowns. They just want people to send their money borderless all around the world and spend their money all around the world. God is the greatest. You know, to be able to live in this type of time period where we can have this type of decentralization, it's really a blessing. Okay, take advantage of this time period, guys, and let's keep learning about cryptocurrency. So let's talk about the wall of energy. What is this? Okay, so it's a feature, not a bug. So people complain about energy use, but that energy is a wall protecting the money. So you have to understand that the printers, okay, if they just keep printing the dollars, inflation is going to continue to increase. Okay, which is why the US government, for example, is running to cryptocurrency to kind of save its tail. So energy equals real world cost. Okay, you can't really fake that. When that mean power bill gets sent over to you, you got to pay that. It just is what it is. Okay, it's kind of hard to dodge that because it costs real actual money, electricity to mine, and the actual account too. You can't just be like a fake person. You got to actually go sign up for the power account, put your card on there, etc. So because it costs real money, electricity to mine, you're incentivized to play by the rules, keeping it safe and free though for everybody. Okay, free for everybody to jump in, I'll say. Okay, because some things are going to be gatekept through certain other things, but as far as just the freedom to start, anybody can start. Okay, you might just need the ASICs computer, pay for the energy, but as far as just the freedom to start, anybody can start. So if you cheat, you waste electricity and you lose money. Okay, so it's pretty much not going to be worth it at all, because the point of this is to gain some Bitcoin. So inshallah, you can maybe see some profit. So keep everything stable and keep everything well-rounded. Make sure you have everything planned before you just start trying to do anything. Okay, so let's talk about the life cycle, right? So a broadcast. So if you send one Bitcoin to a friend, the network is going to hear it. Okay, the blockchain is going to see it. You could see if the transactions were completed via what's called confirmations. Okay, so compete. Miners then race to solve the math puzzle, the hash, to box up transactions. Okay, and then verify. The winner shows their proof and everyone checks it instantly. And this keeps it secure. Okay, this page is glued to the notebook forever, also called the blockchain, and then the miner decides to go ahead and get paid. So that is the full 1, 2, 3, 4 cycle of how Bitcoin mining actually occurs. Okay, so the computers are looking to solve the hash puzzle. Okay, after the computer solves the hash puzzle, then the miner will go ahead and get paid in Bitcoin, inshallah, if God wills. So keep it simple. All right, y'all. Happy Bitcoin mining. I pray you guys do well. If you want to go set up a rig or set up your own basement, do it. Okay, be ready to pay that electricity bill, but I believe in you guys. If you're interested in Bitcoin mining, head over to stackmode.net for all trading education, and I'll teach you guys and we can talk about absolutely whatever. Stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Organic content will always be better than AI content in literally every single way possible. If you want to succeed in business, you have to know how to get into your clients' and viewers' hearts before you just jump into their wallet. Let me show you guys the exact guide how. Let's do it. Yo, so I just want you guys to know that organic content will always outperform AI content. Once again, organic content will always outperform AI generated content. So understand that there's a couple of reasons why for this. Okay. One, especially when it comes to social media and things like that, you have to know how to get into the user's hearts. Okay. Whoever's watching your videos, make sure that you're getting into their hearts before you just try and get into their wallet. Okay. It's very, very important that we pay attention to that. If you're able to get into a user's hearts, right, they're going to come back to your business, come back to your service. Let's say you do hair, for example. Okay. If you're able to give them a good quality hair service or plumbing service, HVAC service, trading mentorship service, whatever you do, and they're able to leave feeling joyful, or they're able to scroll on your post and feel joy, feel happiness, that is going to stick in their heads, and most importantly, stick inside of their hearts. Okay. You want to get into their hearts
before you just try and get into their wallet. So that's why it's really, really important to understand that organic content will always get into the user's hearts quicker than AI content can. Okay, so we have to always keep that in mind. So look, take person A for example. Okay, my amazing drawing here. Okay, Picasso. So person A is scrolling on their phone. Let's say person A is looking to get into trading. Okay, person A wants to learn how to trade. Okay, there's going to be two types of reels they're going to be able to see. Okay, you're going to have reel number one. Okay, reel number one is going to be a testimony. Okay, so they saw a whole life change, or someone 360 their whole life because they were able to make it from trading. Or let's say they see post number two. Okay, they're just going to go ahead and see a Gemini image ad. Okay, the life testimony really showing people how you were able to change your life, right? Real pictures, real results, real situations of you not being as successful as you wanted to be. Okay, those types of videos will always outperform the best Gemini image ad that you could find. Okay, because you were able to capture the user's emotions. So capture the user's emotions. That's going to be extremely, extremely important. So we're going to start it off with this. So how do we capture the readers or watchers? Okay, if it's a post, then it's going to be the readers. So the watchers, or let's say the viewers. So how do we capture the viewers' attention? Okay, there's going to be a couple of things that we can do. Okay, one, be genuine. Okay, talk about real situations that have occurred in your life. Okay, talk about real situations. If you're a plumber, for example, maybe trying to start some plumbing mentorship, or maybe just trying to teach people more about plumbing, okay, etc. So just understand that whatever you do teach, just be genuine. Okay, be genuine. Have real funny perspectives, real life perspectives that people can actually feel. And then it's going to be a lot easier to get into the framework of success, because people are going to be able to feel you. And once again, once you're genuine, you're going to be able to have trust and get into their hearts. Okay, they're going to trust you. Okay, two, another way to capture viewers' attention: results. Results. Show some work you've done. Show some results. Show some clients that you've helped. Show yourself doing live actual examples. Because once people start seeing results, okay, once people see results, then people start to build trust. Okay, results equals trust and retention. So when they're seeing results from your service, from your education, and they're seeing other people get results as well, that's going to be a good way to incline trust and retention. Okay, so trust is going to be really, really important, because one, you want people to whip out the card and buy your service in the first place, or feel confident enough to get in a position to even want your service. Okay, and then we're going to have retention. Okay, retention is going to be extremely, extremely important. You want retention. Okay, you want customers to be retained to your service. You want them to be coming back over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, take Tupperware for example. A company, Tupperware, went out of business due to the fact that their product wasn't retention based. Okay, it was a product that people bought once and then they never needed it again. Okay, retention. Focus on your retention, and retention is going to bring you your monthly income. Okay, retention is going to bring you your monthly income. So you need your customers to stay retained. You need your customers to stay engaged, and you need your customers to stay paying every single month. Okay. So that way you're going to have an easy time when it comes to paying your bills. So, how do I get more followers? Okay. So, how do I grow on social media? Okay. A big question a lot of people have. One, for example, on Instagram Reels, one of the videos that I posted that blew up firstly was just a video of me talking about God and just talking about real stuff and how you shouldn't give up on trading in the backyard. Okay. So, number one, understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. So understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. Okay. This is because it's going to be something that everyone's going to be able to have a laugh at. Everyone's going to be able to feel. Everyone's going to be able to understand. And that directly correlates right into the user's heart. We want to get into their heart. Get into their heart. So when you're dropping relatable content, even if it's something that somebody hasn't done yet, post stuff that people want to do. If you know people want to learn how to trade, then you need to be dropping videos of you teaching people how to trade and showing your results of you actually getting in actual setups, etc. Okay, so it's going to be really, really important. Understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. I want you to win and be successful. Okay, but we can't do this without getting into the client's heart. I cannot emphasize that enough. AI content, okay, AI does not know how to get into the user's hearts or the viewer's hearts. Okay, so being an empath in business really, really helps too. Okay, make your post emotional. Okay, if you were having a hard time trading and then boom, you hit a massive breakthrough, that's gonna build a lot of trust. Okay, people are gonna be like, whoa, I was struggling just like that guy and he was able to climb over the hump and become profitable too. It's gonna build a lot of trust in your community. People are gonna know you, especially when you're a mentor. People have to know you. It's really, really important for people to know you. So that's why you're gonna guys are gonna start seeing more of my life story and stuff come out as well too. So understand that AI, once again, does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. You must make your post emotional. You have to. Absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay. Too many people make social media too hard. And too many people just don't trust themselves. Okay, you have to trust yourself in the first place. So, how do we capture viewers' attention? We're going to be genuine. Genuineness equals trust. Results as well too, when you're posting that, equals trust and retention. When you're posting your results, then they're going to want to get results just like you, keeping them shopping for your client, getting your mentorship service, etc., so you can progress along, or they can progress along with you. Okay. Number one way grow on social media is you need to drop genuine, relatable content. Genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. I'm telling you guys. Okay. I'm telling you. So AI does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. Make your post emotional. Okay, make your post emotional. That's how you're going to separate yourselves from other content creators as well too. What type of emotions can you engage from your user whenever they're watching you? Okay, stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I should catch you guys at Stackmode. .net. Okay, I should genuinely catch you there. If I don't see you at Stackmode.net, you're gonna confuse me. Okay, you're gonna confuse me and you're gonna make me think that you don't want it, you don't want money for real, and you don't want to improve your life. Let's grow your business and let's take that business profit and let's go ahead and let's translate that into more money with trading. Okay, trading, business, and trading. That is what we teach here. Okay, and we funnel these into each other to build a giant income loop. Okay, love you guys so much. I'll see you there. Peace. $2026. Let's get real with ourselves, guys. We got to understand that if we want to progress, if you want to do real estate, if you want to own your own business, if you want to just be a profitable trader, being hungry in our mindset is going to differentiate the wolves and the sheep. If you're not hungry for it, how are we going to reach our goals? You say you want to invest in certain things, right? Let's say stock, for example. Let's say a stock that you believe in. Serve, they've been trying to replace DoorDash and certain stocks as well too with these AI robots and stuff, etc. And there's a lot of new opportunity around. Tons. So one thing that we're going to need this year, cash. Your income flow is going to be extremely important and imperative to your success. Your income flow. You need to be flowing your income within proper directions. Okay? Make sure that when you get to a certain level, you tell yourself, I'm going to have my money consistently flowing. Because I'm telling you, once you start getting cash and start hitting your trades, you can easily go take that money, go blow it and lose it all. But you could end back up flat. Ending up flat is the last thing that I ever want for you guys. Last year, I moved to Vegas. Year before that, moved to Atlanta. And now I'm chilling right here, spending some time with my mom. And about to buy another house. Inshallah, if God wills. And just going on this journey and maturing has just made me realize that we want to preserve, okay? So before you invest, stop thinking money. Oh, income. Yes, money. Yes, income. Yes, preservation. But we also do have to understand that we're doing this for ownership. My wife said something that was really smart, and it's on Earth. We're looking for dominion on Earth. We want dominion over the animals, Oh, yeah, we want dominion over the animals. Shout out Sassy. That's the cat's name. Dominion over ourselves and some freedom. I worked in the corporate IT world for a long time. I did tech support. I programmed credit card terminals. I worked with Salesforce, Power BI. I worked with multiple softwares, doing IT work for about 4 years since I was 18. I'm 22 now. And I've really been doing computer network stuff my whole life, even on old YouTube channels and stuff. I got videos of me showing people how to make Minecraft servers on Hamachi and stuff like that. Even if you've seen my old privated videos, I used to have videos with like hundreds of thousands of views, showing people how to configure Windows and stuff like that. So if you're an OG Stackmode member and you've seen my first videos, then yeah, they're privated now though, because don't even want people to remember or think about that, because we don't play the game anymore. Why play video games when the game is in real life also too? But investing is about preservation. Even a job, for example. A job isn't preservation. A job can literally drop you at any time. They can, as soon as they get tired of you, they can be like, all right, you're done. They don't care if you have bills. They don't care if you have to eat. They don't care about nothing. They care about the company's success, not your success. They care about the company's success, not your success. Okay? So you have to prioritize your success. You have to prioritize your ownership. Ownership in this world is what differentiates the slaves, the sheeps, from the wolves and the owners. And it starts with mindset too. The ownership mindset and the Stackmode mindset is really something that I think people are just born with and blessed with at this point. And alhamdulillah, thank God, if you're watching this, you definitely have a hustler's mindset because you're watching self-improvement right now. But if you don't have a hustler's mindset or spirit, you can develop one. I used to be like 300 pounds and you can develop one. I always wanted money though. And I always had like goals and dreams, but I realized that my whole life I'm supposed to be doing YouTube. I'm supposed to be teaching. I'm supposed to be spreading content. And working that IT job was really holding me back for a long time. And I'm excited to just jump in and go fully just forward with you guys. And I'm ready to dominate in this space. Teach you guys a lot of new stuff. I just dropped a new book, working on a new course combo, and dropping neuro trading, why we're buying Bitcoin, understanding what Bitcoin really is. Bitcoin is a lot deeper than it might seem. People think like, oh, Bitcoin is just going up to make money. No, this is a fight against inflation. This is a fight against the fact that the United States has been printing trillions of dollars for years, and that taxpayers have been getting robbed for years, and that we don't even know where the money is even gone to when it comes to the United States. It's probably in just some greedy people's hands and stuff like that. So investing this year, have an ownership, boss, CEO, Stackmode mindset. Have a CEO mindset. That's what I want you guys to come into 2026 thinking. Have a CEO mindset, okay? I don't want you guys falling off, okay? Or having to shake back. You know, having to shake back after you fall off and stuff like that, it sucks. We won't have to shake back if we're just staying at the top, if we're just staying afloat. So all this asking people questions like, oh, should I do this? Should I do this? Let's ball. Okay? Let's ball. We got to go hard. We got stuff to do. You want to get in these trades, stack some cash, and get in your setups at the lows. Buy low, sell high. But understand that you're not trading to put yourself on the income hamster wheel. You are not working your job to put yourself on the income hamster wheel. This is why I push investing so much, because God forbid, if you come to a point in time where you leave your job or they fire you or you lose your job, right? Whatever. Or the company shuts down. Are you going to not be able to pay your bills because you want to rely on that every 2 weeks check? Are you going to put your life and your family's jeopardy in another person's hands? That's not it. That's not P. And I can't push that here at Stackmode. Even if you are working a job, you need to be investing. You need to be doing some type of higher time frame swing trading so your money is making you money in your sleep. If you're not making money in your sleep, I literally don't know what you're doing. If you're not making money in your sleep, if you're not making money pretty much 24/7 by some passive income that became passive due to activeness, then I don't know what you're doing. You have to keep hustling, whether it be real estate. You got tenants paying you every single month because you hustled enough cash to get the house in the first place. Whether it be your stock portfolio, you're able to catch the trades and grow your futures account, options account, Forex account, stocks, shares account, whatever. You're able to grow your account due to the fact that you grinded the cash. You took your time. You weren't playing games. So another thing too, if you want to be a boss and CEO in 2026, hop off the game. Get off the P5, get off the Xbox, stop hopping on Steam, stop opening COD and playing Battle.net. If you want to be a CEO and a boss, we're going hard this year. We're not playing games. We're not playing games because life is so much deeper than income. A lot of people think, money is the end all be all. Once I get this certain amount of money, I'm going to be happy. And I know it literally sounds so cliche, but you will not be happy even when you just touch a certain amount of money, okay? If you have $1 million and you're still in an apartment, for example, you're not going to be happy from a lot of the times. You're not going to be happy. You're going to want your backyard to go out to. You're going to want to see the sun, see your grass, see your flowers, have a driveway. Okay? If you have $1 million and you're driving a Toyota that's breaking down every single day, it's not about having the nicest car. It's that you have enough money to get a car where you can sit in it, sit in luxury and leisure, not having anxiety of it breaking down and stuff like that, etc. That's ownership over your life. Okay? Ownership over your life. It's not just income. So don't just get this money just to spend it or just to not spend it too. A lot of people are still renting homes, right? Monopoly. We need to think about Monopoly. Monopoly. The winner of the game is the person who owns the most assets. Who owns the most? Who has the most dominion? Okay, and whoever has the most dominion wins the game. So understand that this income is not just to ball. Your income can be relative in so many spectrums. Your income can fluctuate in so many different ways. And lifestyle inflation is also going to be another big factor that I do want to speak about. Inflating your life too fast can literally set back months, weeks, years worth of progress for no reason. Do not inflate your lifestyle immediately. I need you to be patient. I need you to grind, and I need you to stay down. Okay? Stay down. Invest. Own. Go buy a house. Before we start thinking Lamborghinis and whoop-de-whoop, a lot of these kids are running around Urus with no house. So it's like we can't be trying to get the Lamborghini before the house. And in Stackmode, we push ownership. I never want you guys to feel like you're in a situation of no one can take care of you, feeling like you're in a situation of needing help, okay? I want you guys to feel like bosses and CEOs. And in order to do that, we have to develop and change our mindset in every single way possible. Getting to the next level, getting to where you want to be is going to take maximum determination, maximum effort, and it's going to require a completely different mindset change. You have to 360 your life. Complete 360. Okay? Let's complete 360 your life. Turn it all around. The people who are around you, are they supporting you? Are they also investing? Because I'm telling you, whoever's around you is going to affect your mindset and your journey. If you're hungry for it, if you're an investor, if you're someone who likes to make money, and you understand that money is a tool, not a resource that we just need to just splurge. And when we understand that it's also a tool, the people who understand that money is a tool cannot be around people who don't understand that money is a tool. You will be frustrated. You'll be disappointed, and you'll be just in a state of survivor's remorse too. Let's say you do become a millionaire, right? Which inshallah of God wills, you will. Especially through Stackmode.net teaching. We're balling. I'm going to show you guys this from zero. Because I know I'm definitely confident in myself. So I've been showing you guys just some crazy nasty results, and I'm ready to run this bag up. Confident in myself. I'm confident in what God put in me. And confident to continue to pray and keep grinding. But understand that in order for us to progress, we have to win. You see this? Okay. We got things to take care of. You got people who love you, right? If not, you love yourself? If you love yourself, then let's get up. Let's do it. And going forward in 2026, the Stackmode mindset is geared towards ownership in every single way. That's also why I've been playing shares a lot too. I don't care if you guys make good money trading options, futures, or Forex. All those are income generators. Those are just income generators. That's all it is. Options, an income generator, leveraged asset. Futures, a leverage asset, income generator. And Forex. Most people don't trade Forex in the United States because they don't let you trade leverage Forex, so people just trade futures. So in even Forex, leveraged asset. Okay. Options, futures, and Forex are your income generators. Then I like to personally take like 50% of my trades from whatever I hit from those. I take that money, I put it into shares, and I keep growing my income like that. I keep growing my income, and I continue to focus on ownership. I don't win a good options trade and then go ball out. I used to do that when I was young. And shout out my boy Devin. He did that too. Buying coops, buying this, going to Atlanta, eating steak every day, buying clothes every day. I used to just be an idiot. I'm glad I did it. I was young, got to pop it a little bit. My first car was an Audi, you know. But when I matured, I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and stay down. Let me get the Mustang coupe instead. Let me pay a little bit less on insurance so I can invest more. You know, I started getting smarter. God put me through a lot of trials and tribulations young, especially financially, in order to mature me. Because that's why I can come on here and tell you guys like, yo, you do not want to be doing X, Y, and Z. Let's go ahead and let's change our whole mental framework so you guys do not struggle the same ways that I did. Because struggling sucks. It's literally pointless. It's stupid. And it's not pointless because you do learn. But if you don't get out the struggle, you don't learn. Okay? You're just going to be feeling bad. You're going to be feeling peon mode the whole time. And you're going to be feeling very confused and upset. Okay? And that's why I want to push ownership so bad to you guys. Because when you start making 5, 6, 7 figures a month, right? Even 4, right? 4, 5, 6, 7 figures a month. You do not want to be checking in 5 years later and being like, I just made all of this. Where's my money? You do not want to do that. I'm telling you, it's a lot of older people in that scenario right now, still living paycheck to paycheck, still struggling, still not being able to have dominion and leverage over their lives. Why? Because they're not prioritizing ownership. Ownership. Your income matters, but your income does not matter as ownership does. Once again, if you're making 4, 5, 6, 7 figures a year, if you're not funneling that into assets, if you have a hard time, say you lose your money on the market, you lose your money via business, etc., lawsuit, whatever, you do not want to come into a place in a mental state of where you've made tons of income and you have almost nothing to show for it. Funnel your money into assets. You're working hard now so you can chill later. Love yourself and treat your future self right. You're preparing for your future later, not now. Once again, even if you hit a nasty options trade for 4 figures, 5 figures, don't take that money and go to Chrome Hearts. Don't take that money and go pull up on the dealership immediately. Take that money, go get a house, use that house money to live off of forever, keep your options income, and then you could ball later. Okay? Because that money can come extremely quick. But I'm telling you, if you ever come into a season of where you lose it, you do not want to be disappointed, frustrated in yourself due to the fact that you didn't invest and you have nothing to show for it. We're not putting in this hard work to go backwards. We're putting in hard work daily, vigorously, in order to make sure that we're going forward. I don't want you guys to have to shake back. We're done shaking back. 2026, we're staying on top. Stay on top of your health, on top of your finances, on top of your mindset if you see yourself going into a dark space. Okay? We're not shaking back this year. We're going forward. We're going up.
If you just blew up your account, if you got to start the account from $100, run it up from that $100. There's times where I had to run it up from that $100 back to bands. So if you hit zero, if you go flat, you can run it up again, but your mindset is what's going to differentiate the sheeps and the wolves. If you're weak, you will eat yourself. You will truly eat yourself. Even when income is coming in and your brain changes, especially when you haven't handled certain things, but once you start passing that 5 figures a month threshold, it's more important then. The richer you get, the more disciplined you have to be. Extremely. The more income you start making, the more disciplined you have to be. And it's crazy. A lot of people think that they have the mindset that when they get rich, they're going to chill, they're going to do X, Y, and Z. And it really requires more mental energy the further you go up. Every level is going to only require more mental energy, which is why there's only such a small percentage of people having dominion on this earth. A lot of people aren't ready to go through that daily excursion to make sure that their resources are being stable. But if you're watching this right now, you're a ball player, and that's what you want for you and your family. So you can do it. But it's going to be days where it's going to be frustrating. It's going to be days where you might lose a trade, see your account in the red, and feel like you can't recover from that, but you can. You can. And you have to. Failure isn't a choice. It's either we succeed, we die, or we die trying to succeed. Failure is absolutely not an option under any circumstance. And getting in that stack mode ownership mindset, once again, your life is going to change in a lot of ways. You're going to question every decision you're doing. If you're pulling up on McDonald's right now, you're going to ask yourself, hold on, I'm spending $8 every single day. If I do this 5 days in a row, I just spent the 40 ball. And then I'm doing it next week. That's an 80 ball. Why are you spending an 80 ball at McDonald's with nothing invested? And I had to check myself. Times I was buying X, Y, and Z, buying steaks, buying this and that with my options profit. Instead of me taking my options profit that I was making thousands a day, instead of me taking that profit and funneling it, spent it on leisure, spent it on pleasing my flesh. And that led me to not getting to where I wanted to be as quick as I wanted. A lot of people get comfortable too. A lot of people think like 4 figures a month is strong, even 5 figures a month. But if you want to be legendary in this world, if you want to push to heights that no one around you has ever gotten to, you have to be comfortable with being in the trenches. You have to be comfortable with feeling alone too. I'm not going to lie. There's going to be times where you might feel alone. You might be frustrated. You might be like, why is everyone not trying to get to some money? Okay. And that's how you know you're a CEO. You're a CEO. Every CEO has felt like that. If you've been frustrated, people around you are on the same mindset as you, aren't funneling their income into asset pathways as you want to, don't let it frustrate you. There's people out there who grind like you, who hustle like you. You're watching this for a reason. So don't lose faith and do not lose hope and do not give up. Failure is not an option. Failure under any circumstance is not an option. Why did you open these charts? You open these charts because you love yourself.
You want to be in a better position. Anybody who's ever opened these charts loves themselves. Anybody who's ever opened these charts doesn't want to be in the same position. So don't let yourself be stagnant. Even when temporary failure arises, especially in the beginning too. This is why I push mentorship. This is why I give you guys that first call for free, to just frame your mind before you even come onto these charts. That's something that I wish I had, a mentor. Right. Instead, I just threw myself into the fire, got burned, came out, and I can just teach you guys how to not get burned. But there wasn't a lot of mentors when I started trading. I started in 2022. There wasn't a lot of people out here with information telling you guys the right things, and just through experience, trial and error, I've just been able to cultivate success for myself and my students and teach you guys like what not to do. So just take advantage of the fact that I give mentorship, because like once I'm gone, I'm gone. So really take advantage of that. Like do what you can, learn what you can, so you don't lose money making mistakes when you could just be getting money pretty much the whole time. Obviously, I didn't know what I know now, but if I knew what I do now, like you'd never lose. So if you go to mentorship and you have cash, you could pretty much never lose trades. Absolutely not. A lot of people like to promote low win rate. I think a lot of traders are really horrible. I think a lot of these guys are playing leveraged, playing with a gambling mindset. I don't want to show you guys inconsistent P&L. Your P&L shouldn't be making 5,000 one day, and then the next day you're losing 7,000, and then the next day you're making 3,000. Your P&L should not be seesawing and inconsistent like that. You should be making money as you sleep, making money as you focus on your work, on your business. When you're spending time with your family, your income should always be generating 24/7 if you're buying low and selling high. And that's another thing too. It's crazy how mindset is everything in this game. You're not trading for money. Like you're trading for ownership. Like you want ownership over your life. That's what you want money for. Before you even decide that you want money, you got to ask what you want money for in the first place. You got to decide. And everyone lives different. If you want to go to Jewelry Unlimited and bust down your teeth and go get a penthouse in Miami and rent a lamb, if that's you, then do that. But if you want to go buy houses, if you want to start Section 8, if you want to start real estate, if you want to make sure you're good forever, then do that. Okay? I'm not here to judge. But just understand that what path that you choose, what kind of lifestyle that you choose, is going to determine how much your soul can handle and really how much your pockets can handle. Because let's say you do choose the penthouse life. How are you going to focus? And this is the thing too that a lot of traders are promoting. A lot of traders are promoting get a big bag and go live a sinful lifestyle. And I'm telling you, you guys are going to go broke. You're going to go to the club, meet someone you probably shouldn't meet, and something can happen to you. You're going to go rent a Lamborghini and pick up some people who are impressed by just the car and don't care about you, and something will happen to you. Okay? So you got to ask yourself, are you trading because you love yourself, or are you trading to pop it? A lot of these young guys I see are on here to trade and to pop it. And they're on here lying to you guys too. A lot of people are posting, I want to show you guys the real. I'd rather show you guys a older paid off coupe rather than coming on here capping that I just bought the $300,000 Porsche GTR 3. Whole time it's on lease. Or even take a concierge, for example. A lot of guys will not be truthful and be like, yeah, I put the down payment down and I got it on lease. It's not even finance, it's a lease, which means they got to give it back. But what the marketing strategy is they lease the car with the down payment for a couple of years.
Then they post it on YouTube to make you guys think that they're having way more income than they are. This is why I show you guys actual numbers. I'm not here to play little games. I can show you guys my car. I don't really care. I show you guys real numbers. A lot of you guys are showing you guys cars and you still haven't seen an actual broker statement. I show you guys thousands of dollars in real profit from not only myself, my students. So shout out Neo Young too. It's a really good family man. He's a Forex trader, 6-figure trades, right? You don't see this guy posting his lamb and stuff like that. He's posting his family. So just, you can tell what kind of trader somebody is too by what they're posting. If they're posting more their whip than numbers, you already know. You already know. What that type of trader is they're praying that they can just hit a big win. Then they take that big win, go do lifestyle things with it. Then they build a little community off of people who don't have any actual information. Like if you just see someone in a Porsche, you're not going to be thinking, oh, they probably put a $5,000 down payment on that and then leased it. You're going to be thinking that they're rich. That's the first thing you're going to immediately think, that they're rich. This is why certain things that can't be faked really let you know somebody's wealth, like real estate. If somebody has real estate, they're wealthy. They're wealthy. Not only intellectually wealthy, but most likely financially. Okay? You can't fake a house. How are you going to fake a house? You cannot. There's certain things in the world you can't fake. You know, cannot fake certain things. You can't fake actual screenshot numbers. You know, even with my Webull portfolio, you guys can see the Stackmode.Chris at the bottom. And I'm not out here playing with you guys. I'm showing you the real, you know, because I'm actually performing on these markets. I'm actually performing on the charts. I don't have to post my car every day to make sales or get clients. You guys just listen to my information, because not only am I getting results, my students get results too. Okay. So be careful what you're looking at on social media too. Social media is a lot of retardation on there, and that's really why I started too. My plan was really just to get rich off the charts. I never was gonna hop on here and teach y'all for real. I didn't really care for that. But a lot of the goofiness and a lot of the people on here just capping y'all, it got me upset. So that's why I decided to just come on here and do my thing too. And yeah, trading is not to buy cars and go to Miami. Like they trying to make traders like rappers. Like we not trading to live a rapper lifestyle. Because I'm telling you, this is a game of focus. Rappers get paid to be lit. They get paid to show that kind of lifestyle on camera. So when you're bored in your house, you see that on YouTube and you're like, damn, their turn. They literally get paid to do that. Like there's a reason why rappers buy chains and stuff. A lot of people think it's stupid. It's not stupid. They buy chains because it's marketing for them. Okay. But if you're any dude on the block and you just trade the market, like you don't have to get 5 Maybachs and a chain and an SRT and stuff like that. Like you can take your route. Okay. Because especially in the trading community, especially by the older folks, the Wall Street professionals, the billionaires, that's not respected. That's not respected. They don't care about a leased car. They want to see your real estate portfolio. They want to see your percentage gains on the year. They want to see your actual statistics and your stats. They're not impressed by little things like a vehicle. So if you want to call yourself a big dog, you got to level up, man. Let's check out some World Cup stats. Are we out competing the S&P 500? As you guys can see, I posted a screenshot. We're up 10%, 11%. S&P 500 is only like 1.6. So statistics and numbers. Like nobody cares about Warren Buffett's car. They care about his statistics and his numbers and his trading skills and his investment research. Your skills will mean more than every item you ever acquire in this world. Your skills mean more than everything. Because you can go flat. You can go dead zero. You could lose it all. But if you got your skills, you can run it up back again. So a skillful human is a valuable human. Work on your skill. Work on your mindset. And in this year, 2026, we're trading for ownership. Do not trade for vanity. You are trading for ownership. Do not trade to go pay $5,000 a month in the Miami high rise. And then when the lease ends, you have no crib.
Please buy a house. I'm literally begging you. Please buy a house. Please. I am on hands and knees right now. Please do not splurge your money on retardation. Even if it might seem fun, later down the line, you're going to think you're retarded and you're going to be upset at yourself. So make the right decisions. Do not think that the high rise car lifestyle is what you're trading for. Be a real person, take care of your family, clear your debt, clear your bills, and have some ownership and dominion in your life. All right. I love you guys so much. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. I'm going to catch you in the next one. Let's do this. Peace.
Welcome to the beginner-friendly guide to trading futures. I'm going to make it extremely simple for you guys. Futures might sound intimidating at first, but here's the truth. They're just contracts that let you trade the future price of things like oil, gold, and even like the S&P 500 or NASDAQ 100 without ever actually owning them physically. And the best part, you can start small, control big positions, and react fast to the market. And here's how it works. You pick an asset, whether an index, currency, or commodity, decide whether you think the price will rise or fall, and place your trade and let the market move. If you're right, you win, profit. And if you're wrong, then you lose, but only what you put at risk. And it's that simple. And when you understand the rules, it all comes together over time. But here's the real secret. New traders really fail because they treat futures like gambling. Successful traders treat it like a business and a skill. They use levels, trends, risk management, and most importantly, have a trading plan every single time. Because the thing about futures compared to any other asset, you know exactly how much you're going to make and exactly how much you're going to lose per trade. So in this video, I'm going to break down the basics in the clearest way possible, showing you exactly how futures work, how to manage your risk, and how to avoid the biggest beginner mistakes so you can trade confidently. Let's jump into it, inshallah. All right, let's talk about trading futures. I'm going to make this guide extremely simple, okay? I'm not going to make it difficult. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to keep it easy, okay? I don't want you guys to be struggling. I don't want you guys to be going through hardship, okay? Futures is a way different game, okay? The discipline required to trade futures is night and day compared to anything else, okay? Futures, you need that real hardcore discipline. High risk involved into it, but you get disciplined. You learn how to control your flesh. There's a high reward involved into it, okay? And you can make money very, very quickly, okay? So let's go and let's jump into futures. So what is a futures contract in the first place? So let's talk about locking in the price. So a futures contract is simply an agreement to buy or sell something at a specific price on a specific date in the future. So let's say, for example, let's say a farmer grows corn, okay? And he's afraid that the price will drop before harvest. So he signs a contract today to sell his corn for $5 in December, okay? And no matter what happens, he gets $5, okay? He just traded a future, okay? Or a lot of people have been able to make money in instances like this. Say a price of something like eggs, okay, were to be increasing, okay? Some people were to buy futures and prepare for the increase and the cost of eggs, okay? So if you think the NASDAQ 100 is going to go up, the NQ, then you would go ahead and buy a long, okay? So a futures contract is being able to speculatively buy a directional bias and get paid based off of it. So you're buying whether or not if you want to buy a contract for buys, okay? Or you can buy if you think something's going to go down, okay? So it's going to be two ways you can be able to trade futures. You can buy contracts, or you can sell contracts if you think things are going to go in a downwards direction, okay? So you can prepare for the future in whatever speculative direction. So what are we actually trading in the first place? So we're trading standardized contracts. So we rarely trade the actual physical corn or oil. We're trading the contracts, and it's standardized. So every contract is identical, okay? Has the same size, same expiration date. And that's what makes futures so linear. On futures too, you know exactly how much you're going to make and exactly how much you're going to lose due to the fact that the tick sizes, okay, which is how much money a futures contract moves, okay, it's going to stay the same. Okay, only thing that's going to ever increase is the amount of contracts that you're playing with. Okay, but as far as your tick size and as far as the amount of money per tick, that is always going to remain the same per whatever contract you're looking at. Let's talk about liquidity. So you can buy and sell these contracts in milliseconds. Now, futures gives you a lot of control in your hand in 1 second. Okay. You can instantly click buy. And once again, it gives you the ability to buy or sell and get some money based off a directional bias. Okay. So you have the ability to buy or sell and get some money based off a directional bias. Okay. So has a lot of self-discipline that comes into play when it comes to trading the futures asset. Okay. Because you can instantly just get in and get out. Options, you got to go out, find the contract, etc. It's not that easy to just enter in a trade. Okay. But with futures, you can instantly just click buy or instantly click sell and be placed in a directional bias trade. Okay. So make sure that you know what you're trading, you understand margins. Okay. And what margins are is going to be the amount of money the futures contract is going to require. Okay. So say for instance, you're trying to trade the S&P 500 futures contract, the ES. Okay. If you're trying to trade the ES, then you might need at least $500, okay, inside of your futures account in order to open the trade. Okay. So understand that all the tick amounts are going to be the same, and as well as the margin amounts. Please look at the margin amounts on your broker before you start trading futures. And traders usually close the contract before the date arrives, so they never have to store 1,000 barrels of oil in the first place. So a lot of times you're going to see an expiration date on futures contracts. Okay, so let's say for example you're trading the ES. Okay, you might see something like ESQ. Okay, and when you see letters, each one of the letters are going to represent different expiration dates. Okay, so let's go and jump into the next slide. And the main reason why people like futures in the first place is going to be the leverage. Okay. It's an extremely, extremely, extremely powerful asset class to be trading, okay? But you can't blow the bag. You can't blow the bag, okay? So you're going to be able to control more with less, okay? So this is why traders really love futures. With other things, you got to deposit and it has more upfront cost in order for you to see some profitability. But with futures, you could really just deposit one time, okay? You only need one small deposit, okay, to cover the margin. So make sure you look at it. It's going to differentiate per broker, so I can't just give you guys a solid answer. Okay, on the NASDAQ 100, in order to trade the NQ futures contract, one broker might require $1,000 in order to trade it. One broker might require $5,000 in order to trade it. Okay, so whatever broker you're trading on, make sure you're looking at your margin, okay, requirements, so you know how much money you need in order to trade in the first place. Okay, so here's an example. Okay, so let's say your contract, once again, okay, is requiring a $1,000 margin. Okay, let's say you're trying to trade gold. Okay, let's say you're trying to trade the GC futures. You're trying to trade some gold. Okay, and the margin for gold, okay, is going to be $1,000. That means you would need at least $1,000 in your account in order to trade this futures. If you have less than $1,000 in your account, then what's happened is your account has the chance to get what's called liquidated. Okay, so if you need $1,000 in order to trade the asset class, you cannot go underneath that. Otherwise, your account is what's going to be called liquidated. Yes, futures is a leveraged asset, but that comes at the cost. You have to have the bare minimum amount in order to trade with the leverage. Okay, that's the other reason why people trade things like prop firm and stuff like that, is because they don't have the capital for the margin up front right now. But be patient and stack up that capital, because trading on your own live account really, really does help. Makes things a lot easier, and you have full control over your funds. So you could feed yourself and your family however you want. You don't have time to be playing on other people's rules. When you want to withdraw your money after you win a trade, you should be able to withdraw your money. So I really recommend live account. Okay. Get your life together, grind hard. Okay, work on your business, work on your job, level up, get some money together, and boot up a live account. Okay, I don't recommend you guys try and rush and go the prop firm route just to go ahead and avoid the margin. Okay, take your time, learn the skills. Okay, pay for some mentorship first, or sign up with a free call at stackmode.net, and I'll teach you guys how we could trade futures before you just start trying to boot up a prop firm and trying to just take any type of ghetto weird trades. Okay, because there's a lot of things that come into the futures market, okay, especially on a live account. Your margin is going to be the most important thing. If gold says that they need $1,000 in order to trade gold, Okay, you need $1,000, okay, in margin, okay, which is the bare minimum requirement in order to trade the asset class. If you go under that, your account could be zeroed out, okay, or your account could go into the negatives, okay, if price action moves too fast and clips past your stop loss, if you have one, okay, and if it moves too fast and clips into the negatives, then you would have to owe the broker money, okay, and if you don't pay it back, then they could sue you, etc. Okay, so make sure that you're paying attention to the margin cost on whatever broker that you're trading on. Every broker is going to be different. Okay, gold might require $1,000 to trade on one broker, might require $5,000 to trade on one broker. Okay, check it out and make sure you're doing your research. Let's go to the next slide. So, up or down? Okay, let's talk about long versus short. Okay, the difference between the two. So, in stocks, shorting. Shorting is when you're betting on the price direction to go down. Okay, shorting means down. Okay, and longing means you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Okay, so if you're speculating that the NASDAQ 100, gold, or whatever asset class that you're looking to trade is going to go in an upwards direction, okay, then what you need to be looking at is looking to buy a long contract. Okay, so you're going to be buying, okay, and going long. Since you think price is going to go up, okay, then you need to be buying, and that's going to be the long direction. If you think price is going to go down, you'd be shorting, okay, and you'd have to go ahead and purchase a sell contract. Okay, so go long, you buy a contract, and you'd profit if price goes up. And going short means that you're selling a contract, okay, and you're profiting if price is going down. And that can be for anything. Okay, I don't care if you're trading egg futures. If you think the prices of eggs are going to go down and you buy a short contract in egg futures, then inshallah you would make some money. So that's just exactly how it works. So because it's just a contract, you can agree to sell at a high price today, even if you don't own the asset. Okay, so do your research, and when you guys start putting the economy and your technical analysis information together, okay, because your economy information is absolutely futile to be looking at. You have to be looking at it. It's essential. Okay, it's very, very important to be looking at your economy information, the CPI, PPI, inflation rates, etc. Okay, seeing what recent laws are getting passed. Okay, things like that have a big factor in where the market is and where it's going, most importantly. Okay, so put your economy factors and then get your technical side. Be like, you know what, are we at all-time highs right now? Okay, ask yourself some certain questions. Okay, am I ready to buy on this pullback? Okay, I'm going to wait market to go down, and then I'm going to buy back up again. Okay, take your time and strategically plot and plan your trade before you make any rash, wild decisions. Let's head over to the next slide, class. So the danger zone, margin. Okay, just like we talked about, margin can be dangerous. I don't want you guys getting sued. Okay, I don't want you guys getting served court papers or anything like that because you owe some money to the broker. Okay, and understand that sometimes your stop loss, okay, stop loss, that's what SL is, stop loss. Sometimes, okay, let's say you have your stop loss set at a certain price. Okay, if price decides to run past your stop loss too fast, you could end up losing more than you thought. Okay, so if you have your stop loss set for $300, okay, and price action moves fast way past your stop loss, okay, you could end up losing like 380. Okay, and if that goes underneath your margin requirement, also known as your maintenance margin, okay, which is the minimum amount required to even have the trade open. Okay, so since you're using leverage, you must maintain the minimum maintenance margin. Okay, so if you're trading the NASDAQ 100 on a broker and it says it needs $1,000 in order for you to have one contract open, okay, then you need to have $1,000. If you go under that, then you're going to face what's called liquidation, which is pretty much account death. And once again, if price action happens too fast, past your stop loss or whatever, you could end up losing more than you actually expected, okay, and that could lead to, God forbid, a margin call. So if your trade goes against you and your account balance drops below the minimum, okay, the broker will automatically close your trades and take the rest of your money. Okay, so rule number one, never trade without a stop loss. Never trade without a stop loss. Okay, and it's very rare too. that price decides to just clip way past it instantly, and it fills you for a different number than what your stop loss was set for. But just know that it can happen. So it is good to have more money than your margin account. Okay. So if the margin or the maintenance margin requirements, so if the margin is asking for $1,000, okay, I would try and have like 2K. This way you guys can take some losses, etc., and you're not going to be panicking. So let's head over to the next slide. So the ticking clock. Okay. So unlike stocks, right, which you can hold forever, futures contracts actually expire. Okay. They have a time limit, and they're quarterly a lot of the times. So most of them expire in March, June, September, and then you got December. Okay. And then we have rollovers too. Let's talk about rollovers. You might have seen this on your broker asking you if it wants to roll over contracts, etc. So if you want to keep trading, you must close the old contract and open a new one before it expires. Okay. So don't forget too, if you hold oil futures to expiration, okay, you're legally asking for oil to be delivered to your house. Okay. And brokers a lot of the time usually prevent this. Okay. So if you're just trading for pure speculative reason, which means you're trading off pure technical analysis and the chart, okay, then make sure you guys are closing trades before expiration dates occur. Okay. Close the charts before the expiration dates occur. Makes it things a lot easier, and you're not gonna have to stress out about anything. Okay. Just keep your digital money and hop off. And then you could take that futures income and buy assets with it. Okay. Take that futures income, buy real estate, buy real life stuff. Do what you want. Okay. And cycle your money like that. So what can we trade in the first place on futures? So we got the big three. All right, the big three. You got the ES. Okay. The ES is going to go ahead and represent the S&P 500. Okay. And then we got the NQ. NQ is going to go ahead and stand for the NASDAQ. Okay. That's going to be the NASDAQ 100. Okay. Which is going to be the powerful batch of tech stocks. Okay. And then you're going to have the YM. Okay. And YM is going to be for Dow Jones, also known as US 30 for any forex traders out there coming to futures. Okay. So you got the ES, that's the S&P 500. NQ is the NASDAQ 100. And you got the YM, that is the Dow Jones. Okay. So the big three, okay, those are really going to be the big three. And yeah, and then you're going to have things too, like crude oil. Okay. People trade oil as well too. And then you're going to have things as well like gold, okay, which is a precious metal. So beginners often start with micro contracts too. Okay, so starting with micro contracts change the whole ball game. It makes things a lot easier when you can scale down, okay, and risk less. When you risk less, you have a lot less anxiety per trade, and you could catch way bigger trades as well too, due to the fact that you don't have that fear of, oh, I gotta hop out the trade, I have so much size in right now. No, you can let the trade ride out, do its thing, and play properly. Okay, you can let market do its thing. Okay, you can let market actually cultivate itself, and most importantly, you could risk a little and catch a big move. Okay, and continue to keep yourself profitable and stress free, just like that. Inshallah. Let's over to the next slide. Breaking futures down, okay, from top to bottom is going to be extremely easy. Okay, so we're trading the U.S. stock market. The U.S. stock market, it's made to go in an upwards direction. Okay, and all of these stocks are put into one index, creating the futures indexes. Okay, so breaking everything down logically, if I head over to the stock screener, okay, and I have my market set to United States, okay, I can see the companies that are United States companies. I'm going to have companies such as Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, Google, okay? The whole world is using iPhones. The whole world uses Google to search, okay? The whole world owns Microsoft products, okay? The whole world orders off Amazon, okay? And we have to also understand that these companies employ hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, okay, all across the world. And these people are paying taxes. And the more taxes getting paid, the more beneficial it is for the United States government. So of course, the United States stock market would be made to go in an upwards direction. Okay, so forget getting lost deep in the technicals. Okay, because market is pretty easy to understand technically. It's just support and resistance and understanding where market wants to go. But understanding where market wants to go and why is going to be a big part. When you're trading the United States stock market, stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction year after year after year, because that's the baseline of the company. America is built off of strong companies. Okay, so take this area for example. You're going to have areas where market decides to bounce from the bottom from. Okay, as you can see, this area here, market decided to bounce twice from this area. Okay, and as we know, whenever we see market bouncing within an upwards direction, okay, that's going to indicate that, of course, buying is coming into place. Okay, and when buying steps into place, that's going to let us know that that's an area of support. Okay, and we want to be looking at everything on our higher time frames first. Okay, so doing top-down analysis and looking at your chart on your higher time frames is going to give you that real bigger picture for absolutely everything. Okay, so start on your weekly time frame and then head down to your daily, then your 4-hour, and then your 15-minute. Okay, your weekly time frame is going to be your bird's eye view. Okay, we need to zoom all the way out to see the true trend of the market, where stuff is heading to, okay, and how market wants to react on the higher time frame basis. Okay, the higher time frame is going to show us the true price action. It's going to show us where price truly wants to go, what it truly wants to do, and where the orders are truly being placed and stopped at. Okay, your daily time frame, okay, you're going to use just to see a little closer for take profits. Okay, and then your 4-hour. We know the 4-hour is going to be really important because on the weekly and the daily, you can't see everything you need to see. So you make sure that your electronic or extended trading hours is going to be enabled before you start trading futures. Okay, so now let me go ahead and pull up the futures chart once again. So now we understand what's inside of futures. Okay, we understand how it operates. Now let's talk about how to read the chart. Okay, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is start off on my highest time frame first. Okay, I'm on the weekly with it. Okay, so breaking down certain logical things. We know that market wants to go in an upwards direction due to the fact that it's the most beneficial for the United States economy. Okay, market wants to go in an upwards direction. Okay, it's the most beneficial for the economy. Okay, and the United States dollar is one of the most powerful currencies in the entire world. Okay, so our stock market is really, really important. We have innovative minds that build world-changing companies here. Okay, so putting that into perspective, we know that whenever we're trading the stock market or futures, as we can see on the weekly time frame, price is meant to go up year after year after year after year after year. Okay, regardless of how many new lows are being made, okay, we could still see price heading in an upwards direction year after year after year after year. That's because that's what it's made to do. The United States' backbone is built off of companies and work. Okay, so this is pretty much going to be looking at real life in chart form. Okay, so as more companies get created, as technology starts expanding, okay, etc., you could start seeing more money being pumped in to the economy. Okay, thus leading the index to go in an upwards direction year after year after year after year. Okay, so trading futures, a lot of the times you're going to be looking to trade longs. Okay, so what a long is means that you're going to be trading in the upwards direction. Okay, so futures, you get paid based off speculation, which means you get paid based off your directional bias. Okay, so primarily, since logically on the higher time frames we see market going up year after year after year after year after year, okay, we're going to go ahead and focus on buying up. Okay, since the market is made to go up, let's focus on the direction where the market is made. Okay, the reason why people short is Forex traders came on and influenced US traders, and people who are in the US are now trying to short. Okay, So you can see this is going to be the United States index, the NASDAQ 100. Goes up year after year after year after year after year, almost undoubtedly. Now let me go and pull up some Forex. So I got Forex here. Okay, I can go back all the way back here on Forex. We can see that all-time highs is way higher than it is today. It does not work the same. Okay, the United States stock market is meant to go in an upwards direction. Forex is going to be a lot more sideways. So don't let Forex traders influence you if you're a United States stock market trader. Meaning if you trade options, if you trade futures or shares, understand that these companies are meant to go in an upwards direction. It is not sideways like Forex is. It is two completely different instrument and asset classes and has to be treated as such. Okay, now let's continue. Okay, so we know price is going to go ahead and hunt this all-time highs up here. Okay, price is hunting all-time highs. And let's talk about the V formation. Okay, so market will continue to head up in an upwards direction year after year after year after year. Once again, for the greater good of the world. Now, it's about knowing when to buy. So you don't want to buy when market is at all-time highs. Okay, because remember, we make money whenever we buy longs, which means we want market to go in an upwards direction. So in order to buy when and be profitable whenever market's going in an upwards direction, we can't buy at the tippity top, because then we're just going to eat the whole drawdown. Okay, so you never want to buy at all-time highs. Okay, never buy at all-time highs. Okay, so all-time highs is going to be the highest point into the market. Okay, you never want to buy at all-time highs. Not worth it. Okay, because then you're just going to get pulled back on. But understand that market always wants to try to make new all-time highs. Okay, so in that logic, let's put something together. That means that market will always want to hunt an area of resistance above current price. Okay, to try to meet it again and try to break it, or sometimes it might meet it again. Okay, and then price might decide to reverse hard. Okay, so this is why we want to go ahead and close at the area of resistance, okay, where market decided to fall down from in the first place at all times. Okay, all of our trades are going to look the same from now until we fall off the earth. Okay, until it's time to die, all your trades are going to look the exact same. Okay, we're going to focus on letting market make the top left of the V. Okay, that's going to indicate the area of resistance. We want market to fall down first. After market falls down, you want it to also make the bottom of the V. Okay, so you want market to do two things for you. Okay, you want it to make the left side of the V and the bottom of the V. Okay, the left side of the V is going to indicate where it decided to start falling down from. Okay, so the left side of the V indicates where market decided to start falling down from. And the bottom of the V is going to go ahead and indicate whenever price wanted to stop falling and catch itself. Okay, and whenever market stops falling and catches itself, okay, that's going to indicate an area of support. So support equals buying. Okay, support equals buys. And the top left of the V is going to go ahead and equal resistance. Okay, resistance is going to go ahead and equal selling. Okay, sells. Hence why market's going in a downwards direction. And then once people start buying, longing, okay, buying and longing is the same thing, then market's going to start going in an upwards direction. And understand that logically, okay, because market wants to try and always make new all-time highs, we can put some logical perspectives together. Okay, we can understand that wherever market decides to fall down from, market will eventually try and reach that area again to smash past it, or reverse from the area to try to smash past it again. Okay, so understand that wherever market decided to fall down from originally, okay, wherever market fell down from, it will try and recover too. I don't care what it is. Okay, wherever market fell down from, I don't care if you're looking at futures, stocks, options, whatever. Okay, wherever market fell down from, if it's a half decent asset that people invest into, it will try and recover and break past where it fell down from every single time, because that's the greater good for the economy. Okay. The stock market isn't just going up to go up for no reason. Okay. So I don't want you guys to just be faked out, and I'm not going to be just showing little 15-minute breakdowns of structure and this and that. Understanding the true logistics between everything is going to give you a lot less anxiety when you're in your setups. You're going to have so much conviction, you're going to have so much understanding, and understanding that, you know what, price has to go up. It's logically meant to go up. Price already sold off, buying has stepped in. Price is going to go ahead and meet up to the area where it sold off at to try and break into new all-time highs. And you continuously farm that logical structure. You continuously take the same setups. Okay, when you see the staircase stock chart emoji, okay, understand all you see is market going up, pulling back, going up, pulling back, going up, pulling back. Okay, and when you see market making these higher lows, okay, this low is higher than this low. Okay, this low is higher than this low. Okay, we got this low is higher than this low. Once you start seeing market making higher lows and breaking previous all-time highs, okay, you know you're trading a good asset class. Okay, that's going to be an asset class that you want to be focused on primarily, because all you have to do is wait for market to make these little pullbacks. Okay, please pay close attention to this drawing. Okay, that's exactly how market works. All market does is go up, come down, then go back up and break where it previously fell down at. Okay, and take advantage of that. Wherever market previously fell down at, it will almost always want to meet it, because it has to break it in order to make progress. So wherever market decides to fall down at is going to be your take profit. Okay. So your take profit, which is when you close and you get your money, that is going to be wherever market decided to fall downward at. Okay. Wherever the left side of the V was created is when you're going to take your profit. Because we don't know if market always wants to break into new all-time highs. Okay, market could easily come into the resistance again, okay, and fall down extremely hard, okay, and then break one day again. But still, you don't want to eat the whole fall down. Okay, just take advantage of the logic that's there. Understand that the right side of the V wants to be filled. Price wants to recover from where it fell down from. Okay, it may not want to break it immediately, but understand that a lot of the times it will want to at least recover from where it fell down from. And that window of price recovering to where it fell down from is our money window. Okay, that's going to be our money window. So using all of our time frames and seeing everything and doing our top-down analysis is going to help us put it all together so that we can make the right profitable decisions. Okay, so let's go and let's keep going here. So take here. Okay, even if I'm on here, let's say I start on my weekly. Okay, I know price wants to come up to this all-time highs. Okay, we just went ahead and broke down all the reasons why. Okay, I can see we're not at all-time highs right now. If you're not at all-time highs, okay, there could be a chance to get a trade in. If you're not at all-time highs, there could be a chance to get a trade in. If you're at all-time highs, you do not trade. Do not trade at all-time highs. Okay, we need market to make the left side of the V, let market pull back, okay, make the bottom of the V, form support, and then we catch the right side of the V right back to where it fell down from. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Some of you guys are making market way too difficult. No need for all this weird stuff on the 1 minute. No weird terms like the silver bullet. Just understand that wherever market fell down from, if it's a profitable asset class, okay, and the whole United States runs off of these futures, okay, if you turn on the news and you look at the bottom left, you're going to go ahead and see it tracking futures, okay? The whole United States runs off of the stock market, okay? So understand that. Once you understand that, you can easily just start using your higher time frames and making a lot better decisions, okay? So even here on futures, if I wanted to do something like this, okay, you could easily make your trades, okay? You could easily put down a trade, okay, and just catch it all the way to all-time highs, okay, and catch the whole thing. You know price wants to go ahead and fill all the way up here, okay? But even if you didn't do that, say you didn't have enough margin, right, to hold overnight, right, here's what you would do, Okay. What you can do is hop on your daily. Okay. If you wanted, you could put your, depending on how big of it is, depending on how big of a stop it is, saying have your stop loss set. Okay. Find a good stop loss that works for you and your account. Okay. You can go to your 4-hour time frame after your daily, and you want to find yourself a support candle. Okay. Find yourself a support candle if you can. Okay. Whether it be this one. Okay. This one. This one. Okay. Try and find yourself support candles. Okay. Then from there, go ahead and just read the structure. Okay. So we can see market is making higher lows. Why? Because I'm looking at the support candles. Okay. So I'm seeing each of these support candle conjunction areas heading in an upwards direction. Okay. Time after time after time again. Okay. So it's letting me know that, okay, this asset class is definitely bullish. Okay. This low up here is higher than this low. Okay. This low up here is higher than this low. This low up here is higher than this low. This low up here is higher than this low. Okay. And you keep taking your formations like that. Okay. Now, I can go to my 15-minute time frame. Okay. And I can see everything more logically for what it is. Okay. So I can see here. Actually, I'll stay on my 4-hour for a second. Okay. We could see price decided to come in contact with this area here, resistance. Okay. We could see price wants to come up here first on the 4-hour. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go to my 15-minute. Okay. And I want price to show me bullish structure. Okay. So this is exactly what I mean. So price decided to make the left side of the V here on the 15-minute. Okay. And getting on the 15-minute is where it gets nitty gritty. Okay. It's really turning on your Sharingan, making sure you can see everything that you need to see, and putting that same higher time frame logic on the lower time frames is what's going to make the world of difference. Okay. So go ahead and get on your lower time frames after you've done your highest time frame analysis. Okay. I'm trying to make you guys the best traders in the entire world because it's not that difficult. Okay. After I touch $1 billion from this, so many free guys that's going to be out for you guys. Okay. Because it's not hard. It's just you have to get your psychology down packed, inshallah. So look, you could see market decided to make the left side of the V here on the 15-minute. Okay. So on the higher time frame, this is the ultimate beginning of the V is up here on the 4-hour. Okay. We can see market topped out right here before it decided to fall down. Okay. Market decided to fall down all the way down here. Okay. Found an area of support and then started to make some higher lows. Once I start seeing things like higher lows come into place, I'm like, oh yeah, we're trendy. Okay. Because market doesn't want to go past these supports. Okay. Look at this line right here. Okay. Let me go ahead and change the color of this. So if you look at the yellow line, you can see market has these 2 wicks that did not want to go beneath. Okay. Now we have this line up here. Did not want to go beneath. Okay. And then we have the support accumulation zone up here. Okay. And price looks like it wants to hold this area right here. Okay. Price looks like it wants to hold this area very, very confidently. Okay. Price looks like it found another area of support right here. Okay. So I can start seeing here, I have my 4-hour wick and I have a 4-hour close above the zone. Okay. So I like that. Okay. I have a 4-hour candlestick above the zone and I have a 15-minute candlestick above the zone. Okay. So I can see that market is trending. Okay. In an upwards direction. Market fell down and it looks like it's trying to make the V right here. So then it can go in an upwards direction from here. Okay. And at least hit this resistance. Okay. And this profit window is what we're going to use in order to make our trade. Okay. Then from there, you'd be able to pull out your risk to reward tool. Okay. This would be long position. Okay. You could put your stop loss below this area of support if you wanted, and then take profit would go ahead and be the area of resistance up here. And we play this for a 1 to 2 about. Okay. So you play this for about a 1 to 2, catch your trade and hop off. Okay. Or even if you wanted to play the take profit up here, you could play this one too. Or if you had multiple contracts, you could do it like that. Okay. But if you just wanted to play the first 15-minute V structure, after the higher lows were created, then you could go ahead and get in just like that. Okay, so it's doing that top-down analysis, seeing everything, okay, and then catching the V structure, even on the smaller time frames, breaking everything down and seeing it for exactly what it is really going to help you put things into logical perspective and help your trades over time. Okay, so we could see market decided to make the main V here. Okay, so starting off on the weekly, okay, we got all-time highs. Okay, I can see market decided to make some higher lows here, even on the weekly. Even on my daily here, I can see market made the top of this main V up here all-time highs. Market fell all the way down and made the bottom of the V on the daily. Now I'm going to go to my 4-hour time frame, okay, and I can see market deciding to do its thing. Okay, market's deciding to trend in an upwards direction, and I can see all the higher lows on a smaller time frame for exactly what it is. Okay, I can see that market decided to make this area of resistance here, fell down, but it's still trying to trend up to fill in this V right here. Okay, and ideally it wants to fill in the whole V. Okay, so what we can do, I could get on my 15-minute time frame here. Okay, and I can open my trade. Okay, catch my 1 to 2 and catch it up here, or I can move my take profit to up here if I wanted to as well. Okay, and keep my stop loss as this support right here. Okay, and have the take profit as the final V all the way up there. Okay, so it's just about knowing when to enter. Okay, so on your 15-minute, you want to make sure that you're seeing that recent support structure. Okay, and you want to make sure that you're buying when everyone else is buying. Once again, let me repeat that one more time. You want to make sure that you're buying when everyone else is buying. Okay, so if market right here just made the left side of the V, okay, and then the bottom side of the V already got made, so market already dumped down and it already made a bottom. Okay, what direction is it most likely going to go into from here? Buys. Okay, because people already sold. Okay, and the low already got formed again. Okay, and understand that this asset class also has laws in place to make sure it doesn't flash crash to zero, the short sale restriction. Okay, so don't expect more markets going in a downtrend for it to last too long. Okay, because people are going to be fiending to find a new low to buy it again because they know it's going to go up year after year after year. Okay, so on futures, primarily try and focus on the pullback formations. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the S&P 500 futures, known as the ES. Okay, let's go and let's cover this and break it down. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, just like we talked about, is I'm going to start on my weekly time frame first. Okay, then I'm going to go to my daily, then to my 4-hour, and then to my 15-minute. Okay, then to your 15-minute finally. Okay, so what I like to go ahead and do is ask myself, are we at all-time highs? We cannot trade if we're at all-time highs. Okay, we just can't. We want market to pull back first, and then we take it back up. Okay, don't trade at all-time highs. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't short, don't long, don't do nothing. Wait for market to pull back and then take it back up. Okay, wait for market to form. If there's no resistance above current price, do not trade. Once again, if there is not resistance above current price, okay, if you can't get on your time frames in market area of resistance above current price, like right here, okay, then you shouldn't be trading. If market's way up here and there's no resistance above current price, you're gambling. Okay, you're not playing logically. Okay, market works in structured formations. Okay, you know market wants to come up and head to this area of resistance right here. As you can see, market decided to make this bottom right here. Price went all the way up from this bottom and stopped up here. Okay, after it stopped up here, it decided to make it flash down all the way to this low. Okay, so this is a pretty strong area of resistance. If it can make it flash for about a month downwards, okay, that's a strong area of resistance. Market wants to dust off its knees, throw on its gloves, and get ready to fight again. Okay, it doesn't want to lose at this area. Okay, so after it lost the fight once and it fell down, it's ready. You know, it's ready to go back up and fight again. So always think of market as a fighter. Okay, after it got knocked out, punched in the teeth, all their teeth on the ground. Okay, they come back, mouth guard in, gloves in, training sessions done. and it's ready to try and fight and break the new all-time highs again. Okay, so it's real life too. Okay, there's going to be seasons where you're dumb up, but when you fall down, are you going to panic? Okay, and trading's the same way. If you panic sell while market's falling in a downwards direction, okay, instead of just waiting for market to bounce at a certain low and then buy then you're going to get your results. Okay, so when you're drowning, you're falling down, you can't panic. Okay, you got to wait, catch yourself, and then go right back up. Okay, so right here, even logically, I know price wants to reach this area of resistance. Okay, price is upset that it fell down from here. It almost can't believe it that it lost. Okay, it lost at this area right here, and sellers stepped all the way in, stopped buying from here. Okay, and market's like, hold on, you know what? Who said sellers could step in right there? Okay, it doesn't like that. It's going to try and break past that area and do it over and over and over again until we die. Okay, that's just how it's created. It's how it works. It's welfare sitting here for us. Sitting here. Okay, all you have to do is plant your seeds. So boom. So market is going to go ahead and chase this main V up here. Okay, and I can know that because one, market decided to bottom out after making that heavy fall down. Okay, and we're almost fully recovered here too. But I can also see market making on my 4-hour higher lows. Okay, so I can see that this low is higher than this low is higher than this low. Okay, and I can start seeing this low even here too. Okay, and then let me get on my 15-minute time frame. Let's check it out. Okay, so I'm on my 15-minute time frame. Let's see everything a little bit more logically. Okay, even right here, this is going to be an area of support here too. Okay, that's a very, very recent low. Okay, and we could see, okay, price decided to fall downwards recently. Okay, price recently fell down from this area of resistance here on the 15-minute. Okay, so what we need is to see market hold an area of support and see if it's really for true. Okay, so after market decided to fall down from this area right here, okay, it came down and it looks like it made this kind of candle right here of support. Okay, so after a heavy sell-off, you want to see, okay, did the market try and bounce from that at least? Okay, so we could see even right here for this top, okay, market decided to have a heavy sell-off, but it decided to find a low right here, correct? Okay, market decided to even come down and test it in the same area. Okay, so I want to see, okay, is this a higher low? Okay, this low right here. Okay, I want to see if this low is a higher low than this low for real. Okay, so what I want to be waiting for is I want more 15-minute candlesticks that are green filling in the right side. Okay, so I can see this low right here is real. Okay, you know this low is real because outside of the zone, okay, you start seeing green candlesticks heading up in an upwards direction, buying multiple green candlesticks in a row. Even down here with this low, okay, you know this low is real because you start seeing green candlesticks heading in an upwards direction, ready to fill in the resistance gap. Okay, but we could see here from this low, okay, it's just a wick. Okay, after this, it's red candlesticks, green, red, green, red, green, really choppy. Okay, really choppy. Hasn't started fully trending yet. Okay, has not started fully trending yet. Okay, after market found this low, green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle. You start seeing them rapidly success in a V direction. As you can see, it decided to kind of make this wick, but then a red candle, and then a green, but then red dojis, and then not really consistent. So I don't even know if this low is real. Okay, so I'm not going to take the trade here yet. Okay, I'm going to wait for more 15-minute candlesticks to keep heading in an upwards direction. Okay, I want to see price fully give me that V curl. Okay, one thing too, especially when you first start off and it's helping you eyeball, you can draw trend lines too. Trend lines, like when you first start, could help you out too. Okay, it's really just knowing where the area of resistance is. Okay, so look at where price decided to start falling down in the first place. Okay, so price started falling down up there. Okay, in this area up here. Okay, from there, you could draw the trend line off of that. And a lot of the times, by the time the trend line gets broken, it'll let you know if the area of support is real for the most part. Okay. But that's why trend lines work, because price is confirmed. Okay. But you have to close at the area of resistance above current price. Otherwise, it's all going to be shambles. Okay. It's not going to work how you want it to. Okay. So even with here, honestly, it's been a couple minutes, honestly. That's why I like to wait for multiple 15-minute candlesticks. So you have this low, and then you have a bunch of candlesticks above the zone too that's closed. Okay. So you could either wait for the trend line to get broken and then enter, and then stop loss could be under the low and take it up to the high. Okay. And it's about knowing when to buy. You buy directionally. Okay. You want to buy after market sells. Okay. We just play logically. Buy after market sells. Okay, that's it. You buy after market sells, and that's literally how you trade. Okay, that's how you trade the United States stock market. Okay, is you buy after market sells off. Okay, after it sells off, then you buy. Okay. So even this here too, like, yeah, you could avoid a fake out if you wanted to just wait for the trend line, honestly. Or you could take your chance and see if this low is pretty real. We're starting to get some more 15-minute structure here that I like. Yeah, and we could either do that, or I really like this too, though. We have a kind of higher low being formed here on the 15-minute. So a lot of the times too, you see how this area of support got tested like twice. So sometimes it'll do that. Take like a price like right here. We got two 15-minute candlesticks stopping in the same place. Okay, after I see something like that, that's going to let me know, okay, price doesn't want to break below the support. Okay, giving me way more conviction. Okay, price would have broke below the support if it wanted to, not bounce at the same place. Okay, once I start seeing stuff like that on my 15-minute, for sure, yep, I can go ahead and I can get in right here if I wanted to. Okay, stop loss underneath this low. Okay, and then take it all the way up here. Okay. Yeah, for it's a 15-minute time frame. So yeah, this could be like overnight, could be a couple days. Yeah, for sure. A couple days at max if it's choppy. But a lot of times it'll be like a couple hours. So yeah. And then you just take that structure and you just keep taking your trades. Just keep taking your trades. Okay. And this is a very small stop loss here. It's 37. Let me go ahead and log into my paper trade here to break down the math. Okay. So boom, you'd be playing for about 108 ticks. Okay. So this is a really, really good trade. Okay. So you're only risking, okay, let's say you're on the micros. Okay, you'd be risking $45, right, to make 135. Okay. So that's over double your money. Okay, and this is a pretty small take profit. You could definitely take the take profit up here as well too, if you feel comfortable holding a little longer, for sure. Okay. So if you wanted to take the take profit up here, okay, that would be playable up here as well too. Okay, so you'd be risking $45 to make 180. Okay, and just wherever market decided to fall down from, it'll want to return to. It will want to return to almost every single time. As long as you're trading, whenever market is making higher lows, okay, understand that market is always going to want to fill in and return and try for vengeance again from where it fell down from. Okay, wherever market fell down from, it's going to try to recover. Okay, it's going to try to recover, and keeping that perspective is really going to help you. Okay, after market makes its low and falls down, okay, let market make its own area of support. Okay, and we can see on the 15-minute here too, once again, areas of higher lows being formed. Okay, I have this area right here. Okay, I like this candle a lot. After that, price went all the way up. Okay, fell all the way down and then made this low. Then price went up. Okay, came down and then made this low. We got two 15-minute candlesticks chilling in the same place here. Amazing, amazing area. Okay, so I wanted to stop loss underneath this area of support since we look like we're trending here. Okay, and then take it up to this area of resistance, okay, for the whole formation fill, okay? And it's about just waiting for pullbacks, taking the trade, wait for pullback, and then take the trade, okay? And being as patient as possible is really going to be the determining factor versus profitability and just unprofitability, okay? And buying during trending times, okay? Because you can't just live on your 15-minute time frame and try and do things like that, okay? It's still important to do the whole top-down analysis. Because we did the top-down analysis, I was able to understand the 15-minute time frame structure a lot different, okay? Because the 15-minute, if I just pull it up, it could be a whole different story, okay? But when we're on our higher time frames, we can see everything for what it is. We can see that this is a bullish asset class year after year after year, and all we got to do is buy the dips and catch the sweeps back up, okay? And that's it. So get ready to rumble, traders, okay? If you guys want more help with futures trading, okay, whether it be education, technical analysis, or anything, head over to stackmode.net. You guys can book a free call with me. I got free courses, free ebooks for you guys, and there's just too much information out there, okay, that I really try and give you guys to help you get profitable, inshallah, if God wills, okay? And let's break down these things, okay? Understand that leverage gives you a lot of power, okay? But you gotta be in control of this. This could be a really good thing or a really bad thing if you don't have it down packed. So make sure you study yourself as a human. Make sure you're aware of your emotions and don't crash out and make irrational bad decisions, okay? And liquidity gives you speed, okay? When everyone is buying, okay, you're gonna start seeing price action flood in a upwards direction. When everyone's selling, you start seeing price action flood in a downwards direction, okay? And risk management is the thing that's gonna keep you alive, okay? And your risk to reward, okay? So if you're risking $50 a trade, you need to be at least trying to make 100 to 150, okay? If you make 100, that would be a 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio. If you make 150, that would be a 1-to-3 risk to reward ratio, okay? And focusing on your risk to reward ratios is how you're going to become profitable. It's all in the math. So if you're making more than you lose consistently, you will become profitable, okay? And start with paper trading and start with mentorship first, okay? So head over to stackmode.net. I love you guys so much. Keep grinding. Stay prayed up to God. And I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Future trading can be a little tricky if you let it be. You only want to buy when buyers are buying. Try not to ever buy when sellers are selling. In this video, I'm going to teach you guys exactly how to trade pullbacks and how to buy when the buyers are buying and what to identify and look for. Let's go and let's jump into it, inshallah. All right, so here's going to be buying at the right time. You want to buy after sellers are done selling. So sellers need to sell first, and you want to buy when buyers are buying. If you buy when sellers are selling, you're going to go ahead and just get destroyed, okay? If you're looking to buy at the right time, we have to wait for pullback. We have to wait for price to form an area of support, okay? So playing pullbacks is going to be really, really important. And here's going to be the things we have to look at. Okay, one, you need to make sure that you're trading in a trending market. So if we're going to trade pullbacks, which is just price coming down, lower, and then going back up. That's all it is. So if price goes up, comes down, and then goes back up, that's a pullback. So you want to get on your weekly time frame ideally, or be on your higher time frames, such as your weekly, daily, or your monthly. And then we need to analyze the full chart. So I'm going to start off with my weekly here and get the full bird's eye view of absolutely everything. So I can see here on my weekly that price decides to trend upwards year after year after year after year, no matter what. Okay. We're still ending up at new all-time highs, regardless of how many dips that it's made. Now, the way that price works within a staircase manner. And in order for price to progress, it has to make higher lows. So that means that the new low that price just made is going to go ahead and be higher
than the previous low that it made. If that's happening, then that means price is trending within an upwards direction. Okay. And you need to buy when price makes these areas of supports, also known as the higher lows. Okay. So I'm going to break down how we can time and what we're looking for. So you want to buy when market is down, so then you can profit on the sweep up. Once again, buy when market is down, so you can profit on the sweep up. So in order to do that, you have to be trading something that's trending in an upwards direction anyways. Okay, so get on your higher time frame, start off on your weekly, and look at absolutely everything. So on my weekly here, I can peep. We have this low starting from 2020. Okay, and I could see here, we have not stepped back here since. And I'm on my weekly here. So I can start marking from the bottom of this low. And I'm going to go through and mark all the higher lows up until current price, just to show you that price is trending. So I can start seeing price trending in the upwards direction after it hit this 21,000 area here. Then price bounced super duper heavy. Okay, made another higher low here near this 26,000 area. Price came up, topped out right here. Okay, when price tops out, all it is making the left side of the V. Then once price makes support, it's making the bottom of the V. Our job is to catch the right side of the V. So even right here, you can see price come up, top out at this area, and then come down. After it come down, stopped right here, then bottomed up. Okay, price stopped up here. Price came down, and then bounced up, stopped right here, came down. Okay, so this is going to be a whole area in itself. Got price coming up here. Looks like price stopped towards this top, bottomed out right here, and then kept going. Right here, came up, stopped at this red candlestick, pulled down, made a low right here. Stopped up here, pulled down, made a new low right here. Okay, then over here, price decided to get underneath the lows. Okay, made a higher low right here. So even though we fell all the way down right here, it's still higher than this low right here. Okay, so that's good. So this higher low is still valid. Price was deciding to come in the cut here. Decided to bounce at the same area twice. We just still see price just trending, doing this thing. Trying to make a low here. Kept trending up, kept trending up. Price came down. Okay. And this low is still higher than this low here. So we're still in an uptrend, regardless of how hard we're dipping. We're still in an overall uptrend. This low right here. This low right here. Low right here. We can see price heading in upwards direction. Okay. Now, what is price hunting? Price is hunting these areas here. These areas of resistance. These are going to be the areas that price are hunting. Price can't make new all-time highs unless price breaks previous areas of resistances. So after market decides to pull back, okay, your take profit, ideally, a lot of the times is going to be an area of resistance above current price or an area of support above current price. So you want to wait for price to pull back, wait for sellers to stop selling. And once you've identified sellers have stopped selling, which you'll see, and a good indicator to know that sellers have stopped selling is going to be on either your daily or your 4-hour candlestick. After you see a candlestick make an abrupt stop on your daily and 4-hour, pay attention to the next candlesticks. If you're looking for a long trade, if price action decides to randomly stop in the bottom, and then you start seeing multiple green candlesticks going in upwards direction, then you know buyers are going to be buying. And ideally, you're going to be looking for around 2 to 6 daily or 4-hour candlesticks after an area of support was created. If you see 2 to 6 daily or 4-hour candlesticks going in an upwards direction after it makes an area of support,
then that's how you know it's going to be true. Okay, and you want to be looking on your daily or your 4-hour. And you're going to be looking for 2 to 6. So even take this low right here, for example. Price decided to make this super low right here. Okay, and so here's the super cool thing. Market does all the work for you. You don't got to do too much. You just got to chill. Be patient. Okay. Pray to God and just live your life. So boom. Market made the left side of the V for us right here. Market came down. Sellers were selling. Boom. Made an abrupt stop. Okay. And here's how you know if it's true. The candlesticks afterward were multiple green candlesticks. So after that abrupt stop, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So that went 4 green candlesticks on my 4-hour here. Okay. And then even on my daily, I would have had 2 green candlesticks. So at the bottom, and then I had 1, and then I could have entered on this candlestick here and caught the rest of the resistance fill. So let market make the left side of the V. Let market make the bottom of the V. And you could see if the bottom of the V is real, knowing and seeing what candlestick come afterward. Okay, take this example. You see price trending in a higher low scenario here. You see this low right here. Okay, price bottomed out. I'm on my daily candlestick right here. Okay, I'm on my daily. After it bottomed out right here, I'm looking for 2 to 6 candlesticks, either on my daily or my 4-hour. So I can see price made the left side of the V up here. It's about patience. It's really about patience. Market decided to come up, top out right here, and then fell all the way down right here. This is how I know that the bottom is real. Okay, I paid attention to the candlesticks afterward. Okay, so after this bottom got created here, and sellers were done selling, you could see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 candlesticks. And as soon as we got to like this upwards direction, I would have liked that. So I probably would have entered around like right here. Stop loss below the daily candlestick supports. And then take profit at previous resistance from where price decided to fall down from. Okay. So I could see price already made the ultimate support, and all I did was catch the higher low entry. So let's go and let's do a fresh example here and see if I can find the setup. So I'm going to pull up the micro Bitcoin. Let me analyze from start to finish. So I'm going to get on my weekly time frame here. Okay, great looking thing I'm looking at here, because we're not at all-time highs. So that's why it's a great looking thing. If you're at all-time highs, you can't long. Okay, you cannot long at all-time highs. Don't do it. Okay, because price always wants to be chasing an area of resistance above current price. That's going to give a reason for buyers to step in. If there's no resistance above current price, there's no reasons for buyers to step in. So only play pullbacks, okay? Because then you're going to be buying when buyers step in. It's going to be extremely, extremely simple. So buy after sellers have sold. So I can see here from all-time highs, heavy aggressive selling has been coming into place these last couple of weeks. Okay, extreme selling to the downside. We met up near this area of support here. Okay, met up near this area of support here, and we're gonna go ahead and see what this is gonna entail. So on my weekly here, we have a red candlestick. Get on my daily here. So on my daily here, start seeing price try to curl up, but it's a lot of mixed match candlesticks. A lot of green, red, green, red, green, red, not the same color. Okay, if these were just straight green candlesticks for the most part, heading in an upwards direction, then it'd be a lot more definitive. But in this case here, it's very, very spotty, not direct big candles. Right after like this low, for example, okay, heavy green candles, 1, 2, 3, 4 heavy green candles. Even after this one, kind of, we had a heavy green candle here, had to run one. But then after this higher low, straight green candles. This one here, we hit this low, and then a green candle, then a red candle, a green candle, and then kind of a doji, and then a red candle. So this one, I don't believe is fully ready yet. We could see this could be a higher low in the formation.
And then we could see if maybe this low wants to hold or something. This low right here. Price seems to be trying to find itself some support here. Okay. So this is why we scale down to our smaller time frames, just to see things a little closer. So we're going to go ahead and have this. We have this super low here. We got a higher low than that. So as you can see from this higher low, the V did get filled in from right here. So that's really good. So we'll see about this V. All right, because we're looking for a setup right now. So on the 4 hour here, I see price. I actually like this a lot, honestly. Even if I don't take it to all the way up there, this area of resistance will be fine. Same thing with this area here. Okay. Even if I wanted to just take it to this one up here, that'd be fine. So I like this a lot, actually. This is what I've analyzed. Is price making higher lows recently? Yes. Bottom, up, pause, down. Okay, and the pause that it made down is higher than the previous pause. So this high is higher than this low. Higher lows mean staircase trending in upwards direction. Okay, and we're buying after sellers sold. We're buying after all-time highs dump. So I like this a lot. Okay, I see higher lows being in place, and I think this is a new low being in place. Why? Because I have one area of support here. And guess what? I also have a whole nother candlestick. It has me so excited right now. Boom. Whole nother candlestick. Boom. And I'm on my 4 hour here. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 green candles heading in an upwards direction. So get on my daily here. I could wait for one more daily candlestick to be green. Like if this daily candlestick closes green, then I would feel comfortable for sure taking it up to maybe like at least this resistance up here. Honestly, I won't be scary. Play big, take profits. I would at least take it up to this resistance up here for sure. So I need at least one more. I'm gonna be patient though. Patience is everything. Don't just get in and be like, oh, higher lows, because sometimes your lower time frames could be your worst enemy. So on my 4 hour, do I like it? Yes, but we don't tunnel vision. You know what I'm saying? We need the real thing in life. So boom, have this super low being made, higher low being made, and then another higher low being made. Okay, so I have 4 green candlesticks on the 4 hour. I like it a lot. Okay, I'm gonna decide I'm gonna close all the way up here at these 2 areas of resistances. Right here. This is where I want to close. Okay, this is the strong area of resistance. You see how price marked it and hit it twice? Definitely not for no reason. So strong area of resistance, price has beef with. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is, you can either do this too, but yeah, you can analyze your higher lows, and I can get on my 15-minute here. Four hour. Okay, so either going to be looking for like a tiny little 4 hour wick. Okay, because right now the 4 hour candlestick is red. So right now selling is in place. Okay, so I only want to buy when it's buying. Okay, so right now it's making a little mini V. So I believe this is the top of the V right here that it's making with these 2 resistances. Let's get on to the 15-minute. You see these 2? Okay. So you want to remember, you do not want to buy when price is selling. So you would not buy right now on the 15-minute and the 4 hour. Price is heading in a downwards direction. But overall, we're in an uptrend. Okay. But you want to be buying at the right time, though, is the thing. You want to be buying at the right time. So right now, sellers are in place. But overall, buyers are in place. Okay. So to get that specific entry, you can scale down to your 15-minute. Be like, okay, I could see these 2 areas of resistances. That's why price is falling down. Once you start seeing green candlesticks, or once you start seeing a green candlestick on your 4 hour or your 15-minute, then a lot of times that's how you know buying will be ready. But right now it's falling down from an area of resistance. I need to wait for these, wait for this candlestick to go from red to green to show me that buying is real again. Okay. I do not want to buy when selling is occurring if I'm trying to buy a pullback. That's just not what I want to do. It's not what you're going to be looking for. It's called a pullback for a reason, because you're expecting it to go back up and it's just pulling down for a second. So right here, sellers are in place, red candlestick, price is heading down even on the 15-minute. Okay, now if I'm on my 4-hour and I get a red to green candlestick, then I would feel a lot more comfortable with going ahead and to enter, because price might want to honestly fall down a little bit lower. I could get a little bit lower entry and save myself on some drawdown. But if this red candlestick were to go from red to green, that means buyers were to go ahead and be in place, and then from there I should be able to go ahead and you can have your target all the way up there, for example, and then you can do your stop loss under here, and this would be give me about a 1 to 3. Okay, so this would be about a 1 to 3 here. Extremely profitable trade. Really nice trade. So catching your setups is about taking your time, really. It's about just seeing what you need to see. So I'll do one more setup here. So I hit on my weekly. Now mark out all-time highs, because this is going to be the most obvious place that we've recently fell from. So I'm on my weekly. Okay, not quite all-time highs. It's going to be over here. It's exactly what we get on the weekly. You want to zoom all the way out, see all the price action you can. That's going to be all-time highs. Then from there, I'm going to go ahead and put a line down at this new area of resistance here. Okay, the area of resistance where we're recently falling down from. I could see price making higher lows. Price has a super low here. And I could see higher lows being put in over time, which means that we are headed in a upwards direction. Okay, we're trying to get up here to all-time highs. So this is what I analyze here on my weekly. So on my weekly right here, the current candlestick is red, so we would not be buying right now. Okay, we would not be buying right now because we're currently selling at the moment. So we want to see if there's any reason why. Yep, I can see exactly why we are selling. So try and analyze why price is doing it, what it's doing. The price doesn't just do stuff randomly a lot of the times. As you can see on the weekly, I have this area of resistance here. You'll be able to see it a little clearly on the daily. This area of resistance is linked to this new area of resistance that just got created. So that's why price is falling in a downwards direction, logically. Now let me head over to my daily here. You're going to be able to see the curl a little bit closer here on the daily. Okay, price at the area of resistance that it matched with over here. Okay, price did some break and retest. Price came down and then wicked back up to the specific black line and then tanked down. Okay, so this is a very nice area of resistance that price likes. So we need to get back to this area though. So now this is so simple. It's the easiest way to play pullbacks. Just wait for sellers to sell first. So you can see that's why sellers are selling. Price at an area of resistance. So right now, sellers are selling straight red candlesticks on my daily time frame with it right now. I'm waiting for price to bottom out. Okay, and this is the easiest way to not get faked out. So people got faked out on this candlestick, for example. And let me head over my 4-hour. Okay, so this candlestick right here, people bought this. The price decided to wake up and people probably thought they caught the ultimate bottom. You never want to try and catch the ultimate. Okay. You want to catch the higher low entry. So check it out by staircase. You see how this low's here? And then you have this low. Then you have this low. If I zoom in, I have this low. This low. This low. This one. Okay. So we could see price dumping in and making each of the higher lows. We'll go ahead and start it from all the way over here. Got price all the way down here. Support. Higher low. Another higher low. Price continues to just go in an upwards direction. Okay, we got these areas of support here, mixed with this one, mixed with this. Trending. All we're doing is buying the bottom, higher, low entry. Exactly, yes sir. That's all we got to do. Just buy the bottom entry. See how these two supports over here are correlated with each other? Very cool. Let's check this out. Check out this higher low right here. with the recent higher low that we just did. And then we're still trending in the upwards direction here. I'm on my 4 hour right now with it. You can see we came down a little bit. Still, this low is higher than this low. And then we decided to trend up again and continue the higher lows. As you can see, we're filling in multiple of these. Each one of these pullbacks are a trade. Each one of these pullbacks are a trade. Boom. Pullback. Pullback. And it's the same parameters every time too. No. So boom, pullback. So now we just need price to bottom out at an area, and we need 2 to 6 green candlesticks. And once I start seeing that and price filling in the right side with some green candlesticks going up, I'll catch the right bottom. Okay. But right now I'm gonna wait. People probably got burned right here with these candlesticks. Yep. But if you get on your daily here, we only have 1 candlestick. So this is why you need your daily. This is why I say 2 to 6. So this is why your daily and your 4 hour is really important. You can't just tunnel vision on your 4 hour. You need 2 to 6 candlesticks on your daily and or your 4 hour. Okay. So right here, it was only what, 1 green candlestick on the daily probably, and then another one open red. So if we have 1 green candlestick on the daily and another one open green and we're heading in an upwards direction, I'm taking that. Stop loss below the lows, taking it to the highs. Gotcha. So a lot of the times I'm overnighting. So I'm always overnighting actually. So each one of the setups I'm overnighting because I can just focus on my higher time frames, which is the real bread and butter. And yeah, and that makes it really, really easy. And that's going to be how you can play pullbacks.
So imagine waking up in an economy where money can appear out of thin air, or one where every coin is locked behind an unbreakable vault. And that's the clash we're diving into today. Let's talk about quantitative easing versus Bitcoin's fixed supply. And it's a true economic showdown to be talked about. So in one corner, you've got quantitative easing. It's the central bank's money creation lever. And when the economy slows, they print even more, inject more, push more, and it can rescue markets. But it can also quietly stretch your dollars thinner over time. And in the other corner to fight against it, you have Bitcoin. It's a digital asset that refuses to bend, and only 21 million will ever exist. No printing press, no emergency button, just a predictable, halving-driven drip of new supply that's immune to human panic. So let's go and let's jump into it, class. Inshallah, if God wills.
All right, so let's go and let's talk about the economic showdown. So Bitcoin has scarcity involved within it. There's a limited amount of Bitcoin available. 21 million Bitcoin exist. But versus fiat currency, the traditional fiat currency, such as the US dollar, there's an unlimited supply, okay? But with that unlimited supply, things catch up over time. So let's go and let's talk about exactly what I mean. So mechanism, quantitative easing, right? So the term QE, let's talk about it. So QE stands for quantitative, Q stands for quantitative, okay? And E stands for easing. Okay, and here's how it actually works. So it's not just printing cash, okay? It's an asset swap. So step number 1, the central bank creates digital reserve, okay, out of nothing. And they use these reserves to buy treasuries and mortgage-backed securities from commercial banks, okay? And now banks now have the cash reserves and are incentivized to lend it out to companies and people. And in the result of all of this, the central bank balance sheet then explodes, okay? And the Fed's balance sheet grew from 4 trillion, okay, to 9 trillion during 2020 through 2022, okay? So let's go and let's break down the further logic of what this all means, because there's definitely going to be consequences for everything that we just spoke about. And let's talk about it. The canceling effect. So who gets the money first? So new money doesn't reach everyone at the same time. It flows just like a river does, okay? And one, the insiders, okay, banks, okay, slash government. They get the money first at near zero interest, okay, and they buy assets for cheap, okay, they buy it for a low price, okay. God says no interest anyway, so they finesse the whole system. So the asset owners, right? Let's talk about the rich people. So stock and house prices rise due to the influx of cheap capital, okay? And let's talk about the wage earner, okay? By the time money reaches you, prices for food, okay, just a basic item, let's say like a piece of chicken, for example, okay, or macaroni, okay, 1 year you might be paying $5, okay, for a chicken sandwich. Next year you might be paying $7, okay. 5 years down the line, you might be paying $13, okay. You went from paying $5 a chicken sandwich to $13, okay. Yes, we can print infinite currency, right? But there's going to be consequences to everything, okay? It's going to be supply and demand, equal opposite forces in everything, okay? So understand that the fact that infinite money gets printed means that over time things have to get more expensive in order to compensate, because people are going to start just having more money, okay? There's going to be more money flowing in the river, so the numbers have to balance out logically, okay? So knowing this, we have to understand that your income has to catch up. So let's focus on point number 2 here. Okay, so point number 2, the asset owners and the rich. So stock and house prices rise due to the influx of cheap capital. Okay, so they go up due to the influx of cheap capital. We need to think about this logically. Okay, so while food, rent, and stuff is getting more expensive, okay, stock and housing prices are also rising. You guys should be trying your hardest to stack as much assets as possible. If you don't know what an asset is, that's going to be anything that's pretty much going to turn your money into more money, okay, whether it be real estate, okay, you could do stocks, okay, cryptocurrency, so many different avenues, okay, business, pay for ads and start you a digital business or physical business, whatever, okay, just whatever is turning your money into more money, that's going to be an asset, because you have to understand that your income has to catch up. I don't want you guys to be struggling in society, okay, your income has to catch up, and just like God says in Quran, we have to spend moderately, okay. We have to spend moderately. I'm really telling you guys, the key to life is just following what God says, okay? If you guys aren't religious, you need to go start reading the word, man, okay? It really helps a lot. It's a lot of psychology in there, okay? Especially as a trader, an investor, somebody trying to have their finances together, you need to definitely read Quran if you can, okay? So spending moderately, okay? So stop being so much of a consumer if you realize, okay, there was times I was spending my whole bag on DoorDash, on this and that, okay, having no assets stacked. Okay, and I'm not saying don't live life. There's going to be times where we want to live a little life. Okay, I understand. Okay, there's times, you know what I'm saying, I go out, you know what I'm saying, you might pop it a little bit. Live your life, do your thing. But that doesn't need to be a consistent every single week, every single day thing. Okay, save your money. Invest your money. Okay, so when I say save your money, save it in some assets if you can. Okay, don't just have your money sitting in your bank account, because inflation, food, rent, etc. is rising. Okay, which means if you just have money sitting still, you're going to pay more taxes over time. Okay, so always try and keep your money flowing in the river. Okay, this way, by the time tax time comes, you're going to have an easy time paying it off. Inshallah, if God wills. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide. So the response, okay, absolute scarcity. Bitcoin, where my Bitcoiners at? All right. So Bitcoin, the 21 million hard cap, okay? And this limit is not something that needs to be taken lightly, okay? Bitcoin is gonna go away one day, okay? Bitcoin is not infinite, okay? It is not infinite. Okay. You need to understand that it's a resource that is going to expire. Okay. That in itself, that alone gives it value. Okay. So there's 21 million, okay, Bitcoin that has to be mined until it goes away. Okay. Depending on when you're watching this video, you should be able to do a quick Google search to see how much Bitcoin is left. Okay. People are starting to buy hundreds of millions of dollars worth, including the US government. So check your watch, okay, because time is ticking. Okay. So this limit is not a promise. It's math. Okay. It's enforced by tens of thousands of nodes globally. To change it, you would need to convince the entire network to devalue their own wealth, which would be practically not something that people will be wanting to do. Okay. And there's a whole decentralized consensus behind it. So that word decentralized, okay, you might have heard of it. Let's talk about it. Decentralized means no banks, okay, control anything. Okay. No banks control anything. What it is all peer to peer, okay, which means person. Okay, so we got Joe, and then I'm gonna go ahead and we got Jack. Okay, so we got Joe and Jack. Okay, Joe lives in the US. Okay, and Jack lives in China. Okay, Joe hired Jack to do some work for him. Okay, Joe hired Jack to make some ads for him, okay, for his company. Okay, but he's in China though. He's in China. Keep that in mind, guys, okay? If you're trying to wire transfer some money to somebody in China, okay, or somebody in, let's say, Africa, okay, for example, okay? 'Cause I know China has some cryptocurrency laws and stuff like that. So let's say Jack is in Africa, okay? So Jack is in Africa, and you're trying to send some money to him, okay? He's making some ads for you. He's trying to get his paycheck. And what's a good way to pay him? Okay, might be a little difficult to use PayPal. Might pay a lot of transfer fees. Might pay a lot of this. Okay, especially if you start trying to send large amounts of money, they might flag your account and be like, hold on, why are you trying to send so much money to somebody in another country? Okay, they might get questioned, and it's your money. Okay, not cool. This is where cryptocurrency comes in. God is the greatest. Okay, so thank God crypto exists now. Okay, if you want to send some money to somebody that you hired in another country, your family, whatever, however much you want, whenever you want, okay, you can instantly send your currency. And that's the decentralized network. Okay, that's the difference between centralized and decentralized. Decentralized, you can send it when you want, you can send it to who you want, and you can send it to where you want. Okay, whenever you want. Centralized, stuff works on times. Okay, I'm sure you guys know that direct deposit time. Okay, waiting for that 6 a.m., waiting for that check to hit. Okay, certain times like that. That's the whole centralized system. Okay, cryptocurrency strikes that out. Okay, and let's talk about an immutable ledger. Okay, so once a block is confirmed, it is thermodynamically secured by energy. Okay, rewriting the history would require more energy than a medium-sized country could consume. So once it's confirmed, once it's on the blockchain is going to be where all pretty much the cryptocurrency information lives. Okay, once all the blockchain information has been confirmed, okay, and set in stone, shouldn't change. Okay, inshallah, it shouldn't change. So that's what makes Bitcoin a big help in society, especially when we're just trying to live some life and do some things. Okay, we might have some family in other countries and we just want to live like people. Okay, come on, let's go to the next slide. So the supply shock. Okay, let's go and let's talk about the halving. Okay, halving. So half, as you guys know, 50%. Fraction is 1/2. Okay, because 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay, so programmatic disinflation. So every 210,000 blocks, okay, which happens every 4 years, okay, which is, yeah, pretty much how often it happens, the issuance cut happens by 50%. And this creates a predictable supply shock. So let's break it down. So pre-2024, the Bitcoin inflation, okay, was around 1.7%. Okay. Post 2024, okay, inflation went down to 0.85%. Okay, which became scarcer than gold. Okay. And projections, if this math continues, by 2028, we should have the inflation at 0.4%. And then 2140, when Bitcoin decides to go away, which is by the time when people calculate, inflation will be at 0.0%, of course. So while the fiat supply accelerates, right, exponentially to pay the debts, Bitcoin supply decelerates, okay? You have to understand that it happens because it's a limited currency, okay? It's limited. It's not something that's going to be here forever. Try and get it when you can. You don't want to be one of those people who regret it and be like, oh man, I should have bought some Bitcoin. And you just didn't, okay? So make your decisions now. Put some money to the side, okay? You don't need to be buying no clothes, McDonald's, no DoorDash, no right now. Buy some groceries, okay? Buy some groceries and grind, okay? Wake up, pray to God, grind, and stay down, okay? Live a little life, of course. Take care of your mental health. But try and put some money away, okay? We got to have this asset flowing. Okay, let's get it, inshallah. So the systematic comparison. So fiat currency, US dollar, man, cash, you know, good old dollars. Let's talk about it. So policy, okay, it changes based on politics and crisis, okay? If the US economy is doing well, then that means our dollar is going to be more valuable. If it's doing bad and we have a lot of debt, etc., the US dollar is not going to be as valuable. Okay. And that's just what it is. And people will want to run to other assets, which once again, assets are things that turn your money into more money. Okay. Because fiat currency, the money, is not as valuable. Okay. So they at least want to try and generate more, which makes logical sense. Defense, survival. Okay. So unlimited amount of fiat currency can be printed, press of a button. It's kind of just numbers on the screen. Even kind of same thing with credit too. And system, okay, permissioned. Banks control the access, okay? They can tell you no, and they can tell you yes, okay? And the outcome, right? Your savings lose value over time, okay? Due to the fact that it's not growing in anything, okay? It's not in the river, okay? It's sitting still on the rocks, okay? And let's talk about some Bitcoin. So policy, okay, set in stone with code, okay? Can't be changed, which means Bitcoin is going to have the same intrinsic value baked into it a lot of the times, okay? And of course, there's going to be chart depending on where the price is at, all-time highs versus a low, for example, okay? But for the most part, with it having that fixed supply, okay, it's going to remain valuable, okay? Fiat currency, if the US started getting bombed right now, the US dollar probably wouldn't be as valuable, okay? So certain things just are logical with that. So supply, okay, strictly capped, okay, 21 million, and it's very costly to mine, okay? You can't just spawn Bitcoin at a press of a button. You actually have to have a whole logistical system, okay? Bitcoin is created by proof of work, okay? The computers have to show math. You know, when your teacher asks you to show work, that's what the computers have to do. So it's pretty much a bunch of computers, okay? Or it might be one, however much the person has who's mining the Bitcoin, okay? And what they're going to go ahead and do is look for mathematical equal signs, okay? They're trying to solve a code, okay, to give the hash, okay? And in that, the computer has to keep solving these codes, okay? And it has to show work, okay? And that proof of work, and if it's correct, okay, then they're rewarded with a piece of Bitcoin, okay? And then they keep doing that. And then every mathematical problem that's solved, then a Bitcoin gets created. Okay, and it's all solved by supercomputers. Okay, could be very, very expensive to run depending on your country. Okay, so before you just go try and boot it up, look into it. Please do your research. Pray to God on it. Take your time. Okay, and it's open to all. Anybody can buy Bitcoin. Okay, you can buy some Bitcoin right now if you want. I don't care if you got $2. Okay, get in that habit of buying assets. Try and keep yourself broke. Okay, because what do you have your cash in your bank account for? Go buy some assets, live off of credit if you can, and stay down. Okay, keep doing that. And then when it's time to pay your credit, boom, 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 and keep the money flowing. Keep it flowing. Okay, don't stop hustling. Okay, I know life happens. Don't get depressed. Keep your head on straight, man. Okay, there's gonna be things that go down in life. There's gonna be times your emotions are gonna be shook up. Okay, there's gonna be times where you can't stack up. Okay, your car might break down. Okay, things happen in life. Okay, you might have to pay rent. You might have to pay direct deposit on a new crib. Okay, and rent. Okay, depending on whatever it is, any situation, right? Hospital bills. Okay, just pray to God on it. Okay, pray to God on it and keep hustling. Okay, don't get in your head. Don't get poopy pants and don't get depressed because you got to get to this money. Okay, I'm telling you, when you pray on it, you keep going forward, you keep hustling, things get easier. Okay, but you got to keep hustling. Okay, after you pray, you got to keep hustling. Okay, don't grieve. Okay, don't get sad. Just focus. Focus. Okay, don't take that money and indulge in food. No alcohol. Okay, if you're drinking, quit that. God says don't do it. It makes you weak. Okay, no alcohol. Take that money, buy some assets, buy some Bitcoin. Okay, change up your lifestyle. It's really deep. Okay, if you catch yourself buying certain kinds of food, ask yourself why. Okay, why? Why am I eating these Doritos? Why am I booting this up right now? Okay, when's the last time you had some vegetables, some fruit? Okay, you gotta change your lifestyle. You guys are so obsessed with investing and trading, but we all have to realize that we have to change our lifestyles. Okay, this stuff takes money. Okay, it takes money to invest. So if you want to invest, you need to change your lifestyle up. Okay, put some bread away. It's cool to stay down. Okay, it's cool to save some. Okay, wear the same clothes for weeks if you got to, but you know how much Bitcoin you have in the stash. You know how much assets you have stacked up. Who cares what anybody's saying? Okay, because if you want to get to this Bitcoin, it's gonna take a certain level of discipline. Okay, it's gonna take a certain level of staying focused. Okay, we can't be being lazy when we say we want to be stacking assets. You gotta choose. You gotta be relentless. You gotta be a dog. Okay. So, before Bitcoin expires, I don't want you guys to be like, man, I wish I bought Bitcoin. And it's like that's not how you want to go out. Okay, leave something for your family. Okay, and take care of yourself, inshallah. So let's go. Let's head over to the next slide. So the hardness of money, right? Stock to flow. So why hardness matters in the first place? So money is a technology for storing time and energy, and hardness measures how hard it is to produce more of it. So let's talk about the S to F ratio. Okay, and existing supply, okay, divided by the annual production. So let's talk about the real estate, right? High S2F, okay? Because real estate is pretty hard to build, okay? You need a whole crew of people. Stuff could be changing now, though, because they do have houses that you can just drop on a plot of land, okay? That's like carried by a giant truck, okay? So it really depends. That could change as humans develop more innovative technology and ways to get housing quicker. But as for now, real estate is pretty hard to build. And let's talk about gold, right? So gold takes about 60 years to double supply. Okay. And Bitcoin, okay, it's the hardest asset ever discovered. Ever. Okay. So gold has a 60 S2F, Bitcoin, as of 2025, has 120 S2F. Okay. And if money is easy to produce, right, such as fiat currency, which is unlimited, people won't save it. They're just gonna go ahead and dump it and blow it. Okay. And if money is hard, okay, Bitcoin, civilization can save for the future. Your Bitcoin is like your gold. Okay. You should not be touching your Bitcoin. 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 Okay. Keep it in the stash. Keep it locked away. Keep those secret keys locked up. Okay. Don't be touching that Coinbase card. Don't do it. It's not worth it, guys. Okay. So let's stack it up. Let's stay down. Okay. Spend that credit. Okay. Spend that credit and build it back up. Spend that credit, build it back up. Pay your bills, spend that credit, build it back up. Keep hustling, keep grinding. Okay. Spend that credit. Fiat currency, unlimited, pretty much almost not real. But think something like Bitcoin, okay, something like real assets like gold, okay, that there's limited resources and actually exist, okay, whether you're buying the gold, ETF, etc., just understand that investing into assets that have value are going to be a lot more worthwhile than hoarding fiat currency for no reason. So let's jump into the next slide. So the verdict of everything, okay, we're witnessing a global competition between two monetary operating systems. Okay, you got the debt path. Okay, fiat requires inflation to service global debt. So your savings are the fuel for the system. Okay, eating it all up. And then you got your true savings path. Okay, Bitcoin, it's an exit valve. Okay, a savings technology that cannot be debased by any central authority. Okay, and this is not financial advice. Do your own research. Okay, do your own research. Okay, I'm not saying go take all your money, dump it into Bitcoin, but do your research. Check it out. Okay, check it out and do your thing. Okay, stay prayerful to God. Keep grounding. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. And I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
While you're working a 9 to 5, others are building 7-figure incomes. And they're not smarter than you. They're not working harder than you. They just know something that you don't. And let me tell you the secrets. I don't want you guys to be wasting your time in this world. While you're working a 9 to 5, others are building 7-figure incomes. And I want you to be a part of that. So let's talk about the great economic divergence. So as far as the reality check, while you're commuting, sitting in meetings, and waiting for 5 p.m. to strike, there's going to be a whole nother section of people who are grinding their business, waking up early in their morning, running ads, and selling the day-to-day products that we use. And those are going to be the millionaires and the billionaires, as well as the people who invest into the houses that we live in. So let's say if you rent your house, somebody bought that house and they're making money off of the fact that you need a place to live. So I want you guys to start owning your life and change your entire mindset. Stop being just a 9 to 5 casual worker and change your whole framework in order to be a boss and a CEO and get into stack mode. This economy does not trade time for money. It trades value for leverage. And as far as a critical question, if you stopped working today, right, ask yourself, how long could you survive? If the answer is less than 6 months, then that means that you're not free. And the way that these job markets have been looking, especially as AI decides to continue to progress and innovate year after year after year, there's going to be less need for less workers. So don't put yourself in a position to where you and your family can't eat and survive due to the fact that you don't want to prepare yourself or set something up. Build today. So if the answer is less than 6 months, that means that you're not free. And that means that you're a well-paid prisoner. And today, I'm going to teach you how to break the bars and how to actually start progressing. So the mathematical impossibility of wealth via wages. So the ceiling problem. Most people view their income as hours worked by times the hourly rate. And this equation has a fatal flaw. You run out of hours, literally. Even if you're a doctor making $500 an hour, you're capped by your physical presence. You cannot scale yourself. You cannot clone yourself. If you get sick, your income then goes to zero. You need to be making money while you sleep. Until you start making money while you sleep, you're going to forever be broke. I'm going to keep it straight up. Okay, and let's talk about inflation. So inflation, all right, if your salary increases by 3% a year, real inflation is often 7 to 10% a year, which means you're becoming poor by working the same amount of hours. Let's say, for example, at the time of this recording, 4 years ago, a house that was worth $200,000 is now worth about almost $500,000. About 4 years difference, the house gained that much equity difference. You have to be making more money because the dollar is only being worth less every single day.
And that's why I teach you guys about freedom money, about Bitcoin and stuff like that, in order to counter what's happening within the world. And let's talk about taxes. Okay. Earned income on W-2 is going to be the highest taxed income bracket. Okay. Business income allows for deductions before taxes. So work income, they're literally able to take majority of your wages away just because you're going to work. And I don't want you guys to be screwed in that scenario or in a position to where you can't feed your family because of what someone else's rules are. And the scenario, right? I don't want you to be in the infinite 30-year loop grind, just paying your bills, still living paycheck to paycheck, not driving what you want, not traveling to where you want, and not doing what you want. And let's say person A, all right? Let's say if they save $500 a month for 30 years, right? And interest, we're not even going to be worrying about that, okay? Interest is something that God tells us is bad, and interest is the reason why a lot of people are still in the heavy debt cycles. So don't focus on interest, no interest, okay? So person A, let's say they save $500 a month for 30 years, right? Your purchasing power is literally getting destroyed. If you keep your money inside of the bank account, your purchasing power is getting destroyed. You're destroying your purchasing power. I'm just letting you know that. And as far as person B, right? Let's say they build a digital asset. Once then you sell it 10,000 times while you're sleeping, exponential growth. And then you'll only get more popular as you get more views, as you get more exposure, especially as you start building a brand, or even if you're doing a personal brand. The bigger you are, the more exposure you get, the more people see you. Okay, the more then you're going to be able to profit off of your store and make an infinite amount versus just consistently sticking to that hourly rate. Even if you make $500 an hour, you're still going to be capped income wise. And the secret weapon to everything is going to be leverage. So the 7-figure earners aren't working 100 times harder than you. They're using 100 times more leverage. And leverage is the ability to move massive objects with minimal effort. And let's talk about the 4 types of leverage. Okay, labor. Labor means that you hire people to work for you. Okay, very old school and very expensive. That's why the leverage that you need to be utilizing now in order to be profitable is you need to be using AI. Okay, don't focus on hiring people. You can, but I would focus on learning the skills. If somebody could teach you, which I teach you guys at stackmode.net and in the Stackmode Academy, how to use AI instead of hiring people, you're going to be able to save a lot of time, mental health, and you're going to be able to run your company the way you need to. And as far as the capital, using money to make more money, you have to do that. And it requires you to kind of already have some income coming in, and requires you to already be pretty much substantially fine. And capital is going to be really used more once you get to the real estate. So once you do get rich off of content creation and investing into the markets, then from there, you'll be able to deploy your money and use that money to make more money and get into the real estate market. And code, software that runs 24/7. Okay, it's the great equalizer. It works while you sleep and it never complains at all. And then media, content, YouTube, blogs, courses, Twitter. Okay, once you have this stuff on the internet, once again, it'll sell forever. You could drop a video 10 years ago, and if people still come and see that video and your website link is in your description, you're going to be able to get traffic from the video that you dropped all those years ago still and be able to progress. And code and media are permissionless leverage. They're the leverage behind the newly rich. And what are they actually doing? So while you are in a Zoom meeting, the new rich are deploying specific business models that utilize code, AI, and media leverage. And these models have low overhead and infinite upside. So let's talk about the digital product. So packaging knowledge into ebooks, courses, or certain templates, it really wins, and it's a really easy way to gain some traction and gain even free leads as well too. And why it wins in the first place. Okay, 0 shipping cost. People are going to be able to just instantly download it or access it on a website. 0 inventory needed, 100% margin, and you just create it once, and then the computer can deliver it 1,000 times a day. Or let's say even if you're a rapper, if you drop one hot mixtape and people listen to that for years, you're going to be getting paid for years. So all you have to do is set up a system to where you can drop one thing and people can come to it for the rest of time. And the audience monetization. Building a niche audience, right? The newsletter, YouTube, and curating solutions for them. Curate solutions for your audience, or create something that garners a lot of attention, whether it be an animation series that has emotional depth factors into it, teaches people about friendship and family or whatever. You can create a whole brand off of that. Take The Simpsons, for example, or Regular Show, or Family Guy. There's going to be a lot of examples of people creating shows and then turning those shows into whole big brands that make people laugh, bring people together, and make people closer. Honestly, you know, think about the times you've sat down and watched TV with your family or your loved ones or whatever, watching a show, and somebody had to animate that show. And the fact that they animated that show, they were able to bring people closer together. Okay. So you never know what your business could do for people in the world. Just keep grinding. I promise. Keep grinding and go hard. And the contrast, right? In a 9 to 5, you build your boss's asset. You're coming to work every single day, grinding hard, putting in work for the company to get bigger. And then guess what? As soon as numbers start getting low, what are they going to do? Drop you. They're going to drop you as soon as numbers start getting low. Please love yourself more than that. Love your family more than that. And most importantly, love God more than that. God says, especially if you're a person who is in charge of the wealth, if you are blessed with the gifts needed in order to succeed, then you got to protect and provide for your family. Okay. And in these models, every hour of work adds a brick to your castle that then stands forever. So this is why I want you guys to focus on your models. Okay. When you're building your boss's assets, even if you increase their income, the second they don't want you anymore, gone. Okay. But the more hours you put into your own product, the more hours you put into building your own ecosystem, you're going to be able to sit down and chill one day if God wills. I'm telling you. And consumer versus producer mindset, right? We have to change everything. So the consumer, right? They come home tired, about to hop on the game, do nothing. Okay. Watches Netflix, picking up their phone, scrolling, and doing absolutely nothing. Okay. Buys products just to feel better, complains about the economy, sits there and does nothing. That's work mode. Okay. Work mode. People in work mode are doing this. Okay. And the result, they're literally the fuel for someone else's fire. And the producer, the 1%, you have to change your whole mindset. They come home and they build. Or if you have a work from home job, they build while they're working at their job. Okay. And that's what I did. When I worked from home, I was building my business. I worked from home for 4 years. I've never worked an in-person job because I knew that I wanted to continuously build my business while I was putting in work. And by the time I did that, I was able to quit and exit. And I want you guys to be able to do the same thing too and still feed yourself and get paid. So you create content, analyzes ads instead of clicking them, studies the markets, solves the problems. And the result, after doing all of that and putting all that effort and energy into building something for you, you own your fire. Okay. You're the fuel for your own fire. How hard you go determines how much you get paid. Okay. How hard you go determines how hard your paycheck is going to hit. Okay. And entertainers get paid by the poor. Educators get paid by the rich. Producers get paid by absolutely everyone. Okay. Think about that. And how to escape, right? The transition plan. You do not quit your job tomorrow. That is reckless. You use your 9 to 5 as your investor. Okay. So from 5 to 9 p.m., you got to be grinding. As soon as you're off for work, if that's your schedule, if you work 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., that's fine. As soon as 5 p.m. hits to around 5 to 10 p.m., grind. You need to put in your second shift. I don't recommend you guys do a second job. I recommend you build something for yourself so you can escape the work in the first place. Okay, and this is going to be where you build your freedom. And audit your time. Cut the video games, cut the drinking, cut the aimless scrolling, and you need to reclaim at least 20 hours a week to focus on yourself and your business. Also, you need to learn high-value skills. I teach you how to do that at stackmode.net. Copywriting, sales, coding, content creation. These are going to be the tools of the modern wealthy, and you're going to be able to help people as well too once you know how to do these skills yourself. And as far as the ship daily, right? Perfectionism. Only God is perfect. Perfectionism is the procrastination disguised as quality control. Launch your product, okay? Make sure that it's quality, but just launch and go. Keep posting, grind, organize your business structure how you need to. Okay, book a free call with me if you want to learn how to organize your business structure, and let's go. And the challenge, for the next 90 days, you can commit to producing one piece of value. Okay, a blog, a video, a code commit, a product page, every single day. Build your brand. Don't look at the results, follow the habits, be consistent, and go forward. And the choice is going to be absolutely yours. I'm going to be honest. The door to the cage is open. The internet has democratized wealth creation, and permission is no longer required. You can continue to trade your life for an hourly wage, hoping for a comfortable retirement at 65, or you can start building assets today that will pay you for the rest of your life. So it's time to stop watching, start building, and you can learn how to do that at stackmode.net. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and let's get out of the rat race so we can start living our life comfortably. Peace. If you don't have an LLC formed, a lawsuit can wipe away everything you've been working hard for years. Let me show you exactly why you need to form an LLC if you're a business or brand owner and how we can do it the cheapest and easiest way. Let's get into it. Your LLC is extremely important. You got to build your fortress up. So we're going to be covering your LLC formation, right? What your EIN number even is, keeping yourself anonymous. Some people register their LLC underneath their actual house address. You don't want to be doing that. Okay, it's going to make it easy for people to find exactly where you live, and that's not what you're going to want. So you're going to want to set up your LLC underneath a registered agent. So we're going to talk about that as well. We'll talk about the operating agreements, and we'll make sure everything is done right and done cheap. Let's go. So what is an LLC and why does it protect you in the first place? So an LLC is a limited liability company. An LLC is a legal wall between you and your business. If your business gets sued or owes money, your personal assets, your car, your home, savings are all legally untouchable. Without an LLC, you are the business. Every lawsuit, every debt, and every mistake hits you personally. And understand that an LLC is not an expense. It's the cheapest insurance policy that you'll ever buy for your business. It's pretty much preparing yourself for any future endeavors, any mistakes, or any things that you're expecting to go wrong. Future-proofing yourself. You know, that's the reason why you pay for insurance on your car. Future-proofing yourself. Even if you yourself didn't get into the accident. For example, my first car ever was a 2013 Audi. And I woke up one day and someone just totaled it. And it just was what it was. And I had to go buy the Mustang Coupe. And I had to go forward. And I had to progress. Okay? But understand that sometimes in life, things are going to happen. So instead of you getting sued and getting all of your resources extracted that you've been grinding for years, let's be smart, let's get an LLC, and let's make sure that we can protect ourselves and our assets. And a real example, right? Let's say a freelance web designer gets sued by a client for $50,000, right? God forbid. But without an LLC, their personal bank account could be wiped. And with an LLC, only business assets are at risk. Their personal savings stay safe completely, okay? And 3 things an LLC gives you. Personal asset protection. Business debts and lawsuits cannot touch your personal belongings at all. Tax flexibility as well too. So you could choose to be taxed as a sole proprietor, an S corp, or a C corporation, and pick whatever saves you the most or whatever functions the best for whatever type of business you're trying to do. And as far as credibility and legitimacy, so ABC LLC, for example, or Stackmode Network LLC, looks professional. Clients, banks, and platforms start taking you more serious when they see you went through the time to submit the paperwork, open the business bank accounts, and do what you need to do in order to be credible. And without an LLC, you're just a sole proprietor by default. So one bad client, one accident, or one lawsuit equals total personal financial exposure. And I don't want you guys to be going through that, okay? So choose your state. This matters a lot. So you don't have to form your LLC in the state that you live in. You can form it in any state. So here's how the top 3 compare. So I'll talk about Wyoming, right? So Wyoming, there's no state taxes. Filing for an LLC costs you $100 USD. And it's strong anonymity. And you have $60 a year cost for a renewal. Okay. New Mexico costs you $50 in order to file your LLC. No member disclosure. No annual fee. And less business friendly. You got Delaware. It's $90 for the filing. It's VC or investor preferred. It's a 300-year franchise tax on it. And it's less private. So the cheapest and the most private option is going to go ahead and be the New Mexico option. So the New Mexico option is going to give us the most definitive and cheapest option for both as well. Okay. So do you need a local address? No, absolutely not. So if you form a LLC in Wyoming or New Mexico, but you live in Texas, you may need to register as a foreign LLC in your home state if you do business there, but that costs $50 to $200 and it's worth it for the privacy. So here's the smart play. So let's say, for example, a client named Maria lives in Florida, but they formed their LLC in Wyoming. Let's say they use Wyoming for their registered agent as their address. And a registered agent is pretty much going to be a address that's going to have all your mail directed to it, and then it's also going to be able to send mail to you. So instead of having your LLC address as your home address, what it's going to go and have is have the LLC address as like a suite address, for example. Okay. So their name doesn't appear publicly anywhere, keeping themselves fully anonymous and making sure that they're fully secure. Okay. And they just use your home state trap. Most people default to their home state, and that's often fine if you don't care about privacy. States like California, though, can charge $800 a year minimum franchise tax, while Wyoming is like $60. So think about that too when it comes to your yearly expenses. So as far as filing your LLC in 5 simple steps. So what you want to do is choose your LLC name, okay? Choose your LLC name, choose a name that you're going to be happy with, and understand that it must be unique in your state. It must include LLC or limited liability company in it, and check the availability for free on your state's Secretary of State website. So for example, Apex Media LLC, okay, YouTube LLC, Lamp LLC, search Wyoming, SOS site, look what's available, and then you're good. Then from 2, I want you guys to go ahead and get a registered agent. So a registered agent is required in every state. It's a real person or company who receives legal mail for their LLC. Do not use your home address, okay? On the next slide, I'm going to give you guys more information on how we can go ahead and understand how we can keep ourselves anonymous and how we can open our LLC without using our home address. So you have to file articles of organization as well. So it's a short 1 to 2 page form. You have to fill it out on your state's SOS website. And Wyoming is $100 online. New Mexico is $50. And it takes about 1 to 3 business days, sometimes about 1 to 7 in order to fill out online as well too, and for it to get approved. And the required info. So what you're gonna need is your business name, your registered agent name plus your address, your business purpose, okay? Just write in what the purpose this is. Use AI in order to help you as well too. Your management structure, okay? The member manage equals that you run it. Then from there, you just gotta go ahead and pay your fees. So Wyoming, once again, is going to be a $100 fee. New Mexico is going to be a $50 fee. And we got Delaware with a $90 fee there, okay? So you can pay online with a card. Okay, keep it simple. Understand that, once again, you could pay online with a card. Do not make it more difficult than it actually needs to be. Keep it simple. Okay, whip your card out, open your LLC, get started. Don't waste your time, because you need to start having time available for your EIN number. Your EIN number is a free number, okay? But you need that in order to progress. When it comes to opening your accounts on Shopify, for example, you're gonna need your EIN number, okay? So that's why I want you guys to get on these things as quick as possible. I don't want you to procrastinate at all. Get your EIN number. You can get it for free on irs.gov, and then from there, you can get your employer identification number. So instead of using your social security number on everything, okay, what you're going to go ahead and do is use your EIN number and use your LLC name on your documents or whenever you're opening up accounts. And you're going to need it in order to open a bank account, hire employees, file taxes, or even get PayPal, Stripe, etc. accounts, okay? So once again, you're going to go to irs.gov, get to the EIN assistant, and it really takes 10 minutes. It's completely free and never pay a third party for this. So don't overpay. Companies like LegalZoom try and charge $79 to $300 to form your LLC. You're just paying for them to fill out a form. Do it yourself. It's that simple. Okay. So your registered agent is going to be your legal shield. So what is a registered agent in the first place? Every LLC must have a registered agent. A registered agent is a person or a company with a physical address in the state where your LLC is formed and who receives legal notices and lawsuit papers, called services of process, government correspondent papers and annual report reminders, as well as tax documents and compliance notices. So why not use your home address, right? Your registered agent's address becomes public record. If you list your house, anyone can Google your LLC and find where you live, which could be dangerous potentially. So use a service instead. So as a real scenario, a disgruntled client looks up someone's LLC name, sees their home address, and then shows up. So try not to use your home address, okay? And the best cheap registered agent services, right? The Northwest registered agent. So best overall includes privacy by default. Real humans answer $39 a year at the time of this recording.
We got Registered Agents Incorporated. That's the one I personally use. We got $50 a year. No upsells. Keeps your info private on state filings. And just helps you progress. We got Inc. File. Now busy. Okay, it's free for 1 year. Free first year if you use their formation service. Or you could be your own agent if you have your own physical address or your own business address as well too. And a pro tip here. So Northwest Registered Agent for $39 a year. It's pretty much number one recommended at the time of this video. It's the cheapest. They don't sell your data and actively protect your privacy on state filings. Many services list their own address, which hides yours. Okay, keeping you safe, protected, so you can get to the next level. And the anonymity stack. So why stay anonymous in the first place? When you file an LLC, in most states, your name goes on a public database. Anyone can look you up. Competitors, stalkers, litigious clients. And the goal of it, your name appears nowhere on public records while you still legally own and control everything. So, privacy state formation. Once again, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana do not require member owner names on public filings. They just file there, use the registered agent, and then done. So, as far as privacy, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana, filing through there really, really does help. So you could form a Wyoming LLC, use Northwest as a registered agent, and your name appears on 0 public documents, and it costs around $139 a year total. Okay, keeping you fully anonymous, keeping you safe, okay, and helping you progress. And the double LLC stack. So for maximum protection, you could form a holding LLC in Wyoming to keep you anonymous, which then owns your operating LLC in your home state. So your home state sees Wyoming Holdings LLC as the owner, not you. And Wyoming sees no member names. Okay. And the double LLC anonymity stack, right? Let's say it's you. Private person. Okay. Our name. Then from there, for Wyoming, okay. Anonymous, not public. Meanwhile, the operating LLC is Apex Media LLC, which is whole time in Texas. Okay. So your public records only show Apex Holdings LLC here, okay, which is not public. Your name never appears. So lawyers who want to see you hit a dead end. Okay. So it's really, really smart doing it in this way, and it helps a lot. Okay. So your LLC constitution. So what is it? So the operating agreement is the internal document that defines how your LLC operates. It's not filled with the state. It's for you and your bank and any partners. Think of it as the rule book for your LLC. Without one, your state's default LLC laws apply, and they may not favor you. So what it must include: ownership percentages. Who owns what percent of the LLC? The management structure. Who makes the decisions? Was it member managed or manager managed? Profit distribution. How and when the money gets paid out to its members. Buyout or the exit rules. What happens if a member wants to leave or dies? And dissolution clause. How the LLC can be shut down. So what's critical about this? Single member LLCs need this too. Many solo founders skip the operating agreement because it's just me, which is a big mistake. Banks a lot of times can require it. If you're ever sued, courts look for it to verify your LLC is legitimate and separate it from you personally. Okay. So it's pretty much a rule book. Okay, it's just a rule book. So a judge could decide your LLC is just an alter ego of you personally and pierce the corporate veil, wiping out your liability protection entirely. So you can go ahead and get one for free at Northwest Registered Agent, Rocket Lawyer, LegalZoom, or your state SOS website. Okay. So for a single member LLC, a 1-page operating agreement is enough. Sign it, date it, and then done. Okay. So it costs under $200 to launch. Get to it. So your LLC filing, if you do it in New Mexico, one time, no annual report required, $50. Then from there, you got your registered agent. You got your $50 a year. Okay, New Mexico doesn't require one, but it's smart to use. And then your EIN, it's going to be free. Operating agreement, free. Business bank account, Mercury, Relay, Novo, Wells Fargo, Chase, etc. free. So for the first year, you'd only be paying $100. So really, really nice. And then option number B here. Option B, we're going to have the Wyoming. Okay, best for laws and privacy. File it through Wyoming for $100, then $39 a year. Northwest Registered Agent. And then from there, get your EIN and your operating agreement for free. And 1 year total, it's going to be for $139. Okay.
and what to skip and what to never pay for. So LegalZoom LLC packages, so $79 or $299. Okay, what you're paying for is absolutely nothing at all. So your EIN filing services, irs.gov is free and takes about 10 minutes. And your LLC kits with binders and seals, useless. And attorneys to form a basic symbol LLC, just don't need. So the bottom line, for under $140, you can have a fully legal, private, protected LLC with the EIN number, a registered agent, and a bank account. No lawyer needed. Make it simple. So your LLC launch roadmap, right? Pick your state, get your agent, file your articles, get your EIN, do your operating agreement, get your business bank account. Okay? It's really, really simple. Follow the steps. Filing time takes about 3 weeks max for everything. That's for getting your EIN number. That's for getting your registered agent. That's for getting your LLC approved, getting your name done, and getting your business bank account with your operating agreement. I'd say everything would set up about 3 weeks, and then you'd be good for the rest of your life. So put in that time now. It's really, really important to start today. Do not procrastinate. Absolutely no procrastination at all. Please don't waste your time like that. Okay. And after filing, don't forget, okay, keep your personal and business expenses 100% separate. Never pay personal bills from an LLC account. Mixing these equals losing your liability shield. Keep these separate. Keep it consistent. Okay. So form it in Wyoming or New Mexico. Go get your registered agent. Get your EIN number. Write your operating agreement. And keep your business and personal expenses 100% separate. Okay. It's going to be really, really simple. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Peace.
Passive trading, swing trading, making money in your sleep and while you're at work is all I'm pushing. That's all we're teaching here at Stackmode. All that day trading, hustling to make some money real quick. Oh, we just got in, we just got out. All that anxiety trading, all that cringe. Not what we're pushing here. Okay, we're pushing stability, consistency, major growth. Only things I want to even instruct you guys when it comes to the market is to use your higher time frames. All that 1 minute, 5 minute scalping, all that prop firm day trading scalping, it's not going to get you to where you want to be. There's a reason why your P&L keeps going up and down, why you're upset that you're not profitable, that you haven't gotten the Lamborghini or the house that you want. Some of you guys are absolutely trading like absolute pansies. Some of the stuff I've been seeing online, especially from people who have views and stuff, it's crazy. These guys are on the 1 minute using EMAs, MACD, etc. Just use your higher time frames. Weekly, daily, 4 hour. All you need to know is like how market moves when it comes to sellers stepping in and buyers stepping in. Once you understand that, you can make profitable trades. Once sellers step in, guess what? We don't buy. And when buyers step in, we buy, and we sell when sellers step in. It's literally all you have to do. People are trying to make it so complicated with all of these things, etc. Especially if you're just trading the stock market. It's meant to go in an upwards direction. These companies hold up the forefront and the infrastructure of the United States on their pillars. And without them, the United States would definitely have a very, very hard time when it comes to maintaining its US dollar power. Because the reason why the US dollar is even worth as well is because not only do we have a really good military, but we do have world-changing companies that pretty much every country besides like some communist Asian countries used, such as like North Korea and stuff like that, etc. Other than that, Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, etc., all that stuff is used all across the world. Say, for example, Nvidia. If you put $5,000 in Nvidia 10 years ago, you'd have $1 million today, right? And it's like people are still on here trying to day trade for what? When you could literally just be buying and holding. Even if you're taking a trade for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, I just want to break down to you guys and have a full presentation on why we need to just take our time, have some patience,
What are we doing here? Okay, you guys are trying to, oh, I'm on the 5 minute, I'm scalping. Oh, I just won. And then the next day, oh, I just lost. And then you're crashing out your account and blowing it up, all types of bunky, crazy stuff. I don't want you guys going through any struggles when it comes to the market, when it literally is meant to make money from it. Okay, if you have any type of discipline, competency, and patience, you can make some money from the markets. Let's jump into this presentation. Let me show you how.
Stop day trading. Start living. Start working. The whole point of investing, right, is to turn your money into more money. So if we're going to do this, we need to be working. Whether if you're a CEO, working on your business, or if you're working your job, whatever you're doing to generate income, you need to be focusing on that while your trades are cooking. So while your trades are in the background, while your trades are progressing level by level, you need to make sure you're working on something. Make sure you're consistently hustling, because guess what? Trading is a multiplicative game. It's not like a job where you sit there making the same consistent income, getting the same check every 2 weeks. Okay, we're not here for that. We're here to multiply our income. We're trying to get rich, inshallah, if God wills. So if you're trying to get rich, you have to multiply your income, and you have to push it. You have to go hard. And you can't spend more time on the charts thinking that it's going to equal more income. Because I'm telling you, more time on the charts does not equal more income. Now, studying the charts, yes, but more time placing trades does not equal more income. So let's go ahead and let's continue the next section here. So let's talk about the day trader's trap. So the reality check. 95% of day traders fail to outperform the S&P 500 over a 5-year period. Why? And honestly, it's so easy to outperform the S&P 500. The year just started. We're already up like 11, 12%. I have to go check it. But I believe it was up over like 7%. Like first week started off really strong. It's really easy to outperform the S&P 500 whenever you're catching the innovation and you're playing stocks that have something to do with the future. Whenever it be getting in an AI health stock, whether it be getting in a certain tech stock that helps manufacture cars, etc., chips, microchips, a lot of different scenarios and cases, right? Investing your money long term, even if you're playing futures, forex, or options too, long term trading is going to be what you want to be doing. Okay, and 95% of day traders fail to outperform the S&P 500 over a 5-year period. And why is that? Emotional exhaustion. I used to be a day trader myself. Okay, and there was times where I was able to make some good income, and I realized that, wait, trading every single day, having, even when I streaked, say I won 25 trades on the month, right? But then the next trade, you're coming in, you're winning like 7 trades on the month because you're playing tops and you're playing bottoms. Okay, you're shorting and you're longing. If I'm playing the stock market, I'm only longing personally. Okay, and emotional exhaustion. So staring at the screen for 8 hours spikes cortisol. And what cortisol is going to be your emotion that lets you know you're upset. So it's your rage emotion, okay? And the more cortisol that you have equals the more stress. And the more stress that you have, you're going to be hopping on the charts like, oh my gosh, and you're going to be trading health for money. That's not what you want to be doing. You don't want to be trading no type of negative aspect for money, whether it be your soul, whether it be your health. You don't want to be trading that for money. And the tax drag. So short-term capital gains tax are up to 37%. It can really eat your profits alive compared to long-term rates, which have a 0 to 20%. So 37% is the max, and that's really once you reach over like 6 figures a year trading, 200K a year, which you can actually reach fairly quickly. But the 0 to 20% is going to be for the long-term tax gains, and the long-term tax gains are going to be for holding your trades for over a year. So they want you to keep your money within the market because it keeps the economy held up. And a zero-sum game. So for you to win a trade in the short term, someone else often has to lose, and you're competing against supercomputers and AI. And a lot of times that can be pretty difficult. And the math of churning. So if you make a 10% profit, right, for example, pretty easy to do, but you trade 100 times a year. Fees and taxes can reduce your real return to negative, honestly. And especially you future scalpers, you guys are placing 1 million trades a day, and your fees at the end of the year could really eat into your profits. So think about that and ask yourself, do you own the charts or do the charts own you? Stop hopping on the charts fiending for money. Put your setup down after you've marked it out, after you've done your intellectual, fundamental, and technical research. Put your trade down. Let it hit TP or stop loss. And go on to the next trade. That's all you have to do. Stop making it more difficult than it needs to be. Please. Inshallah, if God wills, you guys have a lot of people to take care of, and you have yourself to take care of. Love yourself. Okay, if you master this, you could be able to take care of a lot of people, and I'm so dedicated to teaching every single person on this earth, to making sure that you guys understand every single concept of this. And the passive approach, right? So the passive approach within the charts is really good, because then you get to be aggressive within your work and real life. You get to be aggressive within your business, so you have more income to throw into the charts in the first place. So buying assets that generate wealth while you sleep, rather than renting out your time to monitor price action and watching every single candlestick move, is going to be a lot better. So you're going to want to primarily swing trade. Okay, switch to your weekly time frame, your daily time frame, and your 4-hour time frame. And the reason why I even go down to my 4-hour time frame at the lowest, I really would just go down to my daily, but the 4-hour time frame, it gives you extended trading hours. So sometimes on TradingView and other brokers that you're on too, you might see some candlesticks that are hidden due to the fact that extended trading hours is not on the daily and the weekly, since it goes by the hourly basis. And time in the market, right? It's important to study the charts. It's important to know how market moves, okay? And historically, missing the best 10 days of the market cuts your returns in half. And passive investors never miss those days, because your trade is always cooking. Instead of trying to be like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and buy here, market's going to short here, market's going to do. Buy where you think it's going to go ahead and long at. Short where you think it's going to short at. Sit on it for some days. A good trade takes days. Okay, a good trade is going to take some days, or at least some hours, in order to take profit. If your trade is not taking days or hours or even weeks, sometimes months and years, what are you doing? If you're closing the trade within a couple of minutes, literally exit the charts. You are not looking to build a life of stability from the market. And ownership versus speculation. So day traders bet on price movement, and passive investors bet on business growth. You can use AI, get my course and my book in order to do accurate research and check the revenue out. Make sure you guys are investing into companies that are profitable, or at least have some future projections to be profitable. And the goal is not just money. It's the liberty to not just sit there looking at the screen, candlestick by candlestick. It's not what you want to do. It can be extremely difficult. And if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you're going to work until you die. Okay. So make money while you sleep, because I do not want you guys slaving until you die in a way where you're unhappy. If you're doing a work that you love, keep doing that. May God bless your soul. And the eighth wonder of the world, right? So scenario A, for example. So the act of stress. So let's say you spend 20 hours a week trading, and you make 15% one year, lose 10% the next. Your stress level is going to be 10 out of 10. Okay, because you're going to be like, whoa, and then you're only up 5%. Still profitable, yes, but then say you're down another 10%, then you're going to be down 5%. Okay, not what you want. And then scenario B, the swing trader. The trader in Stackmode, keeping their money in the account, keeping their account growing. Say you invest $500 a month into the S&P 500, right, with the historical 10% average, you spend 0 hours trading. Okay. Or if you invested into a good tech stock, for example, in 30 years, you'd have $1 million. Just like I spoke about earlier, 5 years ago, $5,000 in NVIDIA, you'd have $1 million today. and the effort was 1 hour of total setup time. And compound interest requires time, not effort. Day trading interrupts the compounding process by constantly moving your capital and constantly moving your emotions. And I'm telling you, especially as you get older, it's not easy. In order to keep that up, it can be extremely stressful. And I want you guys to live a stress-free life where you guys can chill out, do what you want, and ball, and chill out. Set over to the next slide. So reclaim your mind. Get control over your mind. Don't stress out. Don't trip. And the hidden cost of day trading is going to be decision fatigue. And mental bandwidth is going to be required in every scenario. So every buy and sell decision burns glucose in your brain. By noon, a day trader is mentally depleted. You're sitting there looking at the chart all day. You spent all day pretty much doing nothing, not building, not growing, not grinding. It's not stack mode. So put down your trade, put down your alerts, make sure you have TradingView on your phone or put down your alerts on your broker, whatever is better for you, and let the trade rock out. Okay, don't sit there looking at every single candlestick movement. Grind. Take your time and grind. And by automating your investments, you preserve your mental energy for building a business, learning a new skill, and spending time with family. That's definitely what you want. And questions for the class. So what would you guys do with an extra 20 hours a week if your income was automated? Okay, I want you guys to leave a comment below and let me know. So what would you do for an extra bit of time? Okay, because the time is there. The market is waiting on you to invest. If you want to learn how, book a call at stackmode.net or give me a call at 678-775-8532. And I want you guys to get into the process of being focused on God, most importantly, and being focused on yourself. Okay, being focused on your business, being focused on your work, developing yourself. Okay, grind. Spend some time with your family as well too. Build your relationships. Learn something new. Reclaim your mind, reclaim your life, and do not be a rat race rat for income your whole life. That's not what we're doing here. That's not what I'm pushing. And I want you guys to have some freedom within your life. Okay, we're here to worship God. I don't want you guys to be worshiping money. I don't want you guys to be slaving for money. I want you guys to be living a life of abundance, dominion, and yes, work hard, but I don't want you to be unhappy while doing it. Keep grinding and grind hard and do what you love. Take that risk. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't, and stay focused on your vision. And dollar cost averaging, let's go and let's talk about that. So how it works. So you invest a fixed amount of money at regular intervals, regardless of the share price. So market high, then you buy fewer shares, protecting the downside. So obviously your market's not going to be at all-time highs and you're loading up. No, you buy low, sell high. Okay. Or if you're shorting, let's say you're a Forex trader or something like that, you're trading more of a downtrending market, then what you're going to want to do is sell low, buy high. Okay. So either ways. So zero emotion. You remove the should I buy now anxiety completely by swing trading. When you're using your higher time frames, you know your trade is going to take days or hours in order to progress. Give it time. Let it chef, let it cook. Okay? Let it chef and let it cook. So the choice is going to be yours. Option number one, you're chained to a desk, fighting algorithms, and you're having extremely high stress. Looking at 1 minute candles, watching every single thing, speculate, and watching your P&L fluctuate insanely. Stop trading like that. It's not worth it. It's actually led a lot of people to suicide. And I don't want you guys to go through that. Okay? And option number two, the stack mode way. Automate your wealth, time, and live your life. Stop playing the game. Okay? Stop going to the casino. Stop gambling. And trade the markets. Okay? Trade the markets.
Most people work all of their life and still retire broke, and I don't want you guys to be in that scenario. So let's go and let's talk about how we can change our psychology and be prepared for the future. Let's do it. So we have to rewire the brain for seven-figure freedom. You have to execute your plan. Whatever ideas you have within your head, whether it be it
a software that you've been thinking about coding for some years or months. It's really, really possible now. You have a lot more opportunity with AI. Things are a lot more structured, a lot easier. And understand that wealth is not a math problem. It's a psychological operating system. And you have to, once again, delete your middle or lower class programming. So let's jump into it. So why 90% fail? So the evolutionary sabotage. So we'll talk about the caveman. So for 200,000 years, human survival relied on two things: eating high calorie food immediately and avoiding high risk completely. Your brain is hardwired to literally prefer a guaranteed comfortable $10 right now, for example, over a probabilistic $100 next year. When you try to build, understand that you're fighting your own DNA. And that's why a small percent of people even win when it comes to building a system, building a brand, building a company. Okay, so you have to restructure your brain for success. So we'll talk about the safe paycheck illusion. So this is why people cling to a job that they don't even like. The bi-weekly paycheck satisfies the caveman brain's need for guaranteed survival calories, even while inflation slowly starves them. So think about keeping your money in a checking account, for example. Say you have $100 within your savings account, okay? Say you wanted to transfer that over to your checking account, okay? Say you already have $20 in your checking account, okay? So now you have $120 inside of your checking account, right? So you transferred it from your savings to your checking. You already had $20 in your checking account. So now you have $120, right? Okay, cool. Say is if instead that $100 was inside of something like some stocks instead of something like some crypto. If you're using that $100 as an active income by the time it's transferred to your checking account, instead of it just being $100, you could have transferred $500 into your checking account, making it $520. Okay, and then from there you can pay off your credit cards, pay your bills, do what you need to do from your checking account. Okay, so it's about structuring what you need and keeping your money always flowing within a constant asset river is what I like to call it. Keep stacking your assets so then your cash flow you're not even going to have to worry about. The more assets that you stack, the more you're not going to have to worry about chasing that active income when it's time to pay bills, when it's time for you to execute on certain things, or when it's time for you to recover if a bad situation occurs, God forbid. Okay. So look, your money is pretty much being slowly eaten alive when you just keep it sitting within a checking account. Don't stack up cash, okay? Don't stack up cash. There's pretty much no point to stack up cash within a checking account. Put your cash to use. Put it inside of stocks. Put it inside of crypto. Buy some cars. Start doing rental businesses. Start buying houses. Put them on Section 8. Buy some multifamilies. Get a plane or helicopter. Start a business with that or rent them out privately, okay? Start putting your cash to use because you have to understand that the government does nothing but print. Money is nothing but a printed resource and numbers that are digitally put on your devices, okay? When you load up your checking account app, the digital numbers that are there, and it's just money, physical, paper dollars, was just a piece of paper that was printed out of a machine. At the end of the day, that has a little bit of jurisdiction because it has a seal and a stamp and a person on it. So understand what money actually is and understand that it's a tool. And when you use it as a complete tool, your mindset changes. When you understand that credit is really, really powerful too. Don't use credit for consumerism. Don't use credit to ball out on vacations. Use credit to put yourself in tactical advantages financially. Say, for instance, you wanted to buy a house. Say you have enough money in order for the down payment, right? Say you're trying to buy a $100,000 house. Say they want $5,000 down. FHA loan, right? They want 3.5% down. Okay, just for instance. Okay, or you put more than that down. Okay, you just have 5K for them. They're like, all right, cool.
we're with that. Instead of you putting your 5K down, you can go keep that 5K in your assets. And then from there, you could take that to the bank. And then they'll be like, okay, cool. Here's 15K, here's 10K. And you're going to be able to use that money for the down payment. And then keep your money stacked up in your assets, in your stocks, in your crypto, while that's generating you more money. So when it's time to pay off the loan for the monthly payments or whatever terms you agree on, you're going to have some extra overhead because you planted your money in more assets. Keep your money flowing and take advantage of the free money that's available within the world. Okay, credit systems, the banks, loans. Now, you do have to pay this stuff back, so be responsible. But take the risk. I'm going to ask you guys. Let me know in the comments below. Have your friends or family ever called you crazy for wanting to invest or start a business? Okay. If so, understand that that's their biological herd mentality, reacting to your breakout. And if people aren't living the lifestyle that you want to live, don't listen to them. If people aren't where you want to be, don't listen to them. Okay. Negativity can destroy a positive dream if you let it. So don't let it. Okay. If God put that dream and that vision inside of you, you need to put whatever's inside of your head into the forefront. All around the world. This cup, for example. Okay. This mic I'm recording on. This computer I'm recording on. These are all people's ideas being pushed to the forefront. And they believed in themselves. They wanted to win. They wanted to get to the next level. So you have to do it too in order to innovate a product that's going to push society forward so we can get better as humans. So you can help people create. So you can help people stay on earth. So you can keep making people smile. So we'll talk about dopamine, right? It's the poor man's drug. So we'll talk about the destructive loop, okay? Modern society has weaponized your attention. Constantly scrolling. TikTok, Instagram. Me and my boy talked about this today, okay? I feel like Reels was put here to attack. You know, sometimes Reels can be funny, but as far as just having a unprogrammed algorithm of unproductive social media reels constantly being put in your head, it can really, really hold you back, okay? That's why I come on here on social media. I try and post positive content that you guys can at least learn from, because people are going to scroll anyways. So when you're able to capture somebody's attention, gravitate your attention, and transmute their scrolling into a whole self journey that they can go on, due to the fact that they saw your product, due to the fact that they saw your video or your mentorship or your agency, whatever business you're running, or they used a rental car in order to go on a trip that changed their life, that you owned, okay? Focus on ownership and use social media for positivity and to build an intellectual brand in order to push people forward so they remember you, okay? Because it's really, really crazy too. It's really cool when you meet people from social media in real life too. Definitely have done that a lot. And when you're able to connect with people all over the world, you're able to gain a different type of intellectual infrastructure too. So if you waste your motivation, right? I don't really like that word because motivation is temporary. But if you waste your drive, right, your energy on scrolling, you're going to have zero drive left to study the markets, build your assets, code your software, work out, pray to God, get closer to your family, have a conversation with your mom or dad, okay? Important things you really need to be doing. Checking on your spouse, okay? Rewire your brain. And we'll talk about the amateur. So the amateur checks their crypto wallet 40 times a day for a dopamine hit. They're opening up TradingView. They're pulling up Webull. They're pulling up Robinhood. They're like, oh my gosh, I need to go ahead and get in this. I need to see how my trade is looking. I need to, oh my gosh, they're just freaking out all over the place. You got to relax. Keep it chill. And the professional,
someone who's in stack mode, they lock their phone away. For instance, me, I have two phones. One for social media that I post on, then the other one for clients. And the professional locks their phone in a drawer to focus on deep work for at least 3 hours. Okay, put your phone away. After you post, after you promote, after you do what you need to do, put your phone away. Focus on your deep work, focus on building, focus on going forward. And we'll talk about the detox hack here. So to become wealthy, you must make hard work your main source of dopamine. So celebrate the flawless execution of your daily plan, not just the financial result. That's where the whole game is going to change. When you understand that you're going to take a win, okay, whether you financially win during the day or not, okay, you're going to take a W as long as you followed your plan. If you followed your plan, you'll take a W, okay, if God wills. So make sure that you follow your plan, whether it be it on the charts, whether it be it on your posting consistency, whether it be it on your schedule that you set for yourself in order for you to succeed or get to the next level. Follow your plan. Otherwise, you won't get to the next level. If you say you're going to do something, you have to do it. You have to go hard. You have to go hard. If you don't go hard, you're not going to streamline the success the way that you want it to. The success is not going to develop in certain ways that you want it to, and you're going to be frustrated. At night, you're going to be like, dang, I'm not going hard. Why am I not going hard? It's a muscle that you have to train. You have to train yourself to constantly record if that's what you want to do, whether you want to be an artist, whether you want to be a teacher, whether you want to be a coach, okay? Constantly train yourself to always be recording, to always be thinking in a business-like mindset, to always be going forward no matter what happens. That's what's really going to separate the successful people from the unsuccessful people. And you have to break that destructive loop. Any old loops that you have, whether it be you're scrolling, whether it be in a lust cycle, whether you bring an addiction cycle to certain foods you shouldn't be eating or something like that. Okay, you have to break these things in order to go forward. You have to structure your discipline, and the more that you do it, the longer that you do it, the more that muscle inside of your brain is going to be trained. Okay, you have to train that muscle over time. Keep going forward, okay? So, mastering delayed gratification. So we'll talk about the bamboo tree principle here. So a Chinese bamboo tree requires daily watering for 5 consecutive years. During this time, it shows absolutely zero visible growth above the soil, and the roots are expanding underground. You're building your ecosystem. The reason why people are frustrated when they go to work is because they're getting that paycheck every 2 weeks, every week, right? But you notice that it's still not enough because it's hard to build. It's hard to build when you're spending your majority of your time at that job, and then from there you don't have enough time to think, to progress to the next level, because you're sitting at that capped income the whole time. How are you supposed to get to the next level? So it's really, really important that if you're working right now, especially, or if you're coming out of school, or if you're in school right now, you need to be maximizing your time afterward. Otherwise, you're going to stay trapped in the loop, and that's not what I want for you guys, okay? I want you guys to break free from that. So even if you're not seeing financial gains right now, even if you're not seeing wins right now, understand that you're building the ecosystem. Every hour that you put in studying the markets, studying a piece of code, understanding how AI works, and just getting ready for future you, the more that you focus on future you every single day, the easier and the quicker you'll win today. Okay, I'm telling you. So understand that with the bamboo tree, in the 5th year, it grows 90 feet in 6 weeks. Just absolutely sprouts, goes up. Okay, so sometimes you got to go hard. You might not see everything that you want to see right now, but just keep putting in the hard work. Keep putting in the grind. Keep going hard. So the lesson here, the amateur quits in a year, okay, because they see absolutely no results. The CEO knows that they're building the root system, and wealth compounds invisibly before it compounds visibly. Think of your business as kind of like dominoes, okay? The more that you set up, the more that you set up, the more that you set up, okay? And then boom, you're going to be able to have a nice stream or a nice, cool looking animation whenever they call knock all the dominoes down, because you set up each one. You set up each one. You got to set up each one every single day in order for you to get that ultimate, yeah, that was cool to look at the end of your life, okay? Keep going hard. Keep going hard every single day.
So the ultimate trade-off, understand that you have to sacrifice weekend parties. You have to sacrifice leisure for the next couple of years in order to buy back the remaining 40 years of your life. I don't want you guys to be sacrificing your older years, the time that you should be spending with your family, because you didn't go hard when you should have been going hard. So go hard, put everything else to the side, put everything that doesn't involve God, money, your health, or your family, or your loved ones, just put it to the side, okay? It's all nonsense. We got to go forward. We got to go hard. I'm telling you. So we'll talk about the employee paradigm. So the treadmill. If you stop running, the money stops flowing, especially when you want to be a CEO. If you want to call yourself a boss, you want to call yourself a CEO, you're responsible for yourself to eat. You're responsible for your business. Whenever you stop working, your business is starving. It's dying. You have to feed it. You have to go hard. And the more videos that you pump out, the more products that you have out, the more that you have control over the internet, okay? The more that they see you, the more time you're going to be able to have to relax in the future. Okay, so go hard, go as hard as you can every single day. So then in the future, you guys are going to be able to relax. Set a time for yourself. Okay, by this age, I want to be able to chill. So before then, you got to be going extremely hard. So the broken math. So the employee paradigm is built on a fatal question. So time equals money. So because you only have 24 hours in a day, your income has an absolute unbreakable ceiling. You cannot scale a single human body. So your core desire, safety and predictability, okay? Getting that check every 2 weeks, getting that check every week, relax. Become a boss, you're a CEO, okay? You're a CEO, you don't have time to rely on somebody else paying your bills. You pay your bills based off of how hard you're going. So real danger, having 100% of your income controlled by one boss as a single point of failure. Having your family's reliance of whether or not they're going to eat the next day based off of somebody else's decision or emotions, not safe. Not safe. So I understand that you might not think it's safe to start that business, but it's a lot safer to do that than get punished and get destroyed later and be like, dang, why didn't I start that business? Why wasn't I building on the side? Start building today. Right after you watch this, start building today. Join the Stackmode Academy if you need to. Start learning the skills and let's get started. If you already have a brand and it's not successful right now, then head over to CBO Turbo. So the fix here. So you must fundamentally divorce your physical time from your earning potential. Yes, you can go hard. You have time to reach out to clients and go hard, but you need to be also building an ecosystem in the background that's going to make you money. So whenever you do get a lot of views, you're going to be able to make some money. Streamline everything in a smart way. So the owner paradigm. So building the machine. So the owner does not carry buckets of water. The owner builds a pipeline. They use leverage to multiply their efforts exponentially. Okay. And coding software, okay, works 24/7 and never sleeps. Whenever you make a software, you can constantly sell that. People can constantly subscribe. Whether you make a SaaS product, that stands for software as a service, okay, and then you guys can go ahead and make whatever you like, okay. And media content, whether you're making an animation series, okay, you're going to be able to put that animation series on all types of media platforms, Netflix, Hulu, Tubi, YouTube, etc. And then from there, you can make some money while you're on vacation, while you're sleeping. You need to be making money while you're sleeping. You need to try and get to the point to where you can make as much money as you can while you're asleep. And then you have labor as well too. You can buy back your time by hiring others, or you can cut time by using AI as well, which I teach you in the Stackmode Academy, and which you can access at stackmode.net. And the output, right, as far as your effort. So society praises hard work. Digging a hole with a spoon is hard work, but it pays absolutely $0. Owners are rewarded for value output, not hours logged. So you have to restructure what you're doing. If you're posting for viral content, make sure that you have a website. If you don't have a website, head over to CEO Turbo. I'll design one for you. Let's get one built. Okay. So you have to understand that you can't just post or do things trying to go viral. Streamline your views into a system so that you're not just trying to go viral. They're not just doing commercials for no reason. They want you to actually go to their stores. They already have the physical stores there. So build your underground system, and then from there, you're going to be able to have some dominion on the overhead, okay, if God wills. So the transition example here. So an employee fitness trainer trains one person for 1 hour, right, for $50. Okay. An owner trainer records a course once, sells it to 1,000 people online while sleeping, and is training people during the day. So not only are they making more money than the employee actively, they're also making that quote unquote passively too. So keep going hard. And that's just because the owner trainer went hard. That's why he's the owner trainer. So you got to go hard. So the investor paradigm, right? So the core truth, if your money isn't making money while you sleep, then you're the one doing all the work. And the ultimate leverage. This is the apex of the wealth pyramid. The investor does not deploy time, and they don't even deploy physical effort. They deploy capital. And the soldier analogy. Every dollar that you own is a little soldier. If you spend it on some designer, right, that's cool sometimes when you get there, okay? But you assassinated your own soldier. You could have put that money into some crypto, into some stocks, into a real estate property, into a car. You have to think progressively. And if you invested into ETF, ETF stands for Exchange Traded Fund. It's pretty much a bunch of stocks bundled in once, okay? You send that soldier to a positive war, okay? They're going to go slay all the bad guys, but you have to fight your desires. And it's pretty much a battle of who can fight their flesh the most. Whoever can fight their flesh the most will be successful. You have to remember that. So the mental architecture of a CEO. So the emotional baseline. So a true CEO possesses a neurological fortress. They do not allow external market conditions to dictate their internal state. So you need to have extremely stoic execution. So you must execute your daily habits exactly on the same day. Otherwise, you're going to lose compound effect over time, okay? And process over outcome. Surrender the immediate result to probability. Focus 100% on executing your edge every single day. Be as consistent as you can, and the muscle will build. You're going to get to the point where you're not consistent. Your body's going to be screaming like, hey, you need to be going hard. You need to be consistent. And second order thinking. Amateurs only think one step ahead. CEOs must think at least like 3 steps ahead. You got to be going hard. So first and second order, right? First versus second order. So an amateur, they'll be like, oh, I'll skip the gym to trade an extra hour to make more money. Right? That's the first order. So the CEO, they understand that skipping the gym will raise their cortisol, which causes brain fog, leading to a tilt trade that blows their funded account, for example. Okay. I know not everyone plays funded. I don't really watch you guys on fundeds, but just an example. Okay. If you just put $10,000 into your live account, then it's going to be the same case there. Okay. Your routine, your structure that works for you, that keeps you happy. Okay. Not every day is going to be smiling and rainbows. Some days it's going to be rainy. That's cool. Put that money to the side and make sure you're absolutely praying to God every single day, because some days will be rainy, and that's cool. Go forward, stay strong, and don't let things break you down. For example, I'm sick right now. I'm still trying to record. I'm still trying to go hard. Okay, I want to get this video out. I want to make sure these streams are out. I want to make sure I'm getting as much content for you guys out as possible. I don't want to be wasting my time. I don't want to be wasting my ability to transmute my emotions. Okay, whatever you're feeling right now, if you're feeling sad, if you're feeling angry, put that into something. Create the biggest product in the entire world. Go hard. The world's waiting on you. Go hard. The fact that we have the ability to transmute our emotions, it's a real beautiful thing. You know, it's a real beautiful thing, and transmute that into positive things that not only does make you happy, that will bring you success. So you're going to be able to feed your family and feed yourself. So wealth doesn't happen by accident. It's the inevitable mathematical outcome of mastering your discipline, your dopamine, and shifting your identity from a consumer to owner. Once you shift from scroller to poster, that's when things change. And executing with mechanical discipline. And an action item for tonight. Audit your actions. I want you to go to your phone, pull up your phone, and look at how much time you're spending on social media. If you're spending more time on social media than productive time in real life, then understand that you're acting like a consumer. Are you acting like an employee seeking comfort, or are you acting like an investor building an empire? Or are you going hard even though you're tired? Okay, because that's really going to dictate what's going to bring the wins to you. Are you going hard when you don't want to go hard? And then you need to translate that to, wait, I'm alive. God woke me up today. I need to be going hard. Okay, so no matter what, go forward. I don't care what you're going through. I don't care how hard of time you're having. Go forward. Try and post the most quality content that you can. If you want to be an artist, post the most quality music that you can. Paint the most quality paintings. If you want to be a coder, put some real time into your software. Make sure all the errors are sorted out. If you want to write copy, okay, make sure you're spending time scanning for errors, making sure there's no spelling errors. Okay, just do what you need to do and go hard. I don't care what you want to do. Go hard. I don't care if you want to make tiles, if you want to sell wood, go hard. Make sure your wood doesn't have any bugs in it. Make sure it's the most high quality wood. Make sure it doesn't whittle after a bit. Do what you need to do. Just go hard. Do your research. All right. Love you guys so much. Head over to stackmode.net. Head over to the Stackmode Academy. You're going to be able to learn AI, coding, trading. And then you can head over to CEO Turbo as well too. If you want to build your brand, design your website, and get your digital business card. I'm going to be showing you guys a lot of that too. Catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Peace.
So a single rate hike doesn't just cool the economy. It changes the math for every crypto asset in your portfolio. And here's the reality. When borrowing money gets expensive, the big whales pull out of risk and run to safety, leaving retail investors holding the bag. And we're talking about a liquidity drain that can wipe out months of gains in minutes. If you want to survive the next FOMC meeting without ever getting wrecked, you need to understand exactly how this mechanism works right now. Let's go and let's talk about rate hikes. Inshallah. So let's understand when the Federal Reserve moves, global markets shake. And we have to understand the mechanisms of how traditional monetary policy dictates the fate of digital assets. And in this case, we're going to be talking about crypto. Let's continue on. So what is a rate hike in the first place? So it's the Fed's primary tool to fight inflation. Okay. And it's pretty much a tightening. And it's when they raise the federal funds rate, which is the baseline interest rate for the economy. And borrowing costs end up rising due to this fact. It becomes more expensive for banks, businesses, and consumers to borrow money. So it's going to be more expensive in order to get loans, certain private equity, and just borrow money in general. And spending slows. Higher loan costs mean fewer mortgages, fewer car loans, and less business investments, which means the economy would slow down. It's less people being able to get large sums of money. Okay, it's not a lot of people rocking around with over 5-6 figures. So less loans logically would mean less cars being bought, less mortgages equals less houses being bought, which would then cause the people who own the houses to lower the cost of the houses to try to get rid of it and make some profit. So whenever rate hikes come into place, it really just throws off the whole balance. And the goal of the rate hike is to reduce demand to lower inflation prices. But once again, this often causes pain in asset markets because since people have less money, less free cash, people are going to then have less money to flow into assets. So imagine if the economy is a speeding car, okay? Imagine that as inflation. And a rate hike is going to be the Fed slamming on the brakes. And the goal is to slow down without crashing the car, which causes a recession. Now, there is going to be repercussions for this, upsides and downsides. So keeping everything in mind is going to be extremely, extremely important. But when a rate hike comes into place, it means that banks, businesses, and consumers are going to have a harder time borrowing money. And the seesaw, so the dollar index, the DXY, you might have heard of it. So there's a strong inverse relationship between the strength of the US dollar and the price of Bitcoin. This is also because Bitcoin is used as an inflationary hedge since the US dollar is going to be a infinite currency. Okay, it can continuously just be printed, and owned by everybody. Bitcoin is going to be a finite currency. Okay, so only a certain amount of people will be able to own Bitcoin. Once it's gone, then it's going to be completely gone. So rates up equals the DXY would be up, which is letting us know that this is strong US dollar and that the economy is trying to progress. And crypto down would be in relative relation to this.
okay, equaling weak asset prices. So when the Fed rates hike, global investors buy dollars to access those higher yields, and a stronger dollar makes it more expensive to then buy certain Bitcoin assets, other cryptocurrency assets, and stocks, which suppresses the price. Okay, so while crypto is going down, though, gives you a really, really good opportunity in order to save your cash and buy assets at a low. Okay, try and capitalize and always buy assets at a low. If you analyze that the setup or whatever you're looking at is meant to go up year after year after year after year after year after year, if it's hitting a low point, invest at the low points. Stop buying at all-time highs. Okay, and don't just look at when something is going down as a negative thing. Price has to pull back in order to go up. So if price pulls back, see that as an opportunity. Ask yourself, is that going to be a good buy? And if you're struggling to identify a setup, head over to stackmode.net or just watch my videos. Okay. Take advantage of the economy. Okay. When economy or when assets are down, take advantage of that. I don't care if it's real estate, Bitcoin, stocks, whatever. When assets are down, you have to take advantage of that low, because just like everything else, price, inshallah, will sweep back up. And you don't want to be in a position to where like, oh man, I wish I invested at X, Y, and Z time when you could have. So take your action, do what you need to do, and make your decisions today. Okay. Catch your assets when assets are at a low. When the economy is in shambles and everyone's panicking, that's the time you need to be buying. It's really important to try and have some cash on hand. This way you're going to be able to make some good decisions and invest into these investments when you need. So while rate hikes hurt crypto in the short term, the reason for the hikes might fuel the long-term bull case. Okay, and the long-term counter narrative. If inflation wins, then the Fed raises rates, but inflation could still stay in a high stagflation point, and fiat currency loses purchasing power rapidly. And the hard money hedge, and that's why a lot of people look to and run towards Bitcoin, for example. Okay, Bitcoin, yes, is good for profit, but you can make a lot of money quicker playing options or futures, for example. But just the fact that Bitcoin has a fixed supply, it gives you a sense of asset superiority. So once it's gone and somebody has it, all right, and if you weren't to have it, then they would have an advantage. Okay, so Bitcoin's fixed supply, it's 21 million, and it's designed as an escape valve from failing fiat monetary policy, since we know that over time, the US dollar is meant to cost, or it's meant to give us less and less and less purchasing power year after year after year after year, since more dollars will just be printed. And the pivot hope. So the market's always trying to predict when the Fed will stop hiking and start cutting. And that's going to be the pivot. So the moment they pivot, crypto usually rallies super duper hard, because once they start pivoting, people are going to be like, all right, you know what, economy's safe. And then people are going to go ahead and start taking advantage of the buys. So mix in the economy news with the charts, and you guys are going to be able to make some really, really great decisions and some great choices. Use your higher time frames as well too. So you can check out the FOMC meetings on forexfactory.com. And the days the Fed announces rate decisions are historically the most volatile days of the year for crypto. So FOMC, a lot of times, is when they release a bunch of really important rate decisions and reports. And cash, understand that cash is going to be a position. You don't always got to be in a setup all the time. Cash is a position. So in a high rate environment, holding stable coins, right, the earning yield, is often better than forcing bad trades in a bear market. You just don't need to do that. Don't do that, actually. Okay, don't force trades in a bear market. Just wait for price to pull back, wait for buyers to step in, and then go ahead and catch the low. Catch the low. Once again, if you're struggling with finding the right setup, head over to stackmode.net and look for decoupling. It's the ultimate bullish signal, and it'll let us know when it's time to buy. So when tech stops drop on Fed news, but Bitcoin holds steady or rises, a lot of things are going to let us know when it's time to buy. Okay, so if you see tech stops dropping really, really hard, and then the Fed announces some certain news, you start seeing rallying, put that together with your higher time frame analysis and put it together with the charts, and you can start seeing like, okay, price is ready to buy. Or after big events like CPI and stuff like that, etc. A lot of people hold their cash until these big news events come out, and then you'll start seeing market make its move that it needs to be making. And sometimes you'll even see market, let's say, for example, trending in a downwards direction. weeks or days before this news event comes out, then when the news event comes out, price will go ahead and blast in an upwards direction. Okay, so make your decisions patient ones. Okay, make sure they're extremely patient decisions, because the more patient you are, the better setups that you plan, the more money you're going to be able to make, inshallah. All right, I'm gonna catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. Peace.
If you're using Linktree, Jotform, Typeform, or you're just tired of your website not making sales, I'm going to give you guys the full guide on how to actually start making some conversions. Just listen closely, pay attention, and let's solve your problems if God wills. Let's go. All right, so let's go and let's talk about some website psychology here. So you guys need to understand that your site has to be interactive. It has to be emotionally intertwined with your user. What value is your user getting when they come on your site? Ask yourself that question, okay? What value is your user getting when they come onto your site? Some of you guys are trying to get into the user's wallet way too fast. You need to be getting into their heart. You need to be understanding that your site can't just be a bunch of text slop, okay? Or just a bunch of animated 3D slop as well too. Some of you guys are focusing way too much on looks instead of actual compatibility. You have to think about people on lower end spec computers, people who don't have great Wi-Fi, and especially if you're running a service in an instance to where people are trying to learn how to make more money, you want to be coming into a place to where your site can be loading quickly, okay? So if you want your site to load fast, you can't over animate your site. What you can do to still make your site extremely engaging is a format that you can get in the brand boost, where you can book at stackmode.net. But taking kind of the quiz format, you know, building that into your site. So let's go and let's check this out here. So the first thing I asked the user here is, how do you want to build wealth and scale your income? Okay, that's what my services are, helping you make more money, whether it be through business or on the charts. That's just what I do. So you can learn multiple high income digital skills, building a powerful brand and automated business, or mastering the financial markets and algorithms. Okay, be able to choose what you want. So if you want to master the markets, cool, we'll go here. What would elevate your trading to the institutional level? Okay. Psychology. What is your primary goal as a trader for the next 6 months? I want to achieve consistent daily profitability. How do you prefer to reach peak performance? Let's say I'm a self-paced kind of person. Then the academy is going to be for you. Okay, let's go ahead and go through it again. So mastering the financial markets. Let's say I want a proven strategy. I want to automate my entire analysis workflow. Okay, and I want some direct one-on-one mentorship. And instead it's going to take you to the one-on-one trading mentorship. Okay, so each question is going to bring you to a different section. Okay, it's going to be completely optimized for users. Okay, it's going to be completely optimized for you. Okay, so checking out here, we have the prompt engine, the prompt prompt here, giving straight value. Okay, giving straight value. You're going to be able to check out some certain prompts here and copy and paste them and use them to build whatever you need to do. Here's an example of just a clean section of reviews too. People should be able to see what type of results your site gives or what type of value you provide. Clean, simple, pretty much kindergarten level site. Okay, it's going to be the highest converting. Do not over explain on your sites. Okay, do not get into a place where you start over explaining everything for no reason. Don't do that. Okay, don't do that. So here, once again, results section. Okay, you want to have real proof as well too of people actually succeeding of your service or product. Now this is really going to depend too. If you're more of a personal brand, reviews are really going to help you in your portfolio and stuff like that. But if you're not a personal brand, then you still want to have a clean understanding of what the user is going to get. So, and this should be explained and given to them very, very easily and quickly. Okay. So here we'll go over the prompt shop. So even if I wanted to view this prompt here, copy this prompt, you could use this. Okay, you could use this prompt too. Feel free to use and get any prompt that you want. Okay, once again, just giving straight value. Straight value. So I'm logged in here if I'm not mistaken. So if I go to the brand boost here, clear value as soon as the text comes up. You don't even have to make this animated if you don't want. Simple sites are really the highest converting sites. But once again, what's really going to separate these sites from other sites are going to be your questions. Okay, focus on your questions. The questionnaire system, and if you guys want a site built with the questionnaire system, head over to stackmode.net. I'll get you right. Okay, but the questionnaire system makes it very engaging. So it's holding back your income. So let's say people are struggling with visibility and people want to make an extra 50K per month. And people might be concerned that they might can't afford it. Okay, they want to stop chasing clients. So let's say they have a few questions. Then boom, then they'll come with me on the brand boost. Okay, so it really, really depends on what they depend. And the start over button, they might want to run it back and change a couple of things. So have different sections. Once again, your portfolio on the site too. Show them what you've done. Show them the progression that you've made. Show them certain things and certain value that you just give in all aspects, So here, once again, we'll go over the pricing page too. Very, very clean. It's a very, very clean pricing page. Very, very simple value that we just give here. So we have $1,000 mentorship, $50 a month group people pay for, and then the $4 a month for the architect role. So your pricing page, make it very, very structured. Understand that your pricing page has to be in a format to where you just need to have clear value. Okay, clear value on your site. So once again, for the brand boost custom, simple check marks here. Simple check marks here, simple check marks here, simple check marks here. Really, really grabbing their attention and letting them know that they're going to be gaining success if they select any of the options. So really, really a lot of psychology in every little icon, and you have to think of it like that. So the question format, once again, it's very, very strong, very powerful. And you guys can head over to stackmode.net if you want a site built with the question format. And the reason why you want your site built with the question format built inside of the site, actually, instead of using external links, is because when you start using external links, you're running into load time issues. Once again, you have to think about people in other countries. You have to think about people who don't have good Wi-Fi or who don't have good computers. People are going to click off of your site or not going to be able to participate in whatever good service you actually do have because your site isn't going to be loading fast. So you have to think about everybody. Okay, think about all types of users, and your site doesn't have to be over animated. Do not over animate your site. Okay, I'm going to say it once again. Yes, we do have very powerful tools. We have Claude Code, Opus, Cursor, VS Code, just manual CSS coding as well too. A lot of cool stuff you can do. Okay, but the furthest I would go is like 2D animations using CSS. Just copies and paste this. Okay, but over animating your site is gonna be thumbs down. Okay, it's gonna be completely thumbs down. So understand that you do not want people to click away from your site. As soon as they land, give them value, give them something to do. Okay, give them an activity, give them a login, either that or directly give them the buttons, or what was really popular for a lot of people was the VSL. That stands for video sales letter. A lot of people like to put the video at the very top, but a lot of people get tired of that. So I feel like the question format is going to be the next strongest format for the websites. So instead of the VSL, this format here, very, very strong. Gonna try this out for a couple of years. Honestly, gonna gain some data on this, see how this does compared to just traditional button websites, and we're going to go ahead and see how certain things can progress, especially as we just continue to keep building. So just because AI is out don't over animate your site. Have a pretty static site. And if you look up some of the most profitable companies, you'll actually notice their site is quite static. They might have examples, but for the most part, their examples are in a framework where you're still going to be able to see what type of value you get, but it's not going to be destroying your RAM usage. For example, if you have Chrome and you only have like 4 gigabytes of RAM on a laptop, you know what I'm saying? You want to think about those users. So it's really, really important. Don't destroy your sales because you want to over animate your site. 2D is cool. Once again, I'm going to say it one more time. 2D is cool. Okay? So check out Stackmode.net if you guys want a site built just like this. Stay prayers to God. Keep grinding. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it's a blessing, but you gotta go hard every single day. Every single day. That's why I got myself my TAP digital business card, which you guys can get in the link in the description below, stackmode.net and CEO Turbo. And everywhere I'm at, yo, do you do business? Yo, do you have a website? Yo, do you trade? Yo, do you invest? Constantly pushing myself, constantly trying to get to the next level, constantly networking with CEOs, working with water companies, working with team leaders, working with entrepreneurs, working with anyone that I can get information from. Because every single experience, whether it be you posting a video and seeing how it did compared to the last video you posted, whether it be a business interaction, whether it be a business deal that you're closing, you gain some information, and that's what's going to get you guys to the income level that you want to get to. The amount of information that you gain and you're able to process back out into your products, into your information, if you're a teacher or a coach, etc. The amount of information that you receive from the world and that you're able to put back out onto the earth is a lot of the times what's going to get you this success. Are you learning from people's experiences? You have to learn what people are needing. What are people in need of? If people are in need of fun, that's why things like fidget spinners, for example, made people so much money, because it was just a fun, super trendy time. Fidget spinners were really popular. People were wearing the rubber bands, the colorful ones. I know you guys probably remember that. And just finding an ample way in society to A, put a smile on people's faces, or B, solve their problems and solve their hardships. Okay. That is how you're going to get to the next level in business. And that's how you have to think 25/8 every single day. If you're going to quit your job, I quit my job. I had a finance career. I worked 4 years. I programmed credit card terminals. I did sales for them as well too. And I also did tech support. So I had a very, very extensive, long background of working with different types of people, solving different types of problems. And I was able to take all of that information and start the Stackmode network and start CEO Turbo, right? So that's really why I think this business card here, it's just like a credit card, you know, same type of material, not weak. You know, a normal business card, so you guys get 10,000 of them. People aren't going to sit there and stop, look, type in each thing. Especially we got shorts out and stuff like that. People's attention spans are sadly getting lower. So you have to know how to prioritize people's success, even with the current trends. So if the current trend, you're noticing that people don't have patience, then create a product to help them gain more instantaneous results. You could literally go up to somebody's phone, boom, tap it, or you can go ahead and scan this QR code here. And then from there, all your social medias pop up, your website, you can add your contact to your phone, and it makes it really, really simple. Okay. So that was a piece and a gap in human society that I saw an opportunity for me to push my product towards. And you have to think that way every single day while on the side, while I'm coding apps,
while I'm pushing websites and building websites for CEOs and clients. You got to work overtime and posting content and getting fly. God is good. Alhamdulillah. But you know what I'm saying? Getting fly. It's effort you got to put in every single day. I'm not sitting in this 2-seater coupe right now because I just sit on my butt all day doing nothing. I'm working hard, praying 5 times a day, trying my absolute hardest, going hard, reading Quran for wisdom, talking to different people for wisdom, using my income as an engine. That's why I created CEO Turbo. I want you to be able to accelerate your business and create your income engine. Make sure it's always flowing. Keep putting gas into it. Keep putting gas into it. Keep investing in my stocks. Keep investing in my crypto portfolio like I've showed you guys. I just want to show you guys how to boss up, how to be a CEO. I feel like things nowadays are way too cryptic. People are just showing you guys flashy stuff, and you guys aren't really getting the real raw education or the real raw standpoints of things. That's why I want to come on here and bring real authenticity, bring real genuineness, and just tell you guys the real. There are days where it's extremely frustrating, you know, figuring out all your LLC stuff, getting all your paperwork together, setting up your business bank accounts. There's times where this stuff can get frustrating, but the thing about business is that it's a day by day, brick by brick, based effort. So if you go hard every single day, you try and stack as many bricks as possibly can, then you're going to be able to get to the success that you want to get to quicker, if God wills. Okay. But the more that you procrastinate, the more that you just keep those ideas in there and don't actually get them out to the world, the longer things are going to take, the harder it's going to be for you to actually progress. And it's going to be frustrating the older that you get to. You don't want to run into a position where you're like, oh man, why didn't I go harder back in the day? Go hard now. Go hard now. I don't care what age you are. I don't care what position you're in. I don't care how much income you have. Go hard now. There's so many ways in order for you to generate income. You guys can cold DM people on Instagram. There's contact buttons on so many different social media pages. You guys can code websites. You guys can code apps. Put them on the App Store, start getting paid that way. It's so easy to drop music if you want to be an artist, a singer, or a rapper. If you guys want to make animations and make movies and cartoons, you can take that route and create a whole brand from there. Think about The Simpsons. Simpsons have mugs, pants, shirts, hats, etc. just based off of an animation series. There's so many different routes and avenues you could take in today's generation. It's actually really, really fun. So that's going to be the real raw reality of it, is that there's times where it's going to be hard for sure, but it is fun. Have fun with it. I have fun with this every single day, and it's a blessing. It's a real big blessing from Allah. It's a big blessing from God for me to be able to wake up in the morning, go hard, and just tell you guys some positive information that I pray can help you guys progress your days. And when I look at my reviews, I'm really, really grateful to just see the amount of people I've impacted. Even hearing that people use my education in classrooms is a big blessing. And for me to just be a young African-American male, I come from sleeping on the floor with my mom. You know what I'm saying? Come from living in just times of solace, just by myself a lot. You know, mom worked really, really hard, and I love her to death. You know, give her whatever I can and just try and run it up for her, because she really showed me that hard work beats everything else. I don't care how tall you are. I don't care if you don't speak the best English or the best speech. I don't care if you have a speech impediment. I don't care if you're disabled. I don't care if you think you can't do it. I don't care if you have people hating on you. I don't care if you're going through traumatic events. I don't care if people are trying to dim your light. I don't care if people are trying to shut you down. You got to go hard, man. Take all of that and transmute that into your work and go hard. You guys can absolutely do what you need to do. And I don't care where you're from. I don't care what your background is. I don't care what people have told you. Whatever God put inside of your head and in your heart, you gotta put that out into the world. The house that you're sitting in, somebody had an idea. Somebody had an idea like, look, I'm gonna build this house. I'm gonna build this house, and we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna have people living in it. And that's what they did. So I'm telling you guys, we can do some monumental things. God is good. Alhamdulillah. And I just want you guys to succeed, man. But you can't succeed if you're just wasting time sitting there scrolling all day, looking at memes. A lot of people tell me, yo, Chris, I want it. Yo, Chris, I'm trying to go hard. Yo, Chris, I'm trying to get to the next level. Some people even pay me to give them education. And guess what they're doing year after year after year after year? The same thing. And it's pretty sad. It can be pretty sad. I'm going to be honest. I'm quite an emotionally intertwined person, not an emotionally sporadic person. I don't really cry too much and stuff like that. I'm a human being. I go through my things. But for the most part, I'm pretty hard. I just wake up, pray to God, give all my problems to Allah. And I just keep grinding and keep focusing and just keep staying steady. But the times when you're going to feel doubt, the times when you're like, dang, I'm going hard, why am I not getting results? You might be flat. You might be on $0, going as hard as you possibly can. You got to just hit that prayer. You got to pray to God. You got to ask, one, for forgiveness for any bonky stuff you might have did in the past. And two, you got to just ask God for strength and discipline. You know, when you have the strength and the discipline and the wisdom also too, that's what I try to pray for. Strength, wisdom, and discipline. And for everyone that also worships God to be blessed with afia. And afia is just good things within the world and in the afterlife if God wills. So your prayers and your faith is important. It's important. It's important. It's important. It's important because people don't bet on themselves. I'm realizing people spend 40, 50, 60 years at the job, still don't get what they really want for real, and then turn around and be like, dang, why didn't I bet on myself and take the risk? So you can't be scared of anything but God. God should be the only thing that you fear. Not humans, not no failure. You're going to have to get out of your head. If you're going to go forward in business, you got to get out of your head. That's going to be the main thing that you have to do. You got to get out your head. You can't think like you in business as well, too. Because what you're interested in, someone literally might despise. And what you might despise, that might be someone's favorite thing. Okay? So there's some people out there who sell bricks, who sell clay, who sell wood. They may not care about that, but they do it to feed their family. So same thing with drop shippers, for example. A lot of drop shippers who sell lipsticks, who sell couches, etc. They might not be super enthusiasts in that. Some men selling women's products, some women selling men's products, etc. Might not be super enthusiastic about it, but they're enthusiastic about protecting, providing for themselves and their family, so they go hard at it. Keep focusing on their copywriting, keep trying different ad copies, keep trying different strategies out in order to succeed and get to the next level. But understand that we can't progress, we can't win if we don't try things. Too many people are really, really scared to try things, I'm noticing. So if you have a couple of thousands, if you have a couple of bands stacked up, you know what I'm saying? You've been in stack mode, you've been staying, you know what I'm saying, away from your desires, buying random things you don't need to buy. You have a couple of thousand stacked up, quit your job. Quit your job and hustle. But try and build something first. Go to stackmode.net, and if you don't have a website built, I'll build the website for you. Get your website built first. Start watching marketing videos. Start studying business. But one thing in business, though, I can say, just try stuff. Just try stuff. You never know. You never know what's going to pop. Something you might put in max effort for might not pop, but then something you barely tried on might pop and blow you up. You know what I'm saying? And take you to the next level. So you just have to keep trying, and your consistency matters. Even when you're tired, sick, sad, depressed, hungry, you got to keep thinking. You got to keep going hard. I'm telling you, it's a real different game when you jump into your business. You got to go harder than you think. Okay, you got to go a lot harder than you think. A lot harder than you think. No such thing as passive income. Nah, passive income is just bricks stacked up over time. That's all it is. And then money starts coming in on the back end, but you still got to push more forefront for stuff. Say you don't just sit there and do nothing. Like, you got to actually keep advertising, keep pushing stuff. Unless you're doing things like real estate, which you still got to list the house for sale on certain things or put a sign in front of it. You still got to advertise and market is the thing. So creating your products, your software, your website, etc., that's like one side of it. But then your marketing, actually getting everything out there, whether it be through ads or posting high quality organic content, that is a whole different ball game. Making sure you have good copywriting for all people and all levels to read, whether it be kindergarten through senior age. Okay, people should be able to understand your content. So there's a lot of just technicalities, and that's why I created CEO Turbo, where you guys can book a call with me to actually learn how to strategize and scale your business and get your website designed if you don't already have one, or redesign your website if you do have one. Even if you already have a domain, I got you. Can already just create you a new website. We'll get your domain connected and updated, and yeah, get you dominating. But a lot of people too post high quality content or know how to get views, but don't know how to convert those views into money, and then are frustrated, like, wait, why am I not actually getting paid? So when you don't have high quality skills, you don't have any leverage, you don't have any strategic standpoints in order for you to progress or stand back. Say if you're a trader, for example, say you make good income trading, if you don't have a business on the side, or you don't post your trades, or you don't have some type of group, right? One bad month, right? Or say market's just at all-time highs and you literally can't take a trade. How are you going to keep generating income? Are you going to let all the income flow stop? There's literally times where you can't trade. And that's why I think it's just absolutely ridiculous. So ignore what people think, ignore what people are talking about. Focus on God, focus on yourself, and focus on your loved ones and family if you have them. All right. Just go hard though, okay? You got to tune out the noise and the negativity and the distractions. One thing with business too, negativity is going to be poison. It's going to be poison because you don't have a 2 weeks check coming in. You got to generate that. You got to build that from scratch. You got to build that from the ground. Okay, so go hard and keep trying to build that. Okay, and you can't give up. It's actually sad. Too many people I see giving up. Why are you on the earth? Why are you on the earth if you're giving up? What are you doing? Stop it. Like, it's way too many people giving up for no reason. I don't understand. I understand we go through sadness, depression, events, but I don't care if you go through the most traumatizing stuff of all time. Do not give up until God says, okay, boom, it's your time to go. All right. You do not have any jurisdiction to take yourself off the earth, to quit, to give up, or to slow down. You need to go harder. You need to stop being weak if you're being weak right now. Okay? Some of y'all are doing also way too much consuming. I understand learning educational content. Okay? There's business mentors I watch. Shout out like Charlie Morgan and stuff like that. But after that, I'm hustling. I don't sit there and just study. So many people study too much. That's why people get frustrated when they come out of college and then they're like, wait, why am I not getting any money? Because you just spent 5 years studying when you could have been spent 5 years studying and getting money, and then you're frustrated. Now, for some people, it works out, but for some people, if you don't do internships, if you don't do programs, if you don't get connections, difficult to get a position. Okay. Talking to somebody who did corporate, who scaled through corporate, started as tech support, scaled through, went to an activations level position, and started just grinding and kept climbing my way up. Okay. Y'all check these out, man. Shout out my mom. My mom got me these. When you're doing business too, your presentation. That's the reason why I show you guys that. Your presentation is everything. You could literally have one of the best ideas, one of the best products ever. If you do not know how to market, if you do not know how to get it out there, you will not succeed. And that is literally just the straight up truth. Like, if you don't know how to market, you could literally have the best idea and product. But if you don't know how to present your idea, product, your information, your book, whatever it is, your tool, if you're selling gardening tools, it's going to be hard. So you have to go hard on both lanes. And that's where people start building a team with. I personally run both my companies by myself. Maybe in the future, potentially, maybe I could hire somebody. I've had lots of offers. I just feel like it's more efficient when I have the ideas and this control over everything in the forefront. And you can hire people, but what I've seen from other peers, other friends who have successful businesses, they do 5-6 figures a month, etc. Hiring people can make things complicated. People might not be as motivated. I don't really like that word because motivated is kind of temporary. People might not be as hungry as you. You got to be hungry every single day. You got to want it every single day. No ifs, ands, or buts. And someone might go through a traumatic event, and that might shatter their whole world. And that is going to slow down your money, and that's going to slow down how much income you're getting. So you got to think about stuff like that too whenever you are working with people, whenever you do hire people. So that's why I try and utilize AI as much as you can. That's why in the Stackmode Academy, I teach you guys how to use AI and on the channel. Just because knowing how to use AI properly is going to be really, really important for just being as productive as you can and as efficient as you can, especially if you're a solo business. I don't care if you're trying to do a software as a service or a product based company, or you mow lawns. Doesn't matter. Try and use AI as much as you can. Try and use AI to make like your flyers so that you can go plant things in the ground so people can drive by and see like, oh, they mow lawns, boom. You know what I'm saying? Push hard. Push hard. Once again, your digital business card. This right here is, yeah. Get this, man. Stackmode.net or CEOturbo.com. Get this now. If God wills, it's going to help you out and start pushing your business. If you're serious about being a CEO, if you're serious about bossing up, I'm going to catch y'all on the next one. Okay, stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. And bam!
Yo, Intel stock. This stock has been absolutely blasting. And how's my phone going to turn off? This stock has been absolutely blasting and rallying recently. And this is a tech stock. I'm sure you guys know the Intel CPU stocks. And the United States recently did a deal with Intel. And we're going to go ahead and break it down and cover it, have a full presentation for you guys. And I've been making some money on this stock past few weeks. If you guys want to go ahead and make some money with us in the group, head over to stackmode.net. As you guys can see, P&L just changed. So this isn't an old crusty screenshot. Actually live, I show you guys live progression. We are not trading one to just go to Miami, rent Lamborghinis, and go broke. No. Trading for real estate, trading for ownership, trading to protect and provide for our families. That's what we're pushing here. This is what we're pushing this income for. Okay. So if you guys want to start making some money, stackmode.net, book a free call. I got free course on there, free book on there as well. And let's jump into this presentation. No more dillying and dallying. Let's do it. I love you guys. Boom. Yo, let's go and let's talk about Intel. So, been making some good money on this past couple of weeks, as I just shown you guys. And I want you guys to be making some profit too. Let's talk about why I'm even investing into this tech stock in the first place, and why it's been rallying tons of percentages, and why the group has been making tons of money. Let's jump into it. So, the United States government. I'm sure you guys know what the United States government is. It's the things that
control our laws, infrastructure, and govern our whole society. So the United States government decided to identify Intel as an important AI and tech stock for the future. So the United States government has identified domestic chip production as a matter of national security. And billions of dollars in grants have been granted as well. And Intel is the primary beneficiary of the CHIPS Act. So the United States had a CHIPS Act, which is for our AI and tech chips, since we don't want to rely on other countries for our distribution and our tech innovation. Intel has been a core founding tech powerhouse for the past couple of years, but really now going forward into the new AI wave, Intel has been granted access to more money, innovation, and opportunity since they've been a part of the CHIPS Act, leading to the stock rising in an upwards direction. And Intel was awarded up to $3 billion to produce advanced chips for the United States military. And this is for the military. So the military, they're going to want to go ahead and do some great things. They protect us from any threats and bad things. And may God bless anybody who protects the right way. And it's really, really crazy. It's too critical to fail, in my opinion. And the United States, they really care about their military. And this stock right here is correlating with that. So preventing us from getting bombed randomly and stuff like that from other countries. And yeah, let's go and let's progress forward. So tech innovation. So AI and Foundry. Let's go and let's talk about AI. So if you guys don't know what AI is, it stands for artificial intelligence. Okay. It's pretty much a computer brain powerhouse that does things for you. And Intel isn't just making its own chips anymore, such as like processors that you put inside of desktops. I'm sure you guys have seen like a PC build video and things like that. You know, Intel chips, you might have an Intel CPU inside of your computer or laptop right now. And they're not just making their own chips anymore. It's now becoming a factory for others, okay, via the Foundry model. And let's talk about the AWS partnership. If you don't know what AWS is, AWS stands for Amazon Web Service. And it pretty much controls over like 50% of the sites that you use, believe it or not. And it's really, really big right now. So Amazon Web Service, and Amazon chose Intel to produce custom AI chips using Intel's new 18A process node. And the AI PC revolution. Intel's new Lunar Lake processors are designed specifically for the AI era. So AI, if you guys didn't know, it's really good when it comes to coding, when it comes to image generation. We got many factors that AI is going to be useful for, okay? Coding, image generation, etc. So Lunar Lake processors are designed specifically for that. So we have to keep that in mind as new apps are starting to be developed. We're going to need more powerful computers in order to run these technologies, etc. And Intel is going to be the backbone and the powerhouse in order to front the United States in the first place, okay? And how I executed the trade in the first place, so it really wasn't too difficult. The setup, like while the market panicked over short-term earnings and stuff like that, I just bought the fear and accumulated shares, and I bought some options in the past as well too, but I pretty much just bought at the lows, rode it to the highs. V setup. Okay, we're going to let market create the top left of the market for us, which is going to be known as the resistance. Then market's going to come down, create the bottom, which is going to be known as the support. And then we catch the right side of the V, which is the profit. And then we catch it back up until the initial V at the resistance and close at take profit. Okay. So this is the actual setup here. Let me go ahead and show you guys. So Intel, I decided to enter at this zone here. So where the circle is at this 33 area-ish, I decided to go ahead and enter in. Okay, what I went ahead and noticed was price decided to come down and give me a support mirror at this area here. So price decided to top out at this area up here in 2024, rally all the way down, created this support area down here. And then after that, I saw this giant gap up here. So we had some good earnings, giant gap up. After that, I did some research via Twitter, AI, etc. And if you guys want to learn how to do research on stocks and news, you guys can get the book and the course at stackmode.net/learn. And here I notice two areas of support being mirrored off of each other. So we got one area of support here, and then we got another area of support here. So I really, really like that. Two areas of support is going to let me know that buying is occurring, especially when I'm on my higher time frames. Okay. So a lot of the times I'm on my weekly and my daily time frame, and then the lowest I go for my extended trading hours is going to go ahead and be my 4-hour. So even up here on my daily, I could see that price wants to come in contact with this area of resistance up here. And I could see price trying to do the same thing up here. Okay, trying to come in contact with the area of resistance, and then price might fall down. Okay, just for a little bit. And then on the pullback, I'm probably going to go ahead and add some more. But ultimately, looks like price wants to come up to this all-time highs area up here at this 62.15. So when you're doing everything on your higher time frames, it really helps you see everything in full perspective. And it gives you the full idea of what market really wants to do. Okay, so market will always try and fill in these V setups, V setups, V setups. Okay, you see how right here, market created the top left of the V, came down, created the bottom of the V, and bursted up and filled in to the right side of the V. Okay, and this is just a bigger V in itself. Okay, so all it is just mini V's inside of mini V's. It's extremely, extremely simple. Please don't make trading harder than it ever needs to be. So the legacy and the future vision. So the legacy between 1968 and 2020, founded by Gordon Moore and Robert Noyce, Intel invented the x86 architecture, which is still used to this day, and it really powers the modern world and dominance. So for decades, Intel had the best manufacturing technology on Earth and the moat. They powered nearly every single personal computer and data center server in existence. Intel's been dominating. Most people don't like AMD chips. People see AMD chips and they're, oh, what is that? A lot of people like Intel chips. And the future of it, right? IDM 2.0. So under CEO, Pat Gelsinger, Intel is executing the most ambitious turnaround in tech history. So 5 nodes in 4 years. So a rapid roadmap to regain process leadership by 2025, okay, was put into place. And let's talk about the foundry model, just like we spoke about earlier. They decided to open factories and decided to not only make their own chips, but they decided to manufacture chips for competitors such as NVIDIA. And I'm telling you guys, a lot of the times, any company that has to do with NVIDIA, at least during these times when this video is dropping, is going to be a big factor. Okay, and Apple as well too. We all, for the most part, have an iPhone. Apple's a huge country. And Western reliance. So the United States wants to be its own powerhouse, and it doesn't want to have to run to other countries in order for us to have technological innovations. In the past, we've run to Asia and stuff like that, etc. So we're trying to keep stuff in-house. And Western reliance. So by becoming the only leading edge manufacturer outside of Asia, it's becoming a U.S. primary. Intel is stepping its game up. Just like we know Intel, Google, Microsoft, those are U.S. primaries. Intel is now stepping up to be a U.S. primary for real this time. And the verdict of everything. So the turnaround is going to be real. So with the backing of the U.S. military and partnerships with tech giants like Amazon, Intel is positioning itself as the leader in Western chip manufacturing. So the strategic momentum is flowing into American chips. So if you guys want to make some money in the market, at least in 2026, okay, I would focus on AI, tech stocks, energy stocks, etc. I have a lot of free courses, informations, etc. I have a free course for you guys, free book for you guys, dropping some more information too, dropping a paid book, paid course and stuff like that too, in case you guys need some more advanced game from that. Going to be dropping the neuro trading, going to be dropping the before the hype, which is making sure you're getting into a stock before it's at the highs, and then dropping a Bitcoin book as well too, talking about ownership. So I just want you guys to just be in stack mode, and I just want you guys to be dominating in finance in every way. We're here to make some money and our sleep. Swing trading is going to be everything. We're not here to day trade and stress. Swing trading is everything. Make some money in your sleep. Let's chill on these charts and make some bread. Inshallah, if God wills. Catch you guys in the next one. Head over to Stackmode. It's going to be Stackmode.net for all trading education. Peace.
I don't care if it's rain, sleet, or snow outside. You need to grind. Anxiety, depression, all that negativity around you, you don't have time for that. You need to wake up, stay focused, and go forward. Don't think backwards. Too many of you are held back by the fact that you think in the past. What are you thinking about the past for? Learn your lesson, take what you need from it, and go forward. There's no point to sit there and dwell and be sad over things that's already occurred. Why are you wasting your time? I want you to be at the point where you think and you understand that no matter what happens in your life, the only thing that you should fear is God, and you should go forward. Your dreams can definitely be turned into reality. Whenever you're dreaming of driving yourself a nice Rolls Royce, driving yourself the latest Camry if that's what you're into, JDM cars, getting yourself that mansion you've been looking at for a while. You can get to it. You can get it. But how are you going to get it if you're in your mind too much? Sadness is one thing that's going to delay us as humans, and understand that sadness is completely evil. Sadness is straight darkness. You need to transmute that sadness. You need to put that pain into your craft. I don't care what it is. Put it into your business. Put it into your dreams, your art, your music. You need to develop an iron mindset. I don't care if you're outside in the cold right now. I don't care if you're going through hard times, if you can't pay your rent, if you can't pay your bills, if you think things aren't going to work out. I promise you, wake up, pray to God, and things will work out as long as you're putting in the work. Some of y'all think you're putting in the work, but you're not. Grind. Okay? Say, for instance, and here's an example of put in the work and you're really not. I worked in the finance industry for 4 years straight, from 18 to 22. I'm 22 now. And thank God it taught me a lot. But I realized that if I wasn't focused on stack mode, I wasn't going to ever get to where I wanted to get. Even though I scaled through the positions, even though I scaled through the ranks of the company, right? I still wasn't going to be a multimillionaire. I still wasn't going to be in a certain position to buy properties outright. Because I want lump sums of income at once. That's what I'm looking for. So in order to do that, I had to focus completely on stack mode, focus on teaching my clients, focus on building the stack mode network, focus on dropping the constant videos for you guys. And you guys can check all that out at stackmode.net. But I realized even through the hardest times, I stayed focused though. I stayed focused. I've lost a lot of friends. You know, and I've lost a couple to suicide. And that's why I come on here and I'm so passionate about keeping you guys focused, making sure you guys have an iron mindset, because I don't want you going down that dark spiral. I don't want you giving up. I want you to be happy. I want you to have your family. I want you to win and be successful. But it's not going to happen if you're letting that darkness consume your life. It's not going to happen if you're letting those negative people around you keep leeching all of your positive energy that you need to focus. Wake up, pray to God, work out, and start the day right. Every single day,
Rain, sleet, or snow, you have to grind. It's 2026 as of the time of this video. No matter what year you're watching this video in, you have to stay focused. Your focus will equate to your happiness. I'm telling you, your focus will equate to your happiness. Because even if you do go through the worst thing, right? Say you go through divorce. I've gone through 2 divorces. Okay, been married twice. Okay? And you learn from certain situations. But I was focused on building a family. Okay? And even when you are focused, there's going to be ups and downs. Completely. There's going to be ups and downs. Ups and downs are going to be the basis of everything. Whether you buy a brand new Maybach and the check engine light turns on. Whether you start your business and then your page gets deleted, God forbid. You can't let that stop you, though. You got to start another one. You got to go even harder on the new page. And you got to stay focused. You got to maintain a disciplined mindset. No matter what you're going through, you have to take that pain, that energy, and put it into your craft. Survival mode is also going to be something too. Don't panic. This is why I tell you guys to pray to God. The only thing you should fear is God. I don't care if you have no money in your bank account. I don't care if you're in the negatives right now. Don't panic. Maintain an iron mindset. Stay in stack mode. And don't give up. And I promise you, hard times will not last forever if you decide you don't want them to. It could be as freezing as it is outside. You could still have that warmth within your heart. That fire should be burning inside of you, that passion, in order to succeed, in order to get to the next level, in order to win. I don't want you guys to give up. If you're trying to lose weight right now, if you're trying to build your business, if you're trying to increase your income, focus on God and transmute your energy into your workouts, into your business, into your work. Your transmutation skills are really gonna determine whether or not you go through heavy depression cycles or not. We're all human. There's gonna be times, God forbid, where you might be sad. Someone might pass away, something like that. But you have to take that energy and you have to put it into something that's going to advance this world. Your product could help a child out there. Your business could motivate somebody. You could change a lot of stuff on the planet, but it's not going to happen if you keep those ideas inside of you. It's not going to happen if you're sitting playing video games, eating junk food. It's not going to happen if you're scrolling on Netflix. Get to work. I'm going to catch you guys at stackmode.net. At the Stackmode Network, you guys can join the group. Updated courses is going to be constantly updated year after year. And I just want you guys to succeed. You guys can get the Stack Finder tool, all the business softwares I'm working on as well. I teach you guys how to code, use AI. And I just want you guys to get this money. I don't want you to fall into depression. I want you to succeed. I really care about you guys. I'm going to catch you in the next one. Peace.
Boys, what's going on? Business and pick it up. I'm getting a website made right now. Me and my business partner. Shout out to Chris, man. This motherfucker is on it. This motherfucker know what he's doing from A to Z. I'm telling you, if you need a website built, tap in with Chris right now. This motherfucker is legit.
Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Stackmode Chris, and I made a website for 2 social media influencers you might have seen while you're scrolling. So you can get your website made by me at stackmode.net.
and you could personalize it and we can make any changes, but I'll give you a template right off the bat. So I'll make sure that your website is optimized to make the most money and make the most conversions possible. Here we have the tabs at the top. I can create you a custom logo if you don't already have one, and make sure that your links that already go to your products, shops, books, whatever, is being directed when I make the animated buttons to make sure that your site is engaging, keeping the traffic on your site, and bringing trust to your site so people click and purchase or book calls if that's what you're looking to do. So here I decided to organize the site in a way where the trust is being put in your face. Okay. Examples: when you have video sales letters, or when you have reviews at the top, when you have proof results, as soon as people get on the website, your website is a lot more direct to the user. The user needs to know that they're going to be getting what they're paying for. If you're selling a product on your site, if you're having someone sign up for your mentorship, for example, tell them why they need to sign up for their mentorship. Let them know who you are. So organizing your site within a way that people trust you and conversions can flow in is an extremely important part of generating income. I'll be able to add your story for your about page. We can get descriptive as well too. You can add any pictures that you'd want to the site. You just have to send them to me and I'll go ahead and I'll optimize that for you. And I'll make sure that your results are on there as well too. And I can also set up a PDF, or if you want to put a paid book system on your site as well too, however you want to do it, I'm able to set that up for you. And all of your current links, once again, will be directed with the custom buttons that I make for you that will have animations keeping the user engaged so you can make the most income and conversions possible, as well as FAQs and a privacy policy, as well as a terms and conditions page. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the other website I made for JD's partner, Zalphazeek. Let's jump into it. Here we have Zalphazeek's website, and I went ahead and created this within the same infrastructure that I just explained for JD's website. So we have trust at the top. If you have a nice vehicle, if you have results, if you have things that will engage the user to sign up for your mentorship, to join your group, to buy your product, to sign up for your software, okay, show them what they're going to be getting. Give them a free trial or give them a free visual view of what they're going to be getting. Boom, you could see, okay, successful guy, in shape, car, boom, that's what you want, okay? If you have a software, give them an example of what they're going to be getting for the software, okay? Show them what you're doing. Show them what you're about. Don't be scared to promote your results, push your results, and make your website the most engaging as possible. I don't know if you guys can see within the background, but within the background of the site, there's going to be like a very transparent picture, okay, of him. I can also direct your YouTube video straight to the site as well too for the most trust, okay? When we write the site copy rel, then we're going to be able to engage the user in. We're going to be able to build trust on our website, okay? Any pictures you'd like me to add as well, once again, same PDF system, okay? Whether you want to do a paid PDF or free PDF system in order for a lead engagement system, anything that you'd like me to add, I can do that for you, okay? If you're a CEO, if you're someone trying to scale your team, I'm here for you. Doesn't matter, okay? Let's go ahead and let's jump into their Instagrams, and I'm going to show you exactly the things I changed there and how you should organize your social medias for the most conversions. Let's go. So here we have Swole JD's Instagram, and let me show you the changes that we did. So when people click on your Instagram, you want people to know exactly what you're about, or if you're running a product page, what your product is about, or if you're running a software company, what your software is about, okay? So boom, if you're a fitness coach, let them know, okay? Ex-teacher to fitness coach. So in JD's case, he was an ex-firefighter. So ex-firefighter to fitness coach, okay? And then if you have a free engaging lead system, you need to make sure that it's all being directed, all the traffic, everything you're about, whether you have your coaching link, you have your product link, or if you have your software link, and then you have your job link in order for people to be hired to code software for you. Make sure it's all being directed on one website. So we added the emojis here, added the lines in between, and just made his profile a lot more engaging, okay? And just made sure that we added the most hook engaging profile pictures. Here we have him with Rick Ross. Here we have him with Brandon Carter, okay, next to some Rolls Royces. Let him know that he's around big plays, okay? So when you come on JD's program, if God wills, you'll be making some big plays too. Okay, let's head over to Za's page. So here we got Za Physique's page. So here we updated his profile picture. So he has this car. I told him to put the car as the profile picture to get more trust. If you have something that you work hard for, whether it be results, something that you own, make sure that it's known. Make sure your page is engaging, and make sure, especially if you're selling mentorship or coaching, let people know the results you're going to get. For example, here, if you're selling fitness coaching, here we have the pinned picture here, results for the transformation that he did, okay? Let people know that your results even work for yourself. When they see you doing it, it's a lot more trust. People go off of actions more than words, okay? Especially younger people. So here we updated his bio in a similar fashion. So when people click on his page, boom, they let him know, okay? He's a hightail sales expert. You can get the healing water for peak performance. You can grab the free water guide here. And then you have the custom pictures on your Instagram as well too. Make sure your pages are like your market. Think of your Instagram page, your TikTok page like a store. We need to update it, okay? Make sure that it's structured. Make sure that it's organized, okay? Let's go and let's jump into their YouTubes and their TikToks, and then I'll show you guys the process of me doing everything step by step. All right, so here we have Swole JD's TikTok here, and we went ahead and updated his bio to the same way. So when you click on his TikTok, it's engaging. You know exactly who he is. And when you have views on your videos, you want to make sure your viewers are engaged. You want to make sure that they have something to gain from your views. Don't just post and get views. That's why having a website is really, really important. Channel those views, funnel those views. Don't just get the money from the content monetization. That's good money too. But funnel that into a system, a product, coaching, do something. Funnel those views into a system, and I teach you how to do that at stackmode.net in the academy. All right, so let's head over to Za Physique's. Okay, so Za Physique's TikTok here, we went ahead and updated the same thing, made sure that it was organized, and he went ahead and submitted his TikTok link. So if you don't have a link on your TikTok right now, go on your TikTok, click on your edit profile, and ask for a link. You might have to put in your social or your EIN number if you're trying to do it through your business or LLC. And if you need help with doing that, book a one-on-one call and I'll show you how. So let's head over to our YouTubes and I'm going to show you what I optimized there. All right, so here we have JD's YouTube. So we went ahead and updated his links here. So when people click on your YouTube, you want people to be directed once again to some traffic. So your main website is going to be something, and then you could also have your secondary links on YouTube, but really kind of only for YouTube is really where this works, and Facebook as well too, as of now. So having your website here as well in the description just lets people know, and it keeps it in people's head. Like, okay, if you have lamp.com, or if you sell lamps, and it's like, okay, lamp.com, lamp.com, lamp.com. That's just how people's brains works, and the psychology behind it. I really jump into it, and I'm excited to drop a lot more content for you guys to break it down, really, of content marketing and funneling your views into getting money. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you Za Physique's. So pull up his YouTube here. So we went ahead and changed his banner here, went ahead and made him this custom banner, improved it. And then from there, same thing, went ahead and updated all of his links. So you know exactly where to be directed to. If you like his content, then you can go ahead and get more, and you could be ready to learn more from him from the coaching, make passive income in his group, for example, or just do what you want. Okay. So whatever you want me to direct your site towards, I don't care if you make tables. Okay. I could try and get you table.com. We'll make you a whole table website, and we'll get your marketing up to par. Okay. Head over to stackmode.net and let's head over to the guide. Okay. I'm going to show you guys just step by step how I did it, just some live commentary, and let's do it. You guys have been viral for so long, and that's why I just need to make sure your website descriptions, everything is monetized. So I'm really happy to make the websites for you guys, and I see you guys are just so much up and running. So you got a booking appointment already with the new site? Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, the site is slamming, bro. So really glad to create both of these sites here. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. So nice. And yeah, so just like I was telling JD, JD just got a booking already, like with the new site. So you're going to be getting bookings out the ass really, really soon. So that's why for you guys' virtual program, do you guys have a lot of content for that? Like you guys just know how to virtual coach? Okay, nice, nice. Okay, that's real. SwoleJD.com, nice. Okay, Zawphysique.com. Zaw, never mind. Take your time. Take your time. There we go. Nice. For peak performance. Learn more about the healing water. Good shit. Yeah, yeah. So yeah. So Zaw, let's go ahead and this right after the coaching. Let's put a space after the water droplet, and then before the anti-aging water, you could put get the. Yeah, yes. Okay. So right after coaching, right? Let's put a space so the water droplet doesn't connect with the G. And then before anti, you could do get the anti-aging water. Get the. Yep, yep. And the same thing with UJD on yours. After the get, put the. Yep. So then they can know that, you know, fitness coaching, get the water, boom, swolejd.com. Ooh, water, boom, zawphysique.com. Get the. Yep, there we go. Let's fucking go, man. I take a sip. Good shit. That's what we like to see, man. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Yeah, bro. No, I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. Let's organize. Let's organize. You guys are the fucking ghosts, man. All right. Cool. So what we're gonna go ahead and do next, let's go ahead and get all of our social medias, the rest of them organized. So let's start one by one. Let's go to your TikToks and let's go one by one. I'm with you guys. This is what people don't see, man. Setting up the accounts and shit. Let's go, man. And that's what I was just telling JD too, JD already has like 100K views on YouTube already. So and it's yeah, and it's like Zaw, when you drop one science video, bro, with your physique, people are listening. No, don't post just yet. Don't post just yet, cause you guys have so many viral videos, but your viral videos have to be, they're not everywhere. So that's why I want y'all to wait, cause right now y'all are grinding hard. Right now y'all are grinding so hard that like sometimes we can be grinding so hard that like we don't have time to think, you know. So that's why I wanted to come in and step in. That's why I had to leave my old tech position. It was getting too many calls for this and then trying to do work for them. So it's like, I don't want you guys to be in that position. So JD, TikTok, please get this updated. Okay. It needs to be, yeah. And Zaw, you too. I'm about to pull up yours to the right so you guys are side by side. And then, do you already have a TikTok account, Zaw? Please tell me you do. Okay, all right, let's go. Cause you should, bro, with your physique, bro, like there's no one with a better physique than you. That's what I'm saying, bro. And you're fucking lean right now, bro. Like you grind, and that shit needs to be put out there. That y'all are fucking hustling. Yeah. No, I feel you. I feel you, man. I feel you. No, I feel you, man. Yeah, and that's really what it is, man. That's what it is for sure. So I'm checking you guys out now. I'm gonna make you okay, yeah. So yeah, because you're gonna be able to just copy the same one. But no, it should be like Instagram. It should be like Instagram. So that's why I'm trying to just optimize it though, to make sure. On you guys' Instagram too. Let's do get the, and then JD for that water droplet too. Let's put a space after the water droplet, and then hold on. Let me get you one real quick. And then Zaw, check your Instagram DMs. Yeah, I'm gonna revise it for you. Yeah, I got you. Hold on, check your DMs. When I give you this final one, I'm optimizing it best I can. Yeah, you're gonna copy and paste it. The one I'm sending you now. All right, there we go. All right, I take it. Let's get there. Okay, so I need your Okay. The link. Do you have you applied for your TikTok business? Yeah. Okay. All right. On your TikTok, okay, we need to get your link. You're gonna have to just put in your social and stuff like that. Okay. Do you have your TikTok open right now? Okay. On your TikTok, you're gonna go ahead and click on your edit profile. Just click on the description again. Okay. and then you're gonna see a little button that says links. Links. Do you happen to see links? Let me go ahead and check. Yeah. Should let you add your website. Yeah, and then can you add your website? Yeah, URL. Yeah. And then from there, you could just put in your social and stuff. And then it should approve you in like a day. Yeah, man. Yeah, take your time. Yep, zalphysique.com. Fitness or education? Nah. Yeah. No restriction. It might ask you for bank statement. Something like that. Yeah. They don't. It's annoying with that. You can try. Yeah. Cause I just tried to put my EIN. Yeah. So it's gonna be 6 images of it's like bank statements. It should ask you. So it's either bank statements, annual amendment registrations for your LLC, bless you, and yeah, either annual amendment, the registration, like when you signed up with the state, your EIN form. That should be in your email too. And you should be able to use either one of those. But if they decline you and it's getting you mad, then you can just do the social. Yeah. So that'll be your EIN. So you can either do your EIN or you could do your social. Because yeah, you can either do your EIN or your social. Up to you. Because TikTok, you really just need your link, honestly. Like, once you have your link, you're good. Okay. And then JD, let's go and let's get that TikTok updated. So it's good. You can literally just copy and paste your Instagram. Yeah. We're going to do it step by step. We're going to stay right here until you guys are done. Take your time. Take your time, Zoh. We're getting this done, man. Because you see how frustrating it is. Is that your EIN document? That should be good enough. Yeah. That should be good enough. If they decline you, then just do your social. All right, bet. Oh, it's still updating on my end. There we go. Expire bar. That's what we like to fucking see. Clean. Zal, I want to redo your Instagram bio too, because I want you to have the arrow down. Okay. Zal, I'm gonna send you a optimized bio. Just because I want you to have the arrow too. All right, there we go. All right, Zal. What I just sent you, that's your new bio. Because the arrow helps a lot. Okay. Yeah. So I just DM'd it to you because the emojis won't copy and paste on Discord. Yep. So you can keep yours either the healing or you could do anti-aging. Either one. But the more terms we have for it, healing water, anti-aging, the more terms you guys push out there, the better. Yeah. Yeah, and then the arrow helps a lot too. And then when you're done, you could update your TikTok to have the new one. Nice. It should be in the DMs, the one I sent you in your Instagram DM. Do you see the arrow? The down arrow? Because the down arrow will be right by the link. And it looks nice. Bet that. Y'all feel free. Nah. And I know what you want, just because it's gonna do this. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah, that's why I put the high ticket sales after the fitness coaching. Yeah, I know what you want though, as far as like, but it's hard for you to do that right now, just because like with your physique, they're coming to you for that. Just straight up. Just straight up. When people see that, they're not thinking about business off the rip. They're like, how can I get in shape? Yeah, you could put like a Jack profile picture. Yeah. We could do, instead of learn more about the healing water, you could do join my team. Yeah, join my team. Okay, okay. We could do the. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, we'll redo that. Free healing water. Free healing water. Okay. I see. So yeah, let's change the copywriting. The learn about healing water, we could do something for free. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna make a free PDF. Yeah, I know, man. That's why I don't even look at that shit. Yeah, so got the free water guide here. Okay. Got the free water guide. Okay. All right. Okay. Instead of cause the free. Okay, I understand. So you want to just get off the. I see. Okay. All right. So JD, change yours. Okay. Instead of learn about the healing water. Okay. Let's do this. I just put in the chat. Let's do grab the free water guide. Okay. And then Za, you want it to be for. Do you have like a free business PDF for them? Cause what can we? Cause the free water PDF is on there right now. Okay, but like it's just right here, right? Because like the free water guide, right? It's very, very difficult to buy the water right now, straight up. The links are really, really ghetto. It's all over the place. So when people see for the water guide, I already have that up. But like, yeah, but I know you want to transition away from that to your group. But for just straight income though, right now, it would really be smart to do the grab the free water guide. To just push the water, scale the water up to 6 figures a month. Yeah. Okay. All right, bet. Okay, so you do the same thing then when you can. Let's do grab the free water guide inside of your. So instead of learn about the healing water, you could do get your free water guide. Yeah. So get your free water guide. I'm gonna DM it to you. So that's the only one you have to change. All right, bet. Yeah, so keep high ticket sales first. All right, yeah, I got you. So we do want to keep the arrow there. I got you though. I got you. We're gonna make high ticket sales first. Yeah. And then JD, for the word free, please put that in all caps. Definitely the water guide. For sure. And then from there, they're gonna want to be like you. They're gonna want to be high thumos, and then they'll join the circle. It's easier from there. All right, yeah, I got you. I'm about to DM it to you. All right, how about this? All right, I got you. Check your DMs. Yeah, and then let's do the actually hold on one moment. Instead of the weightlifting emoji, we're gonna stick to the water emoji. I mean, they see you, but if you do want to stray away from that, I understand. Yeah. But I do understand you want more of a leveraged team, and don't be scared to take that transition. You know, I dropped getting hundreds of thousands of YouTube views to get hundreds of views just so I could speak to people like y'all. So it's like, don't be scared to do the transition. Sometimes you gotta take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Nice. Let me know once it's updated. There we go. So we like to see. Good shit, man. And boom, you see how it's all just one thing? No more. Boom, clean, clean. That's what we like to see. Oh shit, let me get the water guide right now, man. Let me go down. Let me learn, bro. Oh wow, it's anti-aging. Oh shit, it's alkaline. Oh man, I'm putting my email today, man. Today, man. Right now, man. Today. Oh shit. Oh, it instantly downloads. Whoa. Oh whoa. All right, how do I get this in my house today, bro? I'm glad I just went to fucking Swole JD and Zoffazik.com. Yeah, man. Like that's what we like to see, man. Boom. Water. Make sure the PDF link. I have them. I'm a create a system, but I'm gonna make sure that both the download. Boom. JD.com. Thanks for telling me about the water, JD. Let me go and read through this guide. Cool. All right, so we're all good. Thanks for downloading. All right, now next, let's optimize the TikTok. You could change your ZA to the new one. Yeah. And then until the link comes, you can just no, ZA Physique is fire. The algorithm knows you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see. I think that's fire. Yeah, that's fire. That's fire. Because it's what you are. Yeah, that's fire. Very, very simple. It's fire. When you can, let's update the TikTok, and then we're gonna head over to the next section. Take your time, guys. Good shit, guys. That's what we like to see, man. Great work today. You guys are the man. For real, I'm here for y'all. Yeah. So they're gonna take a day or two to approve you, but for now, you can just leave it like that. Yeah, and then once it's done, you're gonna get approved. That's the thing about all this stuff too. Like some stuff might take approval days, but that's why, yeah. Yeah. Let's do like a comp picture, either like this one, like your TikTok, or you could do, yeah, it does. It either needs to be your physique or like this or something, bro. But bro, no. And you know what I'm crazy, bro? My mom just had to literally tweak on me for this, bro. Because, bro, how are we gonna do social media? How are we gonna do social media and we're scared to flex? You know what I'm saying, bro? My mom had to literally crash out on me for this, bro. I'm telling you, I hid myself for years. No. You have to show it. And don't feel bad, bro. You fucking come from another country. JD, I watch your story too, bro. You come from Arkansas, right? Mississippi, bro. That's even worse, bro. Like you come from, like, bro, y'all come from zero. Exactly. I'm telling you, bro, we not gonna get nowhere being spooked and scared. I'm telling you, we gotta take the risk, bro. Take the risk. Flex is what you grind and get up in the morning for. It's what you pray for. Show people how they can get that shit too. Trust me, I be feeling the same way, bro. I be feeling the same way sometimes, but I realize I'm like, we can't get anywhere being scared. People, yeah, bro, yeah, post that shit, man. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Nah, man, that's what I'm saying. That's popping it, bro. And it's not out here. It's not like you're out here making it your life. That's not even you, Zah. That's not even you. Like, that's just part of something that comes with when you join the lever circle. For real, bro. Be like, oh, when you're in the lever circle, you're gonna be fucking jacked and drive a Corvette. It's basic shit. Like, for real. That's what they need to know, bro. That's what they're getting in the lever circle, bro. They're gonna fucking get shredded and they're gonna get a Corvette, bro. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Yeah, Corvette picture everywhere. Fuck that. Yeah, Corvette picture everywhere. What the fuck did you buy that shit for, bro? We're gonna die on this earth one day. People need to see that shit. Fuck it, bro. Corvette picture everywhere. All social medias. Bro, as soon as I showed my mom the website, guess what made her say damn? The Corvette picture. So I'm telling you, bro. Corvette picture everywhere. Same thing with you, JD. Guess what made my mom say damn? When she saw you with Rick Ross. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Y'all gotta get... If you didn't post that, and I had to get yelled at yesterday, too. My mom is really one of the best... Like, she's a good manager, for real. But it's deeper than just posting content, you know? We're building real-life emotions. Yeah, man. No, pin that shit. Yeah, pin that video of you with Rick Ross, man. Pin that. Yeah, bro, you have a video with Tom Brady. Y'all are about to get me mad, man. I'm crashing out. Yeah, bro. Right. Especially, bro, yeah, we're with Tom Brady. Like, yeah, bro. Come on. Is that Rick Ross short everywhere, JD? All right. Like, did you post it? Yeah, like, did you post it on every platform? Bro, guys, we're locking in. We're locking in. The next call, I'm gonna have so much shit prepared for y'all. We have like 20 minutes left or 10 minutes left today. Exactly. And I'm telling you, as a consumer, as someone who watches both of y'all, okay, not as your agent right now, as a customer, as a watcher, as a viewer, that stuff builds trust. Bro, that's fire, bro. Looking to the side is fire. Yeah, on some chill shit. Yeah, man. On some super chill shit. Be like, yeah, cooling on your vet. Yeah, man. I need that PFP on all platforms. I can't speak until this is done, until this Instagram, TikTok, YouTube is changed. Yeah. And then when you're done, Zaw, we're gonna fix the links up a little bit. We're gonna put a space after the anti-aging for the water. But you're good. Take your time. Take your time. You guys are fucking dominating this shit, man. That's what we like to see. Rick Ross lives like an hour away from me, man. His house is one of the biggest in Georgia. Like, he's not afraid to pop it. You know what he did? Monetized his stuff. Now he runs one of the biggest car shows here. He's not just flexing for no reason. He's getting paid off of that. Y'all are getting paid off of this stuff. Bruh, the more y'all can get, like, man, like, if you can get, like, Rick Ross to drink the water, just like you have Tom Brady drinking the water. Yeah. Yeah, real. And then, like, I saw you had a picture with Brandon Carter. JD. That picture with Brandon Carter. We need that out there. That needs to be pinned, bro. This stuff sticks in my head. I've been watching y'all for a long time now. There's a reason why I know how to optimize y'all. I've been studying y'all because I wanted y'all to target, and I wanted the water for myself, and I was mad that it was hard to buy it. Oh, I see what you mean. Don't overthink it. That picture's fine. Just this, you're already like in the sun. Just this. Just this. This of you just sitting down. Just the raw picture of this, no text. Just the raw picture of this sitting down on your vet. That's it. Don't overthink it. Just please. Yeah, no, for real, man. I be having to tell myself, like, Allah, please grant me ease, grant me discipline and strength so I can just be focused. Yeah, bro. JD, don't get me mad, bro. These should have been up. Come on. Like, what the fuck? What are guys? You guys are goated, bro. This is what we should have been seeing, man. Guys. 6 figures, 7 figures a month on the way. Like, what? Like, bro, if I see you, like, make JD, bro. JD, look at how far y'all have come. Zaw, you come from another country, Zaw. You coming from down there, bonky talk, racist Mississippi, gang. And now y'all are driving foreign whips. Show people how they can do it too, man. That pushes people. That motivates them. Nice stuff, guys. Nah, for real, man. That's what we like to see, man. Yeah, for real. And that's really a lot too, man. Finding out Zaw's a Muslim brother too, I swear. Well, man, alhamdulillah. Real. JD, that just helped your credibility so fucking. You see how you just got a booking instantly? Because you have a fucking website, and now, dude, and now you have so much credit. Yeah, bro. JD. Yeah. JD, we're gonna need you to create like meal plans and content. Like your virtual side needs to be top tier. Okay, because Zaw's been doing this for 10 years. But your coaching side, that's gonna be a big income stream for you. So you need to structure your plan. You need to know how to use AI, and we're going to keep going through and doing this shit. Okay? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Also, that's another thing too. After these 10 or these 6 classes, we'll talk about trading stuff too, JD. But JD, don't trade prop firm. Prop firm is a business, and they only make money when you're losing money. Okay? But like, take a broker like Cash App, right? Cash App makes money whether or not we use it or not. As long as we transfer some money, they make money. They're not preying on people's downfall like a prop firm is. So I would just keep all of your money, keep it in-house. And then when it's time to trade, we'll get into that. For now, what you can do, if you want to invest though, just buy Bitcoin. Buy Bitcoin and scale your business right now. I mean, that's exactly why you buy it. You buy low, you sell high. People are just, yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't social media trade. Yeah. Anytime you start seeing people panic, that's the time to buy. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro. Once I start seeing certain people tweet, I'm like, oh yeah, let me check TradingView. Let me see if the lows are put in. Let me see if buyers are in, and I go load up. Like yesterday, I just loaded up on stocks because I could see market found the low yesterday for the most part. I'm gonna teach you how to get rich, man, for real. I got you guys. Yeah. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, cool. So that's gonna go ahead and be that. All right. Now, just to finish off the day, um, yeah, yes. So just to finish off the day, just to, well, of course there'll always be stuff to do, but just to get off the first video, you guys can go through the list. Okay, it's not, don't feel controlled. Okay, just choose a video that you want for the day, whatever's feeling your vibe for the day. Okay, you don't have to do it one by one by one by one. I don't care if you scroll down, but just try and get the Kangen water videos and the science videos out first to just get you on the algorithm. Then from there, after you're done, just delete the title after you've dropped it. Just delete it, and then you could just click file and then save, and then you could just come back to it, and then until the video list is all done. I got you. Yeah. Let's change the link. So on the links, you could either put a backspace so either this connects. So yeah, you could just fix that. Yeah, I got you for sure, JD. Yeah, so in the links, fix the space if you can with the little bracket, and then that'll be it. Nice job. You see how in person connects? You can make anti-agent connect with the line too. Yeah, take your time. Nice job. Yeah, JD, let me get this email to you. Zaw, I should have emailed you the email list already. But yeah, but JD, please don't buy any more challenges. Yeah. I mean, kind of. I mean, I'll run through this real quick. All right. This is how stocks work, right? All right, we just hit fucking take profit. All right, this is how stocks work, right? This is how I teach my students. So I think I'm probably like the best in the world at this shit. I'm not gonna lie.